Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you very much for joining us today. My name is Maitri Sitharaman. I'm the founder and CEO of Facultas Media, and it's been a pleasure to be working with the Bmw Foundation for the last couple of months on a number of events that they've been running, and especially this one in the run-up to the G7 summit. I want to warmly welcome everyone to this very important Responsible Leaders Dialogue. This is, of course, happening at a time that the world is in crisis. We seem to go from crisis to crisis. It's a running theme. But in terms of where we are, we know all of us are well aware that these crises tend to threaten to distract us from the goals that we set for ourselves and the goals of the SDGs that now pretty much stem from this ongoing war in Ukraine. The last time I was here in Munich, we were talking about the SDGs, and just a few days later, the war started. And I remember really clearly, while hosting the BMW opening luncheon at the MSC, that the focus from everyone in that room was, how do we get to our targets for 2030 and 2050? And again, the distractions have been significant. And I know some of you were in that room with us, and you feel our pain as well. So the important part of this morning is going to be how we go back to that focus that we had at the MSC opening luncheon, of the focus that we got from COP26 and the focus that the G7 really needs to have when they meet this Sunday. We're looking at an energy crisis. I just came from Remscheid, where innovators were talking about how do we keep the focus on innovation for climate change. Again, the question here is, how do we do that at a time when, say, the Remscheid mayor was saying, I'd love to focus on innovation, but I can't because I have no money, and all of this is stemming from the war in Ukraine, and oil prices, gas prices, all of it is driving his economy, for an example. The resulted rampant rise in inflation, citizens really demanding solutions from governments, also all threatened to be a big distraction. We have a food crisis to boot. I can list these crises down the line. We've got recession coming down the road, according to Jerome Powell. So again, we're doing this in an environment and having this conversation of responsible leaders in an environment that is exceedingly difficult. And of course, don't forget supply chain issues that we're all grappling with. If anyone remembers that little virus that was going around for 2 years. I mean, what's COVID, right? This is essentially an event that we're going to talk about advancing leadership as we face these stronger than ever headwinds. So ahead of the G7 in Elmau, as I mentioned, it starts on Sunday under the leadership of Olaf Scholz. President Zelensky will be speaking there. He's been officially invited. So we're hosting this ahead of that on behalf of the BMW Foundation and Platforms Foundation F20. I'd like to thank you all again for joining us this morning to strengthen the dialogue between policy, business and philanthropy to create concrete pathways to speed up clean tech development and phase out Russian oil and gas while keeping the efforts for us to really reach carbon neutrality. Will this be an influential feeder to the G7? We definitely hope so. So, before we get started, I want to say a quick word of thanks to those responsible for bringing you all into this room. And of course, as the day progresses, you will see many of your colleagues join in as well. So first of all, I'd like to thank the BMW Foundation, at the forefront of a global movement to push more responsible leadership in business, politics and society. The Foundation contributes to the discussion of socio-economic transformation of our societies through its different programs in innovation and entrepreneurship, sustainable finance and urban policy, and of course bringing every element and every sector together in those dialogues. The Foundation's platform F20, it's a network, as you may know, of more than 75 foundations and philanthropic organizations from different parts of the world, calling for a joint transnational action towards sustainable development. The F20's aim is basically to provide pathways to solutions for today's most pressing challenges, climate change and a just transition based on renewable energy and sustainable development. I'd also like to give special thanks, and forgive me if I massacre the pronunciations of these wonderful partners, Stiftung Alliance für Entwicklung und Klima, Bürger Stiftung München, and the German CEO Alliance for Climate and Economy. But before we get started with our discussions, and please make sure that this is an interactive discussion, you all bring so much lived experiences to what we're talking about today. I'd like to invite both Dr. Frank Niederlander, member of the board of the Bmw Foundation, and Klaus Milke, chair of the F20, to officially welcome you all and remind us why cross-sectoral conversations is more important than ever at this point. So let's kick it off with Frank, and Frank will be followed by Klaus.
Thank you, Maitri. And as you said, last time we were here in those buildings, we had a completely different situation. Normally I like to be brief on that occasion because during a long day you will hear a lot. But I think the current situation needs to be a little bit more exhaustive. And then please apologize perhaps, but I think it needs to address some more words at the beginning. So, ladies and gentlemen, dear responsible leader, dear friends, it's exactly tonight, 4 months that the invasion had been starting. And as Maitri said, we were in the middle of the Munich Security Conference. In this context, we had our discussion, which was just mentioned. Now, 4 months later, Ukraine is still standing and fighting bravely to defend sovereignty, integrity, and its freedom. And by that, they are fighting for us, for our own sovereignty, for our integrity, and for our freedom. And I think 4 months ago, none of us, and we had been aware of the discussion and the things that were going on, no one would have been aware what would be coming couple of days later, the weeks later, the months later. And as you mentioned, like 2 years ago, COVID was more or less same timing with the security conference starting. Suddenly is a little bit in the backyard of the crisis we see all around. Might we mention we had a very vivid starting discussion this year around, and as we call it, competitive green, cooperation and competition on the journey to net zero. It was a discussion with John Kerry, Bill Gates, Kristalina Georgieva, Peter Mora, Annette Hüttfeldt, and we were aware that the topic was so important. But now it's about what does this change, what has changed during the situation, during that crisis, to the circumstances, which are now clearly different than at the time. At the point, we were agreeing that the transition would be a tough job. Now you have seen the last discussion over a couple of months, going back, stacking back in pathways to reduce fossil energy production, to reduce access to nuclear powers, had been reassessed, because suddenly the crisis led us to the situation where we have an urgency suddenly, which could lead to say, have we been on the right track? Do we have to stop it? Do we have to change? Perhaps are we too ambitious on that? The interesting thing is that Mr. Putin had given us an answer in a certain way to say, okay, there's only one way to go out of that. First of all, we need more cooperation. And I think secondly, the last months has shown that we, by contrast, we have to accelerate rather than stop, rather than to rethink those pathways. And that's why we have chosen the topic of the day, against all odds. We have really to go forward, to continue the discussion. We have, of course, to bridge the current situation. We have to bridge the crisis. We have to solve short-term situation. But we have to think about the long-term investment, the long-term structures, the infrastructure we have to build on, and what kind of coalitions, cooperations, stakeholder discussion we need to come to that point. And if we say in terms of crisis, as Maitri said, we have several crises. You have to conjunction energy and commodity prices, inflation, food, and that, to not forget the crisis, our starting point, the climate. And the war against Ukraine reminded us the fragility of our social economic systems, of our unsustainability of energy. I think all of us had been shocked by the figures which came out a couple of days after the war had started about our dependency on gas, on coal and oil from Russia, and as we had outsourced more or less our cheap energy supply. And that's why we need to strengthen that. We strengthen the phase out, and we have to find new ways in this tougher times to overcome it, but still continue the pathways. And that's perhaps the greatest challenge of our time. I think when COVID started in 2020, no one has at the beginning thought what would be happening. Then for 2 years we were more like blocked in our normal lives. And at the beginning of this year, I think everyone was accepting light at the horizon and saying, okay, now it's going up again. And what's happened was the contrary. And that's the good thing, that now in front of the G7 summit, this topic is on the agenda of the leaders. That's a good thing that we have the opportunity here to give messages. I think we will be only one of many, many voices, but it's an important one, and we have to leverage our forces and pushing that and do anything we can to support that. And happy enough, we have some voices also from the Sherpa of the German government to support us on that and to give us the feedback then that they are aware of our messages. The war, as I mentioned, gave us arguments to perhaps slow down our activities. We could simply say, okay, we wanted to go for the transition, but it's not possible now. We could say we have that energy dependency and that's why we can't move. And we could say we need more time, and we need more time to root it. In truth, I mean, summer had been starting this week. I was happy to have the 30 degrees here around Munich, which is not the case normally in the summertime, even in the best years. But still, we know that these are not the normal temperature. If you go through Europe or across Asia, it's tremendously changing. We had a discussion on climate migration last year in fall with Paracana, and things which are really increasing and changing and will not be able to be stopped. And they are challenging the political stability in all parts of the world. Not only in those countries which are affected directly, also in Europe you have seen a lot of disruption because different parts of society would not accept their contribution to those changes which will be needed. Again, in my opinion, we do not have another chance to the path of carbon neutrality. I think it was important to have the Paris Agreement as a very, very strong focus point. I think the main point is the discussion about the pathway and the ramp up to that. And that's again why I think we should need and use the crisis for a starting point of innovation. Mostly, in my experience, my personal experience, also in the industry part, terms of crises had been the point where parties would be more open to discuss and to look for solutions they would not be willing to agree to in the normal comfort zone they would act on. And I think that could, for me, be the part where this situation, despite the fact that no one of us likes it, we should use it, we should use the momentum, and by that trying to continue on that pathway. That's why I'm really happy to host this leadership dialogue today. We had been looking forward for it for a long time, as we knew G7 would be taking place a couple of miles from here south at Elmau, where it had been taking place 2015 last time. And it will be starting in 3 days, and you see when you're going around the city, all activities around, a lot of police, a lot of complications, so you see already the energy coming up, and then that's again, I think, a good point of time why to be it. The presence of our partner platform, F20, Klaus and team, it's very important. It's important because it's a very important sign to have new partnerships. It's not about several peer groups working on their own, on their issues, but really to find a new dialogue and to find new ways to cooperate. And being, or having been in the industrial side, being in the foundation side now, it's more just about talking, it's getting a much deeper understanding of the other side's position, the other side's possibility, and then finding a common pathway to really drive change rather than just convene and go out and then nothing change. Because at the end, someone has to do something, someone has to innovate, someone has to invest, and you need solutions to drive that change. That's to come to the final point. For me, 3 elements are important for today: stronger partnerships, innovation, and trust. As for the stronger partnerships, I said it's more about being within a like-minded bubble, but it's mean building bridges between business and policy and society and business, civil society. So we need this proliferation of collective action, collective understanding, and by that a much stronger resilience. And joining forces is not only about values. At the end, more than ever, it's crucial for survival. It sounds dramatic, but I purely believe in that. Innovation, I think, sounds simple, but the transition we need are long-term investments. It's not a quick e-commerce, social media point you invest and then you find a solution, quick run. It's really changing infrastructure. It's reading about finding deep technologies which enables us to drive that change, to come and refrain from the classical energy form, but also to transform businesses, for instance, in circularity. So innovation is really a key element, and innovation from all parts. And innovation is all about those who are innovating, those who are inventing, but also about common sense in societies to accept that and to support that and to be open to find different pathways. There's no single solution, in my opinion, and we need to strengthen that openness to discuss several pathways. And last but not least, something which probably is the most critical one: trust. Last week's elections in France has shown the distrust in public institutions, disinterest in political systems, and this is fueling anti-establishment politics and populist movement. And here again, building trust on any circumstances, in any occasions, is a key element to really do this transition. Terms of crises, terms of transition are always those where no one feels safe, where no one is in this comfort zone. And here again, having trust with others is the key element, and I think that could be one of the strongest elements of today's work. As I mentioned, I had to be more broad to enter this. I think it's important. Happy to have you here. And with that, we go to work, and I hand over to Klaus to give us his perspective. Thank you very much to be here. And Klaus, up to you now.
Thank you, dear Frank. It's really a pleasure to collaborate with you, with Bmw Foundation, and your wonderful team. Good morning. working? Oh. So a very warm welcome also from my side and the chairs of F20, the team of F20 and the steering group of F20, and one foundation in the steering group of F20 is Bmw Foundation, Herbert Quandt. So there is a concrete connection between us since 5 years now. We want to raise today our voice here from Munich and also connected with the world, as I mentioned before, towards Elmau, where the G7 summit will take place at this weekend, and we wait for concrete and strong commitments from the group of the 7 most important industrialized countries and this subgroup of G20. They are not standing alone. They are part of G20, and that's very important to have this in mind. And we want to raise our voice very positively with encouragement to the leaders of the world and of the G7, and very much solution-oriented. We are part of the solution. That is important. Not the leaders can solve the problems alone, but foundations, philanthropists can share perspectives, action, and ambition. That is important for our common future. This seems to be needed in these times of many crises. They were mentioned already. In the same time, what we are aware of. Yes, these are indeed challenging times. Against the odds, we raise our voice, and times of multi-crisis, and they will never go away. They will stay in the room, like we have it today. They need a holistic and coherent approach. And there's the 17 SDGs. You see the stones here on the tables. They are very important to have in mind. We have only a few years left, because it's a 2030 agenda, that we implement the SDGs in front of us. Many people forget about this, but these are the development goals for all countries of the world. The war against the Ukraine means instability, uncertainty, and lack of trust. Frank, you mentioned this important point, trust. And with our hearts, I want to say also in your name, we are with the people in Ukraine, in this moment, in these days. And it shows up the necessity of more cooperation, not less cooperation, but also for more freedom from the dependency on fossil energy, like gas, oil, and coal. And that is the reason why we as F20 highlight so much the 70% target on renewable energy up to 2030 for the group of G20. In our recommendations, we are just bringing up to the G7 and then also to the G20. We come to that a little bit later. F20 is the voice of philanthropy and a wonderful diversity of about 80 foundations today in the G20 context, small ones, middle-sized ones, and giants. And that is also of high value, also of community foundations. They have joined us in our platform. Community foundations are showing up with the narrative, act locally, think globally. The solutions have to be implemented on the ground, in cities, in municipalities, by civil society. So we are happy to have Bürgerstiftung München as a cooperation partner for our event here today in Munich. They are deeply involved in the implementation of the SDGs. Hello, Carmen and Klaus. Another important cooperation partner is the already mentioned German CEO Alliance for Climate and Economy, former Foundation 2 Degree. also in the steering group of F20, and they are the German partner of We Mean Business. We hear from Maria in the first panel more about We Mean Business. It demonstrates F20 is deeply connected with the business sector, and that is also the context for many foundations which were founded by successful business leaders. The third cooperation partner is the Foundation Development and Climate Alliance. It is an example that foundations are independent, but in the same time have very good contact with their governments. Here it is the BMZ in Germany, the Ministry for Development Cooperation, which was somehow the initiator for this foundation. Hello, dear Mr. Renner. 5 years after the start of Foundations 20, because of the G20 presidency of Germany in 2017, we focus again on Germany, now with the G7 presidency of Germany. Yes, we are just in these days, we have the anniversary of 5 years, because in July 2017 we had our first main event in the town hall of Hamburg, and Chancellor Olaf Scholz was with us there as the Lord Mayor of Hamburg. So there is a good connection with him, but he couldn't make it to be here with us today because he has to be aware of 3 summits in the next days, and that's quite much for him. We as Germany take this responsibility, this global responsibility, very serious. And German foundations understood to take a stand in 2017, but also in this year, 2022. And it's positive that Germany proclaimed its G7 presidency under the headline Progress Towards an Equitable World, and that Indonesia, with its G20 presidency, Recover Together, Recover Stronger. And 3 pillars in the program of Indonesia are important. One is global health architecture, digital transformation, and sustainable energy transition. And that is an opportunity to work deeply with Indonesia, with Ilham and others in Indonesia. There is a need, as I mentioned before, for more cooperation and for more climate and energy partnerships for a global just transition. So let us start our transformative dialogue today. And once again, a deep thank you to Bmw Foundation Herbert Quandt for the continuity also in the last 5 years. And hello, Elisabeth. So let's start. Thank you very much.
Much for that, Klaus. Let's get straight to business, shall we? Let's talk about what the G7 and the G20 should be including in their discussions. What are the recommendations that Klaus has alluded to and given us an umbrella overview of? So let me hand you right over into the very safe hands of Stefan Schürig, Secretary General of the F20, and Stefan will run us through the F20's recommendations in more specificity.
That's right. Many thanks. So I think this works, right? It does, so I don't need the hand mic. Okay, great. You've welcomed us with listing the number of crises, and that can, of course, be a little bit like, okay, well, you know, how can we address these crises, and what the role do politicians play in this endeavor? And I would actually add one crisis, which is a broken a broken pipe of water in that room, and which just was a good reminder for all of us that the crises, or let's say the challenges, are actually coming very, very close to us. I don't know if you had the same thing, but to me it somehow felt a little bit unreal sitting here listening to the world crisis while we heard this spa sound in the back of a fountain and knowing that this was a broken wire. So I'm glad we don't hear that anymore now. So that crisis is on its way to be solved, I suppose, and I hope. But it really was a good reminder because it resonates with what we all feel. You know, we are not talking about global crises in the sense of global means always somewhere else. Yeah? We're talking about global crises, and we know that this includes ourselves. And Frank, you mentioned the huge importance of trust. And I think, you know, to me, in all my years, I think what does actually generate this trust, this mutual trust among countries, among global south and global north, or among civil society and governments? Well, when it comes to governments, I think when I get the sense that they actually really get their act together and they keep their promises and do what they actually have stated, then this does indeed generate trust. It gives me the feeling, yes, it's always compromises, but at least they have sort of taken a decision and feel committed to that decision. And I think this is also what we're having what we were having in mind when developing the recommendations to the G20 and to the G7 as a subgroup of the group of the G20 countries. We of course know that it's not working that way that governments sit down and wait until they get their list of recommendations from F20 and then just read this and implement straight away. We know that. Yeah? But in the same way, we know how important these kind of clear recommendations are for governments of the different countries because they are somehow considered as some kind of already negotiated nature, because they know that these recommendations are not developed on a desk somewhere in Hamburg, but developed with the steering committee of F20, developed upon the advice of scientific institutions, and that's what we did. That's what we did also this year with the recommendations, but something went different this year that we decided to put up front, because obviously this year is different from many previous years in the G20 context. We said, let's remind ourselves that the decisions that concluded or that were actually part of the conclusion of the Carbis Bay summit of the G7 last year should be implemented, that these are decisions that governments have taken and that they are actually in many regards quite concrete, by far not as ambitious as we wanted them to be, but they are sitting there. So let's remind ourselves first, in the first place, of the decisions already taken last year in Carbis Bay at the G7 summit and in Rome at the G20 summit, which is why we have actually listed those decisions from the concluding documents. And that's the first part of our this year's recommendations. And the second part then looks into 2022 and the outlook, and how do we see sort of important levers for these decisions to be implemented. So when we go through that list, and it's a list of some 30 points that we raised that, of course, if you might wonder, adapt to the sort of negotiation language that has been deployed in the context of the G7 and the G20. So it's not a fancy text that should convince people on the street, but it is, of course, related to the political contexts. But we've listed those key points that were part of the G7 outcome last year. And the first one was, there was a bold commitment on net zero by 2050. So governments have decided to bring down emissions down to zero within the next 29 years. And this just needs to be reminded. Another point was the famous 30-30 target, which means a commitment to protect 30% of land surface and 30% of the ocean and as natural habitats by 2030. So to ensure the protection of these areas. This is an important aspect to be made, and by the way, a very important aspect of the Paris Agreement and the 1.5 trajectory, because we cannot just replace energy by renewables or fossil fuel energy by renewables, but keep going with clear-cutting forest or not restoring our soils and things like that. So biodiversity is as important as the energy sector. The third one is providing sufficient financial resources for especially developing countries. A third point that governments agreed on last year. A fourth point is clear measures to cut emissions. You can read it in the document. Fifth point is increase energy efficiency and increase renewable energy as the fifth point of it. And a sixth point was to phase out fossil fuel subsidies. So this is not F20 sharing its wishful thinking list or its shopping list, but this is where we are at. This is what governments have decided last year, obviously not being aware of geopolitical turmoils or, should I say, a war against the Ukraine. Of course, this changes things, but as we know, the different crises we heard this morning need to be solved not in isolation from each other, but need to be looked at from a holistic perspective, because many of those measures listed contribute to one or the other elements. So just before I close, of course, I want to share an outlook on the 2022 recommendations. And we decided with the steering committee to not just try to throw too many balls to decision makers, but to really focus on one particular aspect. Also mentioning the other aspects, but the key aspect really this year is on renewable energy. Actually, we've taken that decision way before we knew about what was happening this year. That next year, back in 21, renewable energy would be at the heart of our work and our efforts. We didn't know, of course, that it would become so drastically clear that this is a solution, that this helps to make yourself more independent. The European Union is one of the biggest energy junkies from other countries beyond the European Union, and therefore harvesting our own energy, wind and solar primarily, is of course at the heart of the effort to remain under 1.5 and also to take pressure from geopolitical developments. So the first clear point is that we are saying the G7 should commit on a clear power target for renewable energy. So if you're saying net zero by 2050, nice, okay, we take you by the word, but how do you measure that? You need interim targets for this, and one clear interim target should be a target for renewable energy by 2030. We've calculated that target for the G20, but to our own surprise, in our report and our research that we've done with the very well-known and highly acknowledged university in Sydney on modeling, the conclusion was that a 70% power target for renewable energy could also work for the G7 countries. And that is, of course, very ambitious. Is it too ambitious? Well, depending on how you, in which situation you find yourself. And we are finding ourselves in a situation where the prices are skyrocketing for fossil fuels. So it is doable. The second point is that we strongly support the establishment of energy partnerships. Have you ever heard about the term jet peace? I didn't until recently, but now I know that jet peace means just energy transition partnership, and that is sort of a new abbreviation for multilateral agreements among countries on phasing out coal and replacing it with renewables and providing financial levers, financial means to do this. We've seen this resulting from the Glasgow Climate Summit with this famous South Africa deal, or the South Africa agreement, with many countries contributing financial measures to help South Africa phasing out coal. We know that a similar energy partnership is now intended for Indonesia and for India, and we strongly support this, but we need to make sure that it's not financing new coal after all, but that it's finding really the transition, that this transitionary lever is part of the mechanism. Thirdly, We, of course, find the removal of subsidies absolutely important. So this is the third point that we make, together with a clear call for deadlines to phase out coal. Am I not reading the news? I do read the news. I know that we're now discussing, keeping coal power plants alive because we need more electricity, because the electricity we produce from the gas won't be produced from the gas because we don't have the gas. Yes, I know that discussion, but this is not necessarily the modus operandi for the next months and years. It's a current situation that we need to, of course, analyze. And this is not only addressing Germany, but generally speaking. So really providing the financial means for renewable energy and for reallocating those investments. I just want to make this point, and then I close, but just want to make this point again. Decarbonizing the finance sector is still the elephant in the room. In the last 6 years, since the Paris Agreement was decided, an astonishing number of, and I just wrote it down, of 60 large banks in the last 4 years put $4 trillion of finance into fossil fuel. So this is way more than went into renewables, of course, and this is actually financing of infrastructure, financing of power plants, taking over risk for investments. And so we're still financing the wrong direction. So decarbonizing finance and deploying the ideas and concept how to do this in terms of recommendations from financial boards and so on is really an important subject here. And we just want to stress that again. So before I just close, just going to the last 2 points, the big thing this year at the climate conferences will be the question of who pays for the loss and damage that is experienced by countries who cannot afford coverage, who cannot afford to provide to deal with it. So we strongly support, of course, the clear commitment by the G7 governments to provide the financial means for addressing the loss and damage question, for addressing adaptation. So this 100 billion figure is still not provided, and we, of course, remind the governments to their decision that this is still due and that we expect this funding to be covered. Last point, which is still slightly new, but it really is a subject that goes to the heart of actually my professional career before I started working in politics, and that goes to the construction side. 6% of the global CO2 emissions are only be generated by the production of cement. 6%. 6%. That's almost double the amount of aviation sector, depending on what you consider as having an effect on the climate by the aviation sector. Only cement, and for those of you who have ever built a house, now you don't only build with cement. Concrete consists of steel and sand and many other things. So concrete is almost 20% of the global emissions. And we're not talking about concrete and how to replace carbon-emitting construction materials by carbon-absorbing construction materials. And this is the new big thing, I think, and it should be so, and this is why we're pushing it here, because there are a couple of initiatives really looking into this sector now, and we strongly support that, and we ask governments to take note of that and to address this. So I leave that with you. The whole list of recommendations is outside, but those of you who do this kind of paper downloading, please feel free, download it here. You can find it also on our website, and I really look forward to our discussion. I hand over to you, is that right? Thank you very much. Thank you.
If I can hold on to you for a second, Stefan. Yesterday we were actually in Remscheid talking about the hard-to-abate sectors and innovating for change, and the biggest thing that came out of that entire day was the sheer frustration of innovators. So the question they sent me to you with was a simple one. How likely is it that your recommendations will resonate and be heard by the G7 and actually be actioned on? Or are you simply hopeful, or are you very hopeful?
Well, I think, you know, doing this for a couple of years now, I'm actually quite hopeful, if that is a category that matters. But more so, I think the price for politicians to not act is drastically increasing at the moment, because they have to somehow exhibit leadership. And people understand that just going back to normal, there is no normal where we can actually go back to. So politicians feel that and know that they have to act, and they have to have responses to this crisis that you quite rightly so listed this morning. So I think the price of non-action is increasing, and that gives me hope that politicians and the political leadership will take these questions into account. I hope also that the distractions that Frank alluded to and Klaus alluded to, in terms of having to deal with a war where we think claiming power, shooting each other is still a means of claiming power, which somehow seems to be, to me, like, this is really belonging to a different age. But anyway, we have to deal with that, and that, of course, also takes government into really into their leadership role. But making the connections, making ourselves more independent from energy resources, for example, I think people have understand, and governments have understand that. Last point, I understand your innovators, because what innovators and investors need is not money, but clarity. Where are we going? When I talk to investors, it's not, oh, we don't like renewable energy, we love coal more or so. It's more the fact that they don't know whether they will actually, what their risk is that they calculate in. So the more clarity we get, the more leadership we get from governments, this is the direction, this is where we're heading towards to. I think the more happier are the innovators and the investors.
Well, let's hope the G7 does that for us, Stefan. Thank
Okay,
you very
thank
much.
you very much. Thank you.
Go back to your seat. I think we'll all be frustrated for a little bit of time. But on the upside, for anyone who's watching on a live stream and didn't understand Stefan's joke, we had a little bit of a flood before we started this session. So, well, I would say it was a flood, but it sounds better when you say it's a flood. But can I just tell you all, you don't have to walk through the back room and the green room. You can actually take the main hallway in about the time that we finish for lunch, because it sounds like it's over. The crisis has been averted. So let's move on to our keynote. We, as Klaus pointed out, do not have Chancellor Scholz with us today, as we hoped, but we do have his Sherpa, his G7 and G20 Sherpa of Chancellor Olaf Scholz, Dr. Jörg Kukis, who is joining us on video.
Dear members of the Foundation's 20, dear participants, it's an honor for me to speak with you or speak to you, because I can't be present live. It reminds me that Chancellor Olaf Scholz said that he has fond recollections of the meeting that he had in the context of the Hamburg G20 summit with the F20, so greetings from the Chancellor as well. We are, of course, in the middle of the G7 presidency, heading towards the summit in Elmau, which is the reason why we have to do this in recorded format and not live. Progress towards an equitable world is the motto that we chose for the G7 summit, and that is, of course, a high ambition which will be hopefully fulfilled at the Elmau summit starting 3 days from now. The G7 has rarely stood as united as it stands today. Russia's brutal war of aggression against Ukraine has led the G7 as the world's largest industrialized democracies to coordinate more closely than ever before what unites us across borders, the shared values that we have, democracy, freedom, peace, and human rights, is of course a driving force in our effort for support to the Ukraine in its defense against the brutality of Russian aggression. And of course, progress towards an equitable world is, in this context, only a goal that can be reached if we cooperate and collaborate. That's why for us it was very important that the partner countries that we invited, Indonesia and India, Senegal and South Africa, as well as Argentina, as well as the many international organizations that will be present in Elmau, equally all of the discussions that we're having in the G20 follow this, this theme. But of course, it applies also to the civil societies that all of you represent. The exchange that we value so highly is enormously important to us because you provide expertise, insight, and knowledge that is very important for all of the conclusions that we draw. And therefore, ever since the G20 summit in Hamburg from 2017 that I mentioned, Foundations 20 has been a strong voice of the philanthropic community in this multilateral process. With all of your proposals and initiative, you've helped to ensure that we don't lose sight of the biggest existential threat of our time. Human-induced climate change, of course, is a key element there. The just energy transition is a key element. The fact that these strong partnerships in energy and climate is something that that you've mentioned and focused on very strongly. And I'm happy to report that the Just Energy Transition Partnership that we're doing with South Africa is off to a good start. And we have the clear goal and objective towards more partnerships that combine the word just in terms of social balance with the words energy transition, with the push towards renewable sources of energy. Of course, a transition that is difficult, but that we are tackling together and in partnership with the countries with which we are trying to conclude just energy transition partnerships. Of course, the concept of Climate Club encompasses this concept of openness and cooperation, together with the idea of coming together globally to combat carbon emissions in a level playing field kind of way, recognizing different approaches that many countries have in order to achieve climate neutrality, recognizing different approaches both within the G7 and beyond. And that's a clear objective that we want to work together with partners from the Global South. And of course, in this context, your independent expertise, advice, and constructive criticism is something that we value very, very highly. Of course, the climate agenda can be advanced with your help. We want to deliver on our commitment to limit global warming to 1.5 degrees and achieve net zero emissions or carbon neutrality globally by mid-century. So that is, of course, something where, in addition to what we're achieving within the Climate Club in terms of carbon pricing, in terms of just energy transition partnerships as a goal, we also want to make sure that we all intensify our efforts to fully implement our national climate commitments underpinned by clear sectoral goals in Elmau. And of course, that is something where the G7 wants to lead by example and show its ambition level to incentivize and motivate the other G20 countries to also work together with us. And as I said, with the example of the partnerships, we want to do so in cooperation and collaboration. That's exactly the goal of what we have planned within the Climate Club, also with the concept of new green lead markets. That is something that we have in mind when we talk about technology collaboration for an important pillar of the Climate Club, which is the working together on industrial decarbonization among the members of the Climate Club. And of course, these pillars will contribute, hopefully, between carbon pricing convergence, between industrial decarbonization convergence, and energy partnerships to lead to a level playing field to prevent carbon leakage. So in that sense, that's a big concept that we're looking to move ahead in terms of deliverables at the Elmau Summit. And again, I can only stress how important the aspect of openness and cooperation is for this goal. I could talk equally long about health as on energy and the contribution that the F20 have made in this concept, because of course it's also an enormously important concept. Just like we want to work together on the collective 100 billion climate finance mobilization goal, we also want to work together on all of the goals that we have in the space of health with respect to raising pledges and making sure that what we are saying about common objectives in the climate and health space is also underpinned by financial contributions and financial commitments, because of course both of these areas can only be mastered if we do a very substantial resource contribution to fighting those aims. And I completely see and recognize the input that all of you are giving to achieve these goals. So with that, many thanks. The goals of a vigorous and resilient democratic society with a strong civil society are interlinked and absolutely essential for each other. If anything, what we are seeing as a result of suppression of civil rights and democracy in Russia in the context of its war against Ukraine only strengthens our resolve in this topic. So many thanks for paying attention and listening to me. I wish you all the best for your event, and many thanks. And I hope to see you soon and in person the next time around. Thank you.
Competing summits indeed. So we were supposed to hear from the president of Indonesia as well. Unfortunately, technical issues happened and that wasn't possible, but we have something better. We have Ilham Habibi joining us, who is chairman of the board of trustees of the Habibi Center in Indonesia, who can run us through what the president would have talked about and potentially what you hope he's going to say for the G20 and the G7 partnership with Germany. If I can get you on stage, that would be fantastic.
Yeah. Yes, good morning, guten Morgen, grüß Gott, ladies and gentlemen. It's a pleasure and an honor to be here on stage in front of so many personalities here. And as the moderator already said, I try to give you some insight about what I think the Indonesian president would have said if he would have given a speech today. In fact, we tried very hard, but because of the effort for him to come here with all his team, because I believe in about 3 days or so, they are landing here in Indonesia with 2 ministers, in Germany, I'm in Germany. And then they go to Elmau, and I think it caused a lot of troubles for him to get basically a video to us in time in order for us to see what he has basically in mind regarding this particular topic. The renewable energy and then things related to climate partnerships, etc. Well, Klaus Mücker already said it actually, what the Indonesian government in general thinks about G20. Well, the slogan is recover together, recover stronger. So that underlines basically partnership is very, very important in the context of G20 and also global with all countries around the world, of course. And the 3 topics that are important for us, I mean, we covered, and we're still in process from COVID, so the reformation of the global health system is enormously important because we have seen many problems for many countries to get their act together because they couldn't get the vaccine in time, and once they had it, they couldn't manage it, etc., etc. There were a lot of problems, so there needs to be more partnerships also in the context of a global health system. Then the other two are sort of related. I mean, digital economy or digitalization of our world is ongoing, and it is something we are actually in the middle of it. We cannot avoid it anymore. It's part of our daily life. And at the same time, in order to basically sustain that very life, we need to be going into renewable energy for the reason, and otherwise we cannot keep the climate as we need it to be on our planet. So these three, so the global health system, the digital economy, and the energy transition into renewable energy is something the President for sure would have emphasized here, because it is the official program of Indonesia being the host of G20. And we hope to see that summit actually in Bali in mid-November. But what I'd like to share with you is maybe what, because right now I have the pleasure and honor to be the co-chair of F20 together with Klaus, since Indonesia is the chair of G20. So I think that's the mechanism for the F20. The country that is the host of G20 becomes automatically the co-chair of the F20. So in that regard, we work now since more than a year, 1.5 years already, mostly online actually, which worked out marvelously well. And now since 1 month or more, we have the pleasure to meet one another actually in face-to-face. And we did already many things together. Klaus and me and the whole F20 team went to Berlin together with the Indonesian government delegation, the Minister Luhut Panjaitan, who is the coordinating minister for marine affairs and investment, but he's actually much more than that. He basically is sometimes named as the unofficial prime minister of Indonesia, because he's like the fixer for the president, and he had lots of meetings where we all participated in, and I have to say that these meetings were very, had good spirit. There was a great openness and trust, what you mentioned, Frank. I think between those two countries, Indonesia and Germany, there's a good chemistry. Good chemistry at work, and I'm very hopeful that that is not something just for this year, but for many, many years to come until we all achieve our target in 2050 that we are all net zero. There's a lot of challenges for countries like Indonesia. I'm not going to say much about that because otherwise there's steal the thunder for the panelists, right? So I'm talking more about that later. But I think in that regard, I'd like to say thank you for inviting us here, and also to everybody who's online. I think you mentioned that, Klaus, also, it's not just the people here in the room, but because of the digital world that we are in today, we can actually have a much bigger scope than just the physical scope, but we have also the so-called virtual scope or cyber scope. I think that's it from me today, this morning. Thank you very much for your kind attention, and I'll talk to you later. Thank you.
Because we're going to have you back here anyway.
Okay.
And very quickly, we'll get this podium removed. And while they're doing that, I'm going to invite up this wonderful panel that you've already set the stage up for.
Okay.
So if you want to take a seat.
Yes.
And I will clear this table and chair up.
Okay.
Let's talk about the F20 and the G7 and the G20. Have a seat, Ilham. Thank you very much.
Sure.
It saves me from introducing you all over again. We're going to talk about how to keep the focus on renewables. So let's call up our panelists. I just saw Stefan run at the back to try and get mic'd up, so we'll leave him for last and give him a little breathing room. Can I invite Harold Lesch, Professor of the Institute of Astronomy and Astrophysics at the University of Munich, up on stage. Where are you? There you are. Oh, there you are, right up here. Ilham's already here. Neera Nandi is the co-founder and partner of the Byerischer Foundation. I see her walking past. We should have a red carpet for you, if I can get you to join Ilham. And Maria Mendelucci, CEO of We Mean Business Coalition, is joining us virtually. So when we can pull her up, we will. Technology hopefully is on our side after 2 years of doing this. It will work. Keep our fingers crossed, unless that waterfall has killed all our connections, and then we don't have Maria. So if Stefan has mic'd up, if we can get him back up here. You may do the uncarpeted red carpet walk of... Oh, there, he's going to go from the side. He does not want attention at this point. Right, so as he's walking his way up, I would love for you all to think about how you want to participate. I have a tendency of opening these conversations up from the very get-go. You're all experts in your own field. So once we have our opening questions done from the panel, I will come to you for your questions, your comments. My request to you is a simple one. Please introduce yourself, your name, your organization, so we understand the perspective that you're bringing to this conversation, and keeping your comment or your question exceedingly short. And tell us who you're addressing it to, because otherwise I have to play a massive guessing game. Also, since Stefan's joined us, let me introduce him. Stefan Meyer is the chair of the European Climate Foundation. All of you have multiple jobs and multiple experiences, so I will not give massive bios here. You can look them up, or you already know them.
Okay, perfect.
Let's start off with something quite simple. I would love to understand from you where you are at. So if you all have Slido, the app, if you don't, we can pull up the QR code for you. If you scan that, try and answer this question for us so we understand what you're thinking. The question is, where do you think energy will come from in 2050? Coal, gas, wind, sun, nuclear, water? Those are your options. Let me know what you think, and as you are doing that, I'm going to take a seat and welcome Maria, because the waterfall that we had and the leak that we had did not kill your connection, so we're very glad to have you.
Very glad to be with you.
Fantastic. So we'll give the Slido a little bit of a chance to work its magic, so we know what you're thinking. What someone's left out is a whole bunch of other fossil fuels, so you have relatively fewer options to choose from. So if we have that... Sorry? All right. You know what? Let's just move on. And I'm going to give you a prize, Christian. Thank you very much. And he didn't see hydrogen on there, so he will be raising a massive flag for that one. So thank you for pointing it out. Hopefully the Bmw Foundation can get this sorted, and we'll come to that question at the end. And if you can introduce other fuels in there, that will be great. Okay, let's start off with the questions. Harold, let's kick it off with you. Science. What is it saying now that it didn't say in November of last year? What's the movement looking like?
The last 40 years we said always the same. So
paint a picture for us as to how bad this is.
So what should I say? I mean, as a scientist, I can be very proud because our predictions were obviously very, very correct. Over 40 years now, we are saying always the same. When we increase the greenhouse gas concentrations, there will be a global warming, and this global warming will be a global warming. It's not just a warming, it's a global warming. And so nature will react to the global warming, and there is only one solution: go into renewable energies as fast as possible, as efficient as possible, and do nothing else. So that is, so to say, the simple answer. And as a human, I can only say, I think that you were asking for the frustration of the innovators. There is also a frustration of science, because we are repeating and repeating and repeating. It's like a hammer on a nail, but obviously the concrete of the political and economical development is so tough that we are not able really to come through it and to come so through it that we reach a critical level. When I see all the goals and see all the aims which are defined and which will be or are written down, numbers in percentage, etc., it is so frustrating to see that, of course, we can think a lot about goals and aims, etc., but this is a kind of virtuality. It seems to me that we are so madly in love with digitalization that we think that what we think is already real, but this is not true. The real world is something completely different from what we think. So there is a German philosopher, his name was Immanuel Kant. He was already telling us that there is a big difference between real 10 pence and think 10 pence. There's a big difference between what is virtual and what is real. And in real life, the renewable energies are a part of a big industrial transformation, a big one, a real big one. And when you, for example, count only for this tiny part of Germany, Bavaria is actually talking about 800 windmills, let's say until 2030. That would mean that in every week we have to construct 2 windmills and put them onto the energetic system. 2 windmills per week. You should know that when you write an application for a windmill, it takes 17 months before you are allowed to start. So this is already, I think, at least a sign that what we have from science is absolutely clear. There is a climate change, it's real, it's anthropogenic, it's dangerous, etc., but we can still do something. And what we can do, I would say the biggest part of the solution is to build out and to build the renewable energies. But obviously there is a reality which is not acting in the same way as our proposals are. So finally I can just lay back and look for all the questions, answers and proposals. As long as we don't do it, it is still digital and it's still virtual. As long as we don't do it, it doesn't matter what kind of aims and goals are defined at different conferences. And together with to do it, it means we need thousands and hundreds of thousands of people to be competent and able to do it. Because a windmill or a photovoltaic construction is not constructed on a computer. It is not constructed on a 3D printer. You have to do it out there. So, for example, in Germany, we are lacking about 80,000 to 100,000 people in the sector of renewable energies. Even if the politics would have a consensus, we would not have enough people to do it. We have many hundreds of thousands of people who are working in the digital world, but we have not enough people to do it in the real world. And I think this is one of the major scientific points now over the last 10 years, I would say, that it is not a matter of basic fundamental physics or chemistry, etc. That is well known. We know it, how it works. Yeah. Now we have much more to do in social science, yeah, and why our society is developing in a much more virtual way instead of really creating and changing reality.
That's interesting you bring that up, because one of the echoes that I've been hearing over the last couple of years has been how our education system across the world needs to relook itself and look at the entire issue of not just climate change but SDGs as a more holistic picture, because that would then address some of the frustrations of the innovators, the investors, the philanthropists, the scientists. So that brings me to you, Stefan. What is Stephen? Why did I say Stefan? I don't know. I've been doing this all morning.
This is Stefan.
I'm Stefan.
There you go. I make mistakes too.
The good-looking one.
The good-looking one. Ooh.
Absolutely.
Oh, I don't know what's going on there, but we will move back to philanthropy. So, Stephen, let me ask you this. What is the role of philanthropy in bringing all of these elements together to address the frustrations? Because the scientists can't do it on their own, educators can't do it on their own, the investors can't do it on their own. What is the role? Are you the platform that brings everyone together and forces them to have a conversation outside of their silos?
I think, yes, we are. We, as the European Climate Foundation, are totally privately funded. So we don't take any taxpayers' money. So in that sense, we stay totally independent. And we now work with about 500 partners. We're going to have our big retreat next week in Belgium. First time since 3 years that we get everybody together. And this is a fantastic learning opportunity to learn from each other what we're all doing. And sorry? Oh, I'm sorry.
Can I request the audio folks at the back to fix that audio issue?
Can you hear me now? Yes. 1, 2, test.
Yeah.
Test.
Test.
So as I said before, so European Climate Foundation, we are totally privately funded, so don't take any taxpayers' money. So in that sense, we stay independent. And we collaborate, as I said, with 500 partners around Europe. But we also have very strong connections globally with World Resources Institute, with Climate Works, and many others. So it's like a big collaboration. We also work closely with governments, with the EU, and that is for us very important. So Franz Timmermans is being advised by us, in regards of his Green New Deal policies, etc. And yeah, we have a whole range of projects which we are running. Obviously, once we discussed this decarbonization of the finance sector, which is a big issue for us, and we work closely with Mark Carney and with many other, let's say, central bankers in that space. We actually, one of our strong partners is Share Action, and with them we worked together to stop Barclays Bank to fund fossil fuel companies. And they agreed that in their last AGM, that by 2023 they will stop funding fossil fuel companies. And they were the biggest funder in fossil fuel companies in Europe. And the same is happening with HSBC, the same is happening with Deutsche Bank. So we're very active and very engaged with that, but on a very constructive way. So it's not that we're going to pressurize them, we just make them understand what the issues are. Obviously, the Ukraine situation has put a spanner in a lot of these works. And we see, and we are very frustrated that the agenda of the climate crisis has very much dropped off the priority list of many governments. Because they now see, let's say what we heard, obviously, that Germany is now reconsidering opening coal-fired power plants, etc. We were actually very pleased last November when, obviously, we helped the new administration to actually come to the decision in Germany to stop coal by 2030, because under the Merkel administration it was still 2038. And with Client Earth and others, we worked very hard to, let's say, convince the new administration to change their plan, their tack. We then also obviously work with the trade unions in regards of just transition. And I think there's an important issue, but what you just brought up in regards of there are not enough people to work in renewable energy. In Hull, which is a northeastern city in the UK, which was very much in the center of coal production, etc. And they are now a thriving industry in renewable. They were able to retrain thousands of people to become engineers and workers in that renewable industry. New energy industry. And I think that is a very good example how one can do that. So we call that just transition, to how can you retrain people. And then we do it also in collaboration with the trade unions to really be very transparent and very open and to make that work. So philanthropy, I think, has an important role to play. That's obviously as private individuals, private foundations, like what Klaus and his organization also represents, that you can actually have a very, very strong voice in that debate, and that you really convince players in civil society, etc., to follow your lead.
Well, that brings me to Ilham. I think Stephen brings up a really valid point about just transition, reskilling workers, and how philanthropy literally can play a role in how to make all of these happen and have that conversation on a less pressurizing way, but more along the way of convincing people. How does it work when it comes to Indonesia? What does the global picture look like? You kind of painted a picture for us for what the G20 role will be, but what's the reality on the ground in Indonesia and in the region?
Yeah, thank you very much. Well, first of all, let me just, again, briefly introduce me, because I think I haven't said anything about my background. I'm from the Habibi Center. The center is actually a foundation focused on democracy, because now we're talking about the digital transformation or the energy transition. But in 1998, 1999, when the Habibi Center was founded, Indonesia went to another transition, which is the democratic transition. So we went from a semi-autocratic or semi-democratic, however you see it, to a full open democracy. So since in 1999, that was not really finished. So, it was felt that it needed to be a foundation that would accompany the ongoing process of democratization in Indonesia. So we look into aspects like democracy and human rights, democracy and economy and ecology, and of course also democracy, science, technology, and innovation. And what we do is policy studies, advocacy, and also basically events like this. So in that regard, my response to your questions is actually that the topic that we are discussing today for a country like Indonesia, that is, as of today, the largest exporter of coal in the world, is not an easy topic. right? You can imagine the just energy transition is a reality in Indonesia because there's going to be thousands and thousands and thousands of people losing their jobs, whole regions, they become poorer. We have to think about what to do with the people, what to do with the industries there, with the local economies. And for that, we need partnership. I think yesterday when we had our dinner, Klaus told me, Ilham, you have to emphasize partnership, partnership, partnership. Yes, I'm doing this right now. So basically, partnership is needed for, well, how to basically learn from other countries that have gone through the similar transition. It's not the same, but there are lessons learned, some take-homes that we can basically get from other countries, and we are an open society, and we are more than happy to embark upon the journey of collaboration with many countries around the world, particularly in the context of G7, G20, of course. But there's all the other forms of partnership. I mean, we talked about the financial part. I mean, you mentioned that, Stephen. Indonesia has come up with another concept right now in the context of this agenda, and that is actually what we call the Global Blended Finance Alliance. I did not mention it in my previous talk. So what it means is actually how do we actually overcome this whole problem financially, because it's a major thing. It costs a lot of money. You have to imagine, until recently, Indonesia was still producing a lot of electricity using mostly coal. And now we are being made aware, we know that we can't continue the same course, so there's a lot of coal-fired power stations that need to be shut down, decommissioned. Then there's going to be penalties. There's going to be work to be done to basically, come up with other solutions which are renewable. Most of those renewable solutions are not continuously delivering electricity, so they're intermittent. That creates a lot of challenges for the grid. People really don't know how to do this, etc., etc. So I think later we will have a good talk from the president and director of the Indonesian state-owned electricity company, which is a monopolist. They deliver all the electricity in Indonesia to the general public. So he will have a strong opinion about this, I think, yeah? And being a former client activist at the same time. So basically, the challenge, you mentioned, or somebody mentioned also that coal, gas, and oil are right now the mainstay of many economies, including Indonesia. If you look at Indonesia's energy mix today, it's about 88%, exactly that. So only 12% or less is renewable. And we talked about wind. In the tropics, we don't have enough wind. So the future, I've seen plans of Indonesia's future energy mix, say 2050 and beyond, the vast majority of renewable energy will have to come from solar energy, which needs a lot of land. And land that sometimes we have, sometimes we don't have. And also the problem is we don't have it there where the people are. And so there's a lot of challenges to talk about decentralized grids, energy transmission with a minimum amount of losses, et cetera, et cetera. So it's the technological, I think Frank mentioned that in his talk, innovation is absolutely necessary to overcome those very challenges. So Indonesia is going to be basically facing all of that right now and in the future. And some words about what you mentioned about the role of the,
Philanthropic.
Philanthropical, yes. I believe that philanthropic could be playing a very big part in this so-called Global Blended Finance Alliance, because you're talking about public money from the government or and then from financial institutions. Why not also collaborate with philanthropists? I think that is something very, very necessary and would open up maybe some more thinking into the whole process, because it's not only about the money, but it's also about the thinking. If you think about the time horizon that those institutions go through, I mean, politicians is short to medium, business is short to medium, NGOs is maybe medium to long, think tanks is very long, and philanthropists, I think, have also a longer time horizon. So bring all of that together to the same table. I think we can come up with some pretty good innovations that really make things work out in the end.
Well, diversity of thought, Nira, is quite important when it comes to trying to achieve these goals in terms of the distractions we're dealing with. G20 presidency moves to India next year. What do you see as the achievable goals and the challenges as India takes on its role on the world stage?
So thank you, first of all, for inviting me, and it feels like my home Mumbai here with the heat and the humidity, so I'm feeling very welcome.
This is not normal.
I thought you did it for me. I'm very excited to be here. I think I represent perhaps a group of us that are often in the sidelines, so Thank you, Klaus, for providing us the access, but also the visibility. So when I started Dasra, it was 22 years ago. It's a Sanskrit word that means enlightened giving, and basically I came from investment banking at Morgan Stanley for a few years, then did my MBA at Harvard, and thought, is there a role for us to play as bridge builders between where there might be money and where the change really actually needs to happen? And so I wanted to enter into this discussion, if I may, for you to all close your eyes for a minute, and I wanted to read you Gandhi's Talisman, which probably many of you know, but I think we sometimes forget when we're having these kinds of conversations. And so just close your eyes while I read this. I'll give you a talisman. Whenever you're in doubt or when the self becomes too much with you, apply the following test. Recall the face of the poorest and the weakest person who you may have seen, and ask yourself if the steps you contemplate is going to be of any use to them. Will they gain anything by it? Will it restore them to a control over their own life and destiny? In other words, will it lead to Swaraj or freedom for the hungry and spiritually starving millions? Then you will find your doubts and yourself melt away. And the reason that I think that's important is, you can open your eyes now, is I think sometimes in this climate conversation we forget about what we really need on the ground to make it happen. And I thought I would, if I may, just leave people with 3 points to think about in the discussion around climate that we often forget. And I think we can engage with India far more powerfully if we look at the intersectionality. When we place climate at the forefront, so Dasra works a lot with families, philanthropists, and corporates really trying to direct the money. And to be honest, climate is not a priority. They don't see the links to other issues. And so if we can emphasize the intersectionality, how it is in fact multi-sectoral, have the research and the science side finding those links, we really see that that will unlock a level of engagement, especially around the conversations and actions around adaptation. So just seeing that climate justice, because I know the justice transition is an important part of the discussion today, is linked to social justice, it's linked to racial justice, which is conversations in other places, but in India more than ever it is caste and minority religions as well that we need to look at. So that was one thing, intersectionality of climate for us to think about. I think the second thing is really to look at the unit of change and where climate action can happen as cities. And I know we mentioned a little bit about cities and municipalities and the roles that they can play, but this is the place you will see convergence, right? This is the place where disasters have hit, where the pandemic has hit, and it is the vulnerable communities of these cities that need to come into the conversation, come into the budgeting process, and that's where you actually see the role for NGOs and for philanthropy to play, but you're seeing the political side actually want to engage in this place of convergence. In fact, go more local and start to think about governance and how you invest in local governance. So financing, yes, maybe at a very high level, but our recent conversations, for example, with ADB, where we were looking at urban sanitation in cities, they were saying, okay, we get this inclusive thing, but we don't actually know how to do it. So how do we have more tools for tenders, for checklists in ways that we're ensuring that inclusive is part of either big bet kind of financing or all the way down to local governance. So we're also looking at a women's city councilor program because we see women as real sort of agents of change there, and I can talk a bit more about that. I think the final thing I wanted to leave us with is really thinking of the inclusion of the most vulnerable. And you spoke a bit about jobs, being a challenge here on the European side. We have manpower. The issue is, or person power. The issue is young people don't see this as an aspiration. So I think really investing in modifying aspirations that all of us of privilege establish. So having a cement home is an aspiration. In fact, when you look at Bmw Foundation and self-help groups, that is where people see progress. So redefining some of these aspirations that a green job is a great job to have. I think you'll see India's demographic dividend actually be able to, bring about change, whether in renewable energy or sort of overall, climate action. I'll just end on, the innovative financing piece. I think we talk about the crisis right now and we speak about perhaps the priority around climate changing, but the argument and the emphasis needs to be made that it's not a choice, that you can do both, and that you can have enough happen down the climate action path along with happening down the path of really addressing this crisis. So I think showing leadership and where there are places of decision making and influence, that there can be people and institutions that pursue both, I think is important to show the how of that. On the innovation side, the challenge is both innovation and sort of implementation, and I think that's where you need a stronger ecosystem to be able to support that innovation. It's not actually just about ideas, but it's also where are the ideas, coming from, which sort of goes back to let's go down deeper into the communities to really have change, and not all of that actually costs money.
No, I think you bring up a very valid point, very valid indeed, that innovation's happening in so many pockets, but we tend to focus a little bit too much on the pockets that we already know. Maria, I wanted to bring you in on the point that Neera has made about just transitions, where the innovation happens, and how we need to get more responsible leadership involved. How do we get businesses and the businesses that really do want to change and the businesses who are interested in changing, how do we convince them to make those green jobs interesting, convince their leadership it's worth doing? Hard to abate sectors, it's kind of hard to go back to your shareholders and convince them that, you know what, let's invest money in this even if it's tough times at this point. How do you accelerate this just transition with the help of businesses who want to be partners, just need a little bit of guidance?
Well, thanks for the question. I'm here in an eco, so I will be a bit... Well, first, thank you for allowing me to be with you virtually. I would love to be there. I would love to be with Frank and Klaus. Many thanks for organizing this event. I do have people from our extended network in the room, from Steve-Tun, which is a dear partner of us with whom we have been working on G7, and I believe Till Kohler is in the room, and he can talk more in person about the work that we're doing together. So, Women Business Coalition was created back in 2014 because we wanted to bring a progressive business voice to advance on climate action. And what we create, with funding from philanthropists, notably IKEA since the start and others that came later, is that we align organizations that work with businesses so that we are asking the same things to policymakers. We also accelerate some of the work that they're doing, and then we amplify through strategic communications. In total, through the initiatives that we support, there are 7,500 companies that have committed to set science-based targets, either big companies through the Science-Based Targets Initiative, which we founded, or through the SME Climate Hub for smaller companies. Together with these companies, we bring them around key policy moments. And this is what we have done with Sabine, with Till, with the Stiftung, on creating a very concrete policy ask for the G7. Those are captured in an op-ed that was featured yesterday in Tagesspiegel. I hope you have read it, and if not, please do so. But here is the key issue. So we absolutely need to accelerate the energy transition because this is good for people, okay? And it's good for people because it reduces the energy bills and it creates a lot of jobs. Actually, in India, I think our modeling shows 15 million jobs will be created in renewable energy by 2030. What we have done, as I say, very clear policy asks, but let me just tell you the ones that I find are fundamental because they are currently being debated and we're afraid they might be brought down to a level of ambition that is not acceptable in the times that we're living. So we need to fully decarbonize the power system by 2035 and needs to be captured in the G7 manifesto. That means phasing out coal by 2030, and I'm aware that the situation is very difficult. But it's very difficult today, not in 2030. We have plenty of time to reverse this. Coal is not the solution to the current crisis. It is renewables, and that's why we want 70% of the renewable energy to be from of the power to be renewable by 2030. Of course, 100% zero emissions vehicles by 2035. Energy efficiency, go full steam. So what we have done with these policy asks, we have modeled them with Cambridge Economics, and the results are astonishing. So if we do what I mentioned before, the bills of a family of 4 will be reduced by $2,000 per year in 2030. 2000. That's 25% of their energy budget. This, in addition, will bring close to, well, lots of jobs, as I mentioned before. So when we think about the just transition, it is about making energy affordable to all and available to all, and that's what renewable energy brings. It means also reskilling the workforce so that they can tap into these jobs. I do think that these kind of jobs are decent, are well paid, are the jobs of the future. And myself, like many others probably in the room that have kids, we know that definitely in that area there's going to be lots of jobs for them. So jobs that also bring purpose to the people that have them. Thanks a lot.
Well, we just have to make those jobs sound and feel and look interesting and fun and appealing to the young at this point, which is going to require a drastic change in the way we approach a number of these things. I want to come to all of you, but before that, you brought up a really great point. I want to follow up with both Harold and Stephen. Simple question. We looked at, in COP26, we kind of gave countries like Indonesia and India a hard time for what they were promising, 2070 targets, not enough. But here in Europe, we were feeling a little bit grandiose about, oh, we have 2030 targets, we're doing X, Y, Z. But in the last 2 weeks alone within Germany, we've seen some of the biggest companies in Germany turn around and say, actually, give us a little bit more money, we're going to invest in oil, because otherwise the lights go out and we will end up losing jobs. So at some point, do you feel that when we look at the global picture on a scientific basis, scientists are sitting there going, we're telling you to look at it holistically, look at the whole planet. How do we justify this move to renewables when you have the biggest companies like BASF saying, we're going to have to turn to oil or the lights go out and we lose jobs, and the just transition story in the West goes poof.
It's always a big difference whether you have a case of emergency or if you are healthy and in good shape. Actually, obviously, economy feels that it's a case of emergency, so they go to whatever can help now, and they don't look at larger timescales. So, but on the long run, the global warming is the real big threat to mankind everywhere. And but as you see, the aims and goals of economy are much shorter concerning future than, for example, the question in what kind of timescale will we really do a full transition. It is for me always a problem. In some place I even start to laugh when I hear we will be free of coal in 2030. What kind of drug do you take? Well, come on, we will not even be off coal in 2040. Because there will be always a crisis, there will be always an argument to introduce again the fossil resources. So, and whatever we do, whatever kind of influence we are talking about, we have always to think about the time as a limiting factor. Namely, that the climate scenarios tell us absolutely that what will happen until the end of the century. A country like Indonesia, for example, will face a climate that more than 200 days in the year, there will be above deadly threshold. So they will be so hot, so humid, that it is almost impossible for people to survive there. So, and this is a climate scenario which was published in 2017 by Mora et al. In Nature Climate Change, but it didn't really have this kind of impact, which is absolutely necessary to understand that whatever we do, industrial transformation, what kind of financial investigations or investments we do, we have no time. The nature will react in a completely, I wouldn't say uncalculable way, but it will be very intense. And of course, we have no discussion. We have no discussion partner. Nature will not talk with us. It's simply a court of the laws of nature. So, and that's it. So it will react like it has to react when it is so hot, as it is actually. And so I don't understand why there is always this kind of guesses that no, okay, we will turn now to oil. We will have a few years longer. We will have oil. A few years longer, we will have coal and gas, etc., etc. this is always a disaster because it will increase the amount of carbon dioxide in the atmosphere, and this means it will be hotter and hotter and hotter.
So do quick fixes even make us vulnerable in terms of the debate or the position then people in the West have to take when they are talking to the East or the South and justifying their actions? Do these kind of issues then end up stopping and stalling innovation at the end of the day? It's going to get hotter.
I think we just all came through this COVID pandemic. And I remember in 2020, you were sitting in your garden, you were able to listen to the birds. You didn't see any planes in the sky. I think that was nearly heaven, okay, as long as you didn't get COVID, but okay, it was just amazing. And what I find so frustrating, that we're forgetting this. Because we were all saying that we have to learn the lessons. What does it mean that we can't travel? That we just have to be where we are, and then get a different way of appreciating nature and the environment and the clean air. The air was really much cleaner. And I've been traveling this year quite a bit, and unfortunately, it's all back to normal. Airports are full, security is horrible, it's just a disaster. And we don't learn. And I think people were saying during the COVID pandemic, we have to go to a new normal. But I have the feeling we are back in the old normal. Okay, the health sector obviously was under massive strain. And obviously the governments have invested massive amounts of money to combat this. And I think in that sense, we've done well.
So you think even when it comes to renewables, the argument's gone back to we need to keep the lights on, give us money for oil.
No, I think that is
gas.
much more a scenario which is probably potentially the right scenario for the next 5 years, unfortunately. But obviously, as soon as we get a solution in that horrible war in Ukraine, the behavior of Russia, if we find solutions, and I think there are solutions out there, then I think we can come to a new normal, because obviously Ursula von der Leyen has said very clearly we have to really invest into renewable energy. And Laurence Toubiana, my CEO, she actually had a private meeting with her just about that issue during the WEF. And obviously we are now trying to figure out what can we do as ECF to help that, to speed that up, that process. But I think it's a mid-term problem that we have, and as you said rightly, it's an emergency. And that people say that we have to keep the lights on, only to be also able to support the health sector. You know, if the lights go out in the health sector and in hospitals, etc., that doesn't work. So I think it's a midterm thing, but I hope, and we are working very intensely with our partners to make sure that the attitude, the mental attitude towards this doesn't change and goes forward rather than goes backwards.
It'll be interesting to get the take of countries who have to deal with the problem right away, and you are going to have the leadership in India, and you have the leadership right now this year. So let's open it up. Questions, comments on where we're going. I know there are experts in the room, so there you go, one at the back.
I'm Daphne Gondalaker. I'm an assistant professor in environmental engineering at the Technical University of Munich and one of the responsible members of the network. Basically, I think I'd like to comment on this and say that, of course, renewable energies is the way forwards that we need to take, but it's going to take too long. I think that's clear. And what I'm really missing in this dialogue is the idea of what would happen if we cut down on the amount of energy that we're using. So one of the key IPCC recommendations for the first time that they put out was, let's cut our consumption and see where we can go with it. And I didn't hear that today in this room. So I would like to put that to you as a short-term solution of something that we can actually do. What would happen if each of us just thought about, let's reduce our consumption by, let's say, half? That's really easy for everyone to understand. Each person, each company, each government each organization. And since we're talking about lights, I mean, look at this room. We're talking about lights. The light is on. All these monitors are on. Do we really need them? I'm sure that a company like BASF could still do a lot of production without some of the lights being on. So I would just like to put that out there as a thought, maybe, since you asked me to put
I'll caveat
this
this
to one
for
person.
you, since I'm a TV person. The lights, unfortunately, have to be on in this room because of the live stream, otherwise no one will see us. But I get your point, and that's a question for you, Maria. It's interesting because the news story about BASF saying that we can deal with it, we can reduce our consumption by 50%, but it's going to have a rollout on jobs. It's almost like those jobs are held like Damocles' sword over someone's head, saying, politicians, you're going to have unemployment if we start cutting down the use of, cutting down our use of energy. We might have to impact production. I mean, all of these conversations, we seem to go round and round in circles. It's a very valid point. What happens if we reduce our intake in the West? We are the bigger consumer at this point. Or is it fair to turn around and tell the Global South, tell the East, tell developing countries, hey, the onus is on you. We've already made our money. We need to now put the onus on you for responsibility as well. If you can balance that conversation out for me, saying, how do we deal with this? How do we cut down consumption of energy in the West? And how do we balance that with the asks that we make of other countries around the world?
Well, thank you. Obviously, these are very difficult questions. And I think we need to stick to some principles, right? I think Germany and many companies, including BASF, have committed with the Paris Agreement. Okay, and to meet the Paris Agreement, the emissions need to be halved by 2030. So I understand that in the short term, very short term, which is in the next 8 months, we have an issue. But all those that have worked with renewables know that is the fastest, you can install renewable energy quite fast. There are some permitting issues, and that's why, for example, in Europe, RePower is trying to address those issues. There are some reskilling issues, but it's not very complicated as technologies. So I think those that say that a transition into renewable energies will take time, that's not correct. I know that to get to the volumes of these companies, yeah, it might take some time. But I do think that the large companies, have all the means to figure out how to transition to energy. And in fact, they have that, and it's a matter of accelerating that transition journey, because we don't want, as business or as citizens, to be caught in the situation that we have now in the future. So our reliance on fossil fuels will lead to other crises in the future. So we might as well solve this crisis for once and be decisive around it. And well, in terms of jobs, anyway, well, I won't comment on that because it's very, very local. It's part of the tactics, right? But I think I'll give you this figure. So by 2030, 38 million jobs will be created with renewable in the transition to renewable energies. So there is lots of opportunities. If any one of you wants to install a heat pump, solar PV in your roofs, you know that there is a scarcity of people that know how to do it. So there is a gap. There is an opportunity for people to transition from one job to the other. It's not that complicated as long as the technologies and the installation is aware. So definitely let's stick to our principles, our commitments, and let's put solutions now, even if we have a bump in the next 6-7 months.
Yeah.
So I think that's an important comment, but that has been part of the climate conversation since anyone can remember, and I think we shouldn't take away from the importance of that. I think what we've learned, however, since we are sitting in a East meets South meets North kind of division of sorts.
I like how I'm sitting in the middle.
You're sitting in the middle of this. I think where this conversation breaks down, at least with India, has been why should we be the ones who take a step back and consume less when you all have gone and consumed so much and now we're paying the price for it. When it starts with that conversation, you start seeing all of us say we're gonna, not me, but others step back. What's changed, I think, in part of this conversation is we must globally all cut back. That is responsible. And businesses have to look at it from that perspective, and individuals have. So that's a given narrative, and investments have to be made that way. What isn't happening that has to happen in a country like India is, can we bring energy access to those who don't have access for them to rise, right, in income? We are one of the largest growing middle-income countries here. People are going to have more and more disposable income. They want and have aspirations. But can we do it with clean energy? I think that's where you need more and more innovation and investment to happen. It's not necessarily the same for all stratas of society, and that's why I bring it back to recognize that sort of intersectionality. I think because there has been so much consumption, perhaps in the global north, fund us, right, to innovate. Bring money that's going to start to help with this innovation, but also start to help us, responsibly consume as well.
Quick follow-up, and then Stephen.
This conversation, I think reducing consumption is one thing that could be done globally, but also learning from the mistakes that were done in the past. So basically, use equipment or in a more efficient way, develop technologies and innovations that are using energy more responsibly. So basically, in countries like India and Indonesia, we have to build our countries to basically give a better living standard for all citizens, but we might want to do it in a different way, having learning right now from the countries that have already gone that way, right? And so I think there is collaboration needed, partnership, to have more insights about what we should avoid, how not to do things, and how to do things in the future, and that includes technology, innovation, and I think very importantly, it was mentioned already, training of people. There's some thousands or millions and millions of people. They need to be trained. They probably have a job in the future economy, as long as they're trained in the right way. And I think these kind of challenges lie ahead of us right now.
Stephen, Harold.
Yeah, I'm just coming back to the COVID situation, because obviously we saw that we reduced consumption, which was forced upon us, because we couldn't go out, we couldn't consume, we did orders online, but lots of business went out of business because of that. And obviously I'm related to a retail company. We've got 1,500 stores around Europe. Our stores were closed, and we had all those inventories. What do you do with that? And so it was a disaster. But so I think from a commercial point of view, obviously that was forced upon us. But obviously it's changed the way that we do business, and it's changed the way that we're actually now operating and planning, etc. Bringing production back into Europe, rather than relying on Southeast Asia, things like that. And but on the other hand, I always say that the climate crisis is a global crisis. It's a regional crisis. It's a very local crisis. And I always say that people are responsible for their own behavior. So what can I do in regards of alleviating my own carbon footprint? I was saying that I've been traveling quite a bit, which is actually not right. But okay, it was okay, fine. But I think we all travel quite a bit again. But I think we really have to assess how necessary is that. And so what is our own personal responsibility in this? And if you go to your supermarket, everything is packed in plastic. So supermarkets are trying to alleviate that. But how do you manage your own plastic situation, your own recycling and all that? So how can we do that? So I think we all have our own personal responsibility to act.
Harold, the conversation, as you mentioned, it's been going on. Neil has talked about it. We've been talking about reducing consumption.
Well, it's, I would like to bring up a few numbers, because I don't know, does anybody in the audience know how much energy he or she is using every day? If you just go into a fitness center and go into this ergometer and you just, let's start to move 100 watt, not 1 hour or 2 hours, but 10 hours. This is 1 kilowatt hour. Everybody in Germany is using 85 kilowatt hours per day, per person. So it's, in Germany we are energetically in an adipositas situation, I would say. Every industrial country is adipositas, has adipositas energetically. So there's a big potential to reduce energy, of course. But this would mean that
our ideology of economic growth is under pressure, definitely. Now, in the last 30 years in Germany, we had no change in end energy use. It is the same. Also, we had economic growth, of course, so we have a decoupling of our energy consumption from the economic growth, but it didn't decrease. We were all expecting that because of efficiency in technology, etc., it should have been decreasing significantly, but it didn't. It was absolutely constant. It's constant over the last 30 years, so since reunification in 1990. So that means that whatever we do, it is first of all really a part of a communication set. We have to communicate completely different about energy. And by the way, India, for example, is only using 20 kilowatt hour per person per day. So India is really not the problem in the world. The problem are the Europeans, the Americans, the Canadians, the Norwegians, the Russians, the Austrians. They are, per person, they are using energy like hell. It's Australians. They have more than 200 kilowatt hours per person and per day. Obviously, all the countries who have in somehow all the resources in their countries, they use energy as long as there is no tomorrow. Yeah? So whenever it comes to energy consumption arguments, first of all, look into the mirror and start at home and start in your country and start where there are really the big wheels. It is not the current at home which you use for your lights, etc. This is nothing. It is about transport, it's about industry and agriculture. And when we would really shift, for example, to electric mobility, we can reduce our energy consumption significantly because we use energy to transfer oil into fuel. This already is has also a big energy consumption. So there is a lot to say about energy consumption. Maybe we should have a discussion about that much more in a much more broader audience than this one, because energy consumption, so reduce the energy consumption is the biggest energy source we have all over the world, but especially in the rich countries. Yeah.
Frank, the next conversation. He's just lined it up for you. A question in front there, right there, and then a question there, and I know Stefan wants to come in as well. Right here.
Thank you. Christian Vodik from Smart Energy Group AG. First of all, thank you for the contribution, also putting out the sense of urgency, as said by Professor Lesch, and then also the measures by the European Commission, Franz Timmermans. We must be aware that already in 5-6 years we have consumed for the 1.5 degree scenarios all the CO2. So somehow at the current pace we are going against the wall. And also the temperature will be reached very soon. With the current Repower EU, we have doubled ambitions for renewables, so it's going kind of double wind, 4 times in Europe, 4 times the PV. So this is all needed to achieve the goals. But there's also immediate action, as you said, to be done. And I wonder, for example, why this is not better coordinated. If you see for PV or wind, the permitting procedures, if we look what is a typical time, there's so much projects already waiting to be permitted. That is one topic. The second, we discovered that gas is not anymore the good solution for Germany, as we talk about Germany. So we have geothermal pathways, which would help on that one. But we open the streets everywhere from time to time. We don't put yet the infrastructure in, which would help a big part of the solution. So we could immediately do something. And last but not least, on the hydrogen side, which we know is for the hard to abate, because first we save energy, second we have to electrify, but third we have the hard to abate. So on the hydrogen projects, we have 300 projects in Europe, but they are all kind of hold because the permitting, the regulations are still not finalized. And so we have a big backlog. So 3 things I would say immediately could change towards the right direction, and somehow we don't feel the sense of urgency to decide fast enough.
Anyone want to take the sense of urgency and not putting in the infrastructure? Or we can accept that as a given at this point, can't we? Yeah. Ilham, are those learnings for Indonesia at this point? You talked about learning from the mistakes of others who are innovating or trying to change faster. Do you believe that Indonesia can move faster when putting in all the new infrastructure for the renewables, or are we going to see the same slow pace there as well?
Well, we have a multiple challenge. Do you hear me? Yeah, now you hear me. We have multiple challenges here. There is already a lot of infrastructure in place in many parts of Indonesia. Indonesia is very unbalanced when it comes to power. There are islands which are producing too much energy, and there are others who have lack of energy. And I think where Indonesia will have to learn from many other countries is how to set up a grid that is not central but decentral. We are an island country with 17,000 islands, so there will be many opportunities to have small grids delivering energy to the citizens of Indonesia and those small islands, which are not facing different challenges than the one on the big islands. Right? So on the big islands, that's maybe a lot of similarity to a country like Germany. You have lots of coal-fired, oil-fired, gas-fired power stations, and we have to get rid of those and to substitute that with renewable. There's a lot of learning there. When there's a lot of innovation happening on other parts of Indonesia that have lack of energy right now. We have basically in some cases none of these fossil burning power plants at work, and we have the opportunity to do something with solar, geothermal, not so much wind in Indonesia because it's tropics, and biomass, etc., etc. So I think there's a lot of opportunities here to basically get, in certain selected parts of Indonesia, to get the right energy mix from the very beginning at work.
I think there's no doubt there should be greater urgency. I just think saying, by the way, it's urgent, urgent, let's all do it, hasn't worked. And I think what we need to think about at the end of the day are incentives. Are there?
The sneeze was,
okay?
no one
Bless
noticed. No one noticed.
But really to bring in incentives, because the human nature behavior thing, you're resting on people's values and ideals maybe, but at the end of the day, if you think about things in India, I mean, kids are going to government schools that are broken, the healthcare system's entirely broken, and so one does ask themselves, if I can't put food on the table, then am I really going to be thinking about my energy consumption at this point, or, and that's where there needs to be incentives at all levels. I think sometimes the incentives go too far down into the communities rather than bring them to the state level, bring incentives into the way that we are financing. I think that will help. We haven't structured incentives very well in this whole sector.
I think there's a question here in the front and then at the back as well. So let's go in order of the person who, I will come back to you. Yeah, that's right there.
Hi, I'm Gunnar Hauptmann from the St. Gallen Symposium. Most or at least many of the issues we've talked about here today need some sort of collaboration or at least a coordination across borders to achieve these targets, anywhere from specific targets, but also to this loss and damage debate that we heard this morning that needs coordination, collaboration. And I believe most of us, at least until February this year, had a sense of the world growing together in a way, at least to some extent. Now I've read or heard an astonishing number a couple of weeks ago that around the time of the German unification, 1990, we had about, I think 19 was the number active cross-border systems installed around the world. And nowadays, I think we're around 70 to 80, right? So I think this is a huge, at least to me, this was a huge sort of gap, perception gap as to, is the world actually growing together? Are we able to collaborate effectively? So playing devil's advocate here a little bit, what makes us so optimistic, or what makes us optimistic that this collaboration that we need across borders to achieve these targets are realistic?
Harold, can I come to you for a reality check, and then Stephen, maybe for some of the optimism on this, because again, this cross-border collaboration, I keep hearing international cooperation for R&D. It's always thrown out there. Give us a reality check.
Oh. This is very, very difficult. What I can say is that within certain limits, these cross-border corporations work fine. But in a moment like this, in a historical moment like this, there is a kind of regaining nationalistic and country interest, so to say. First things first, and our country first, and let's look what are the limits for our country, what are the limits for our continent, or put it this way, and then we are starting to look for the options and possibilities. In that moment, all these cross-border corporations or cross-continental corporations, they simply have to wait, because it's also a matter of time, I would say. This is not an excuse, but it tells us our days have 24 hours, our weeks 7 days. So there are problems. Multi-crisis was a subject this morning. The multi-crisis, innovations to trust, etc. But this is all a matter of time, and also cross-country or cross-border corporations need time. But in case of emergencies, when you have meetings and meetings and meetings, when there is always a kind of a new discussion about a new subject, people simply lose it. And that, I would say, is a typical characterization of a new reality, that this multi-crisis situation is completely overwhelming us in all organizational functions. And it will be very difficult to come around with an optimistic view for the next few years, I would say at least, before we can come back, relax, so to say, and come into a more healthy situation for these cross-border corporations. This will be very difficult. The only hope I have is that from a technical point of view, these cross-border corporations are absolutely necessary, because renewable energies, just from a nationalistic point of view, this is not enough. This will not help, because we have to shift energy all over the continents, so to say. And so, at least within the continents, this will come to a kind of necessity to do it.
I know Nira wants
I mean, I partially agree. I think that it's not one versus the other.
Right.
It's not so binary.
Yeah.
So I think India absolutely has its national interests, but that doesn't mean there is no way to fulfill those interests by partnering and collaboration. And that's, I think, more and more important.
Yeah, that's right.
For us to do.
Stephen?
I think a good example is the Green New Deal, which is obviously has been presented now 2 years ago. And we're working closely with Franz Timmermans and his team to make sure that actually that collaboration is really taking shape. And obviously the key issue is what the monies that the individual member states get. So we help them in regards of how will they use that and where should they implement that, etc. So, but on the other hand, obviously you've got, each country has their own issues. And for instance, with France, we are in very, very interesting discussions about their nuclear footprint, because they have to really, let's say, reinvest into nuclear, because 70% of their nuclear power stations will be out of commission, I think, at the end of this decade. We actually think that in the energy mix, nuclear has a role to play. And Rolls-Royce just signed a deal with the British government for £8 billion to develop small nuclear energy systems which are based on submarines, which they already are producing. So, and we think there's definitely an option. We also learned that Canadian scientists have found, but maybe you can correct me if I'm wrong, Canadian scientists have found ways of, let's say, reusing nuclear waste. There's so much energy in nuclear waste that they say there's ways that to extrapolate that. So I think there are potential very interesting new innovations coming up.
You're not buying that, are you?
Can we talk about that later? This is just a short comment.
Yeah.
If we take the climate scenarios really seriously, then we know that this century will be hotter, especially in Europe. Europe will be a hotspot. To build nuclear power stations on a continent like Europe, within a scenario where we will not have enough water to cool them, is at least, I would say, an interesting solution, if not to use other words. And for example, there is a country, the name is France. They have a very long west coast, which is very nice for wind energy. And for France's climate scenarios are absolutely clear. They will not have enough money to cool their nuclear power stations in the future. But they decided to build even more. So this is a kind of, argument that laws of nature are laws of nature, but these are not the laws of nature for France. No, there are these Harry Potter islands in our reality where there are completely different laws of nature. And they are only for the politicians. And this is crazy. It makes me really at least nervous when I listen to people. Come on, we know from the climate from climate science that it will be hotter and hotter. How will you avoid that your water will get hotter and hotter? No. And when you have hot water, you cannot cool. And by the way, the other one is, of course, is transmutation mechanisms. There will be a station in Belgium, Mura, and Mura will try to get some of the nuclear waste to transform it. But this is so difficult, and it is a scientific topic. It's not a topic for technique and to use it, so to say, in everyday economy. By far not. No. Definitely not. So nuclear energy is not a solution for that, especially not in a world which will become hotter and hotter and hotter.
It is a debate that has been ongoing for a few years.
This is just physics, you know. This is just.
So let's. I know, Stefan, you wanted to make a comment. Klaus, you wanted to also, and then I know I have a question right at the back. So, shall we start with the question and then come to the two of you?
Thank you. Dominik Hesse. I'm a private equity investor and have been part of the Responsible Leader Network for 15 years. I mean, to recap, we have the science, we have the data, we have the knowledge of what must happen, we have aspirations in poorer countries, we have maintaining the status quo without going into economic reversal in established industrialized countries. Could you address the actual issue and the elephant in the room, the human being having difficulties to change unless there's pressure and unless there's scarcity? Humans only, as you've alluded to, we have a crisis, we react. We were able to bring out a vaccine against COVID in record time because there was a crisis. People do not change if there's a long-term issue with Indonesia having, a temperature problem 15, 20 years down the road. How do you get people to change? How do you create scarcity? How do you rocket prices for fossil fuels? How do you actually involve the human being? Because, quite frankly, subsidy schemes may work, but they don't work at scale. And especially, they don't work in a global environment, they work in a national environment. Thank you.
Maria, can you take that question as a starter? Maria, can you hear me?
Yes, I can. If you could rephrase it, because it's difficult for me to understand sometimes. If you could rephrase the question, please.
The question is, how do you change human behavior? Because subsidies, all of these other issues that we've talked about, the urgency of the matter, it doesn't really sink in until human behavior changes. How do we change human behavior to enable all of the other things like science to actually seep through and get the change that we need to make?
Yeah, well, I mean, these are very tough questions and one that we have been unable to address. But I always like to point to the iPhone as a fantastic example of human change, behavioral change. And when you look at an iPhone, even if it's very complex, it's very easy to use. And so I think, honestly, we need to bring easy solutions to the people so that they can transform. They shouldn't be experts on grids, they shouldn't be experts on combustion engines or electric vehicles. They should just have very easy products that they can use. And let me show, just mirror an example that the Tesla driving, it's quite intuitive in some forms. It has been highly successful. So let's not overcomplicate the life of people, that they have enough on their plates. Let's bring them solutions that are easy. In that respect, we have one initiative, it's called the SME Climate Hub. I told you before, 4,000 SMEs have committed to net zero, halving emissions by 2030. And that's what they are asking us. SMEs are asking, please simplify, let us know what are the kits that we can use to decarbonize. Thanks.
And then.
Yeah, I like to. Do you hear me? Okay. I think human behavior change is also a generational issue. I remember when we had this visit in Berlin with the minister, Mr. Luhut, he mentioned that he didn't need to be taught about climate change or anything because his grandchildren would be in his ear every day saying, grandfather, you have to do something about our world, our planet. There's so many challenges to be done. And in a country like Indonesia, that means a lot. We have 65% of the population less than 40 years old. So in those kind of societies, behavior change is very fast. I think it's a generational issue because the new generation, they are all connected. They get a lot of information very rapidly, and they disseminate the same information to their peers. So to have that attitude change, turn into action, I think is in a different pace than a society which is more static in its development. And that is, there needs to be different types of methodologies, how to basically inform people and make them aware about what's happening, what is to be done. So generational issues are important. I think that's my point.
Yeah, I agree. I think also beginning to think about how we have more collective action, right? Thinking about aggregators and platforms and industries coming together to hold each other accountable rather than waiting for individual behaviors to change, keeping each other in check and being, slapped on the wrist when you're not following things, or putting peer pressure and celebrating, right? In some ways, those that do come together. So we've seen a real benefit, for example, in India with the tech industry and software companies coming together and, agreeing on a certain sets of principles, how they report. I think this whole ESG movement, yes, perhaps is a hype in some ways, but there's something there that when you come together as industries, and it's up to these leaders, ultimately it's humans behind all of this, as you say, to create those standards and put pressure on each other. I think we're going to see a lot more industries come together as clusters, and hopefully that might have an impact.
To make it easier, look for the generational change and show some leadership and hold each other accountable. I think those are three key things that we can take away and try and implement in our own organizations. Klaus?
Well, two comments from my side, and one is really this generational point. And Maria, perhaps you can point out on this, and also Till and Ronja, I hear from Stiftung Klimawirtschaft, perhaps for the break it's interesting to get some knowledge from them. I think there is now a new generation in the heads of, in the CEO level of business. And also here in Germany we see somehow lessons learned, also with the Paris Climate Agreement. That was really a necessity to have it in the room. The Paris Climate Agreement makes a change for our countries and also for the Global South and the most vulnerable countries in the world. I think to be aware there is readiness, but there is also needed political leadership. And this should be our message to the G7 in Elmau. They have to bring up the right regulation. CO2 pricing and what is needed in the field and phase out fossil subsidies. That's absolutely needed. But that comes not from the market. That is not coming from the leaders of business, but they are waiting for this to see what is the level playing field in future. The other point I want to raise, and Harald, it's very important what you said, there is urgency and there is not enough action. On the ground, there are not the engineers we need, and so awareness building, capacity building, in all regards, on all levels, is needed, and we learned a lot on this in Germany. That we have more than 50% now on renewables in Germany. That was brought up by those who protested against nuclear in Germany, the small business, the small companies, and the small renewable companies. So that can't be done in the same way in India, but India tries to be a front runner on renewable energy. Also, Prime Minister Modi wants to show up, we are one of the leading countries in the world on this. Take it serious. Hand over some new partnership with India, and it's on the ground. There's somebody from BMZ here in the room who can tell a lot about partnership with India, what is now on the ground between Germany and India and G7 and India. So with the Russian war against Ukraine, in the same time we have more cooperation, and I think that is encouraging.
Thank you for that, Klaus. We have a question in the back, and then I want to come to you, Stefan. Just a question in the middle? Yeah, sorry.
My name is Karl Fechner. I'm a media activist and filmmaker and film producer. And this question which you took is one of the most important questions we have since more than 20 years. That's why we're doing, for example, international documentary films which are spread over the world, with the title Power to Change. And we had a lot of research in this. Of course, one of the change is this change by disease, which we are very often talking about, clear. But as we see, it does not change. If you really does not change in the, let's say, in the number, in the capacity, in the quantity we need, what we really need is an invitation. I think that is my work, for example, and that means if you really want to have, let's say, a billion of people changing, yeah, we're speaking about that, what Harald Lesch, for example, spoke. We need invitations. That means we need strong pictures, strong examples, and we need a change of media. Our next project, for example, is The Story of a New World. This is a documentary fiction with Juliette Binoche, for example. The only thing what we have behind that is that we really would like to have people, just normal people on it. And that, I think, that is too less, we speak too less about, let's say, this invitation. We speak too much about catastrophes.
I agree with you. So here's a question for all of you. I have this problem as well, where storytelling becomes exceedingly important, but we fail. I mean, I saw this at the WHO, where everyone was like, oh my God, did we not tell the story right? No, you didn't. The storytelling tends to get lost in technicalities. We don't know how to talk to regular people. We don't tell them why it's important. How much of a focus do we, as the F20, want to put on the actual storytelling to people who understand why it's so important for their wallets, for their health, for their children? Are we doing that? Because I don't usually see this. That's a very valid point. Anybody?
I mean, we're not doing it very well, so we need to do definitely more of it. I think the challenge is who's funding it, A. B, it's not free media out there, right? We can't always tell the stories that we want to be able to tell. I mean, definitely in India to some extent. But there also needs to be investment in it. Who's paying for this? It costs money to be able to really have these kinds of media campaigns, and that's where you should bring in big philanthropy. We bring in big philanthropy for the tech side, bring in philanthropy to storytell, and measure these narrative change. Narrative change can be measured. So if we actually invest in that, I do see that as actually very critical, and it's storytelling at all levels. We tell stories only in English. It needs to be in different languages for different communities, and brings me back to sort of the intersectionality. But there needs to be more money put to it and the freedom to tell the stories of what realities exist out there.
Very well. Stefan.
Yeah, I just wanted to remind ourselves of a positive story, actually. And speaking about behavioral change, in my view, one of the most important rate-limiting factor for behavioral change is make it cheap, make it affordable, bring down the costs. So when we started talking about renewables, they were the most expensive option. So we had to explain to everyone why it would make sense to go on solar or wind, whereas you would get the kilowatt hour from a coal power plant by a fraction of that price. And that was quite an effort. And I always thought, once we reach that level where renewables are the cheapest option, this will be the break-even. This will be the tipping point for renewables. And you know what? I think we are just experiencing that in these days, in these years, actually, because renewables are the cheapest option in most all places of the world now, by far. So why would we consider anything else if energy was only about kilowatt hour production, let's say, and the services related to it? Because people don't buy in kilowatt hours, people buy the service that they switch on the light, and they want the light, and they want the mobility, and they want the food to be cooked. So if we take it from that perspective, knowing that the costs are where we need them to be, I think we really now need to remove the barriers so that this power can actually unfold. And this is what we're discussing here. And the little positive example is, again, looking back 20 years when we were talking how to bring down the cost. Renewables in the electricity grid in Germany were at 5% roughly. And we were told you cannot reach more than 10% because the grid would collapse. We've seen advertisements in the newspapers by energy companies saying the grid cannot take more than 10% or so. Now 20 years fast forward, we're meeting here and we are beyond 50% in the electricity grid. The grid didn't also collapse as far as I know. And it actually can take more power. So we are now discussing 100%. We have a government that has set a 100% power target by 2030. Would you believe it? So this is a positive story, and we should also remind of these positive stories and see, you know, there are other countries where we went through a similar journey. So I think we just need to remove the barriers now and, you know, let the market do its work.
Harold, you wanted to comment on that? Is Harold's mic working?
Is it?
Yes, it's working.
We are. Okay, I'm back. I think a wonderful positive storytelling is about the countryside. At least in Germany, the countryside will be the energy source for the future, because we will build all the photovoltaics and whatever windmills will be on the countryside. The cities are the energy sinks, but the countryside will be the energy sources. So to talk about successful projects, like for example Wilpolsried here in Bavaria, they produce 8 times more electric energy than they use. And you can follow the documentary how this village, with I would say 2,548 very conservative people, they did it. They started in 1998 with that. And this is a wonderful example where you can see it is successful. And nothing is more attractive than success. When you talk very successful stories, people will start to copy it. And even the neighbor village, which is I would say, at least in Germany, 2 neighboring villages, they are always competing. But if the neighboring village is copying it, then something is rotten. No, it's going in the right way. I think that a good storytelling should talk about doing it, not just talking and talking and talking, but do it. Do it. Start. Make your experience. Iterate. In a way, just look at your errors, how you can change that, and this kind of iterative success will be very important, because we do not know actually what will be the perfect pathway. Yeah. Every country, every continent will find its own pathway. So along the way, there will be always corrections, and how we deal with our errors in that will be very important. And there is another kind of storytelling which we should not forget, namely the relation between climate and health, individual health. Yep. This is something which is, come on. Yeah. Since you entered the room, I was waiting for this opportunity to talk about that. Of course, climate change and individual health, planetary health will be one of the big issues, and it is something which keeps us together. Because in science, in social science, we have many narratives talking about our differences. But we are still lacking a narrative. What is our together? Why should we be together? Why should we take care about all of us?
You'd be happy to know the WHO and all its associated people are on the same page as you. They just don't know how to have a conversation with the climate scientists. Right. I'm very quickly, and I have a final question in the audience because we have to start wrapping up.
Okay. Well, I just wanted to give you the engineering view on this, because I'm an engineer, and the difference between engineers and scientists is scientists look for truth, engineering for solution. I'm sorry. Anyway, so if you compare the question of the renewable energy or energy in general with what we have seen in the past, say regarding internet, how do we get actually everybody so connected to everything? And that is because it became more and more personal, right? I mean, we had in the beginning big computers, and then became smaller and smaller. Then we had the PC, and now we have the mobile phone, which in fact is a small computer. So everybody has a computer in their hand. They can do many things with the internet. They're all digital because they have it in their hand. And now we should imagine how we do it with energy, actually. we basically have to scale down. Globalization, I think, is not a solution to overcome the energy problem. But we need to localize. And localize means basically we have to have cities, communities that are self-responsible for what they consume, they produce themselves. Yep. And it's not a utopia. I mean, we can manage that. It's not difficult. It's not rocket science anymore. We can establish our own energy source. We can know, we can regulate it. And the so-called circular economy works only on the local scale, not on global. I think then people become more self-responsible. Then we can really regulate and measure how much do we really need. The overproduction, overconsumption of many things is because it has become impersonal. Because it's so global, we lose track. We don't really know. But if we know, I think then we have a chance.
Global is a phrase someone used. We have a question, the final question for this morning's session at least is right here. Question, comment.
Comment. My name is Martin Felsen. I was a young leader from BMW. Now I'm a responsible leader. So I'm in the climate market since 20 years and took all the up and downs with our companies. I would really like to stress what you said. What's so important is the storytelling and the education. I invested in an electrical company 4 years ago, 4 people, and this electrical company had a lot of problems to plan and implement complexer electrical installations. So with pen and paper it was quite difficult, so we said, okay, we need software, but there was no software around, so we started to develop software. And now we try to sell it to other electrical companies because it shortens the time period from several days to 1 hour to plan an entire electrical installation, including PV, battery storage, and so on. And now we experience that it is so difficult to bring this change to other electrical companies, to help them make the step into digitization. And this is in Germany. I have to say. So I guess in developing countries it's even harder to make this shift. The same with our end clients. Now since Putin, I think this is also a big chance we have, not also stressing the positive side of things now of the war in Ukraine. Suddenly we get a lot of calls and people now are calling us with a very serious voice and say, now I have to be independent from gas and oil. And before, already with the Fridays for Future movement, there was already a mindset shift in our society, but still, now it's serious, you know. So we should take it as a chance. But then we sent them an offer. The next question is, but is it really economical to invest in a PV and battery storage and an electrical vehicle? And it's, yeah, of course, you say, of course it is, but it's really difficult to simplify this and to explain and to calculate and to make an exemplary calculation and to show them it really is. So, and especially for a small company, you have to invest a lot of money in this kind of marketing. It's quite tough. So I think this is a very important area to focus on. We are talking about on the policy level a lot. And in policy, there are a lot of people with policy background, university background and so on, but there's a lack of people with really hands-on engineers, you say, looking for solutions. There are maybe too many scientists also in the policy-making arena. So this would be my 2 cents, to stress on storytelling, to stress on education, to stress on handicraft jobs, and also there's also a big shift in these jobs. You know, just maybe 5 years ago, an electrical guy, he was cutting open walls and putting cables in the walls. Now he's like an IT administrator of a house. And you have to integrate renewable energy and so on. It's quite sophisticated.
It's becoming more and more sophisticated. Unfortunately, I do have to cut you off there, and I mean no disrespect, but we are running out of time for this session. So picking up on what you said and picking up on the conversations we've all had, and considering that Slido didn't work at the very start, let me make my final question a very simple one to all of you. as we go into all of the scenarios of the crises upon crises, the multi-crisis environment, considering that it's going to be a different sell, a different and difficult sell to our end customers or citizens, what are the pathways of innovation in renewable energy we should be betting on in 2022, and we should put our focus on, so that we don't get distracted by saying, yep, we'll give you $3.5 million for a little bit of oil to shift over from gas. But what are the 2 or 3 technologies you would say people in this room should really get behind? So we tell the G7, hang on a minute, this is not your only option. If I can start with you, Neera.
Oh, I wanted to go last.
Do you want to go last?
No. I'm actually going to spin your question around and say the technology of caring. And I'm going to leave everyone with another quote, because I love quotes. So the pandemic demands the best of us. The only chance we have of overcoming it one day is by cementing our solidarity, by holding each other in circles of kindness across all our differences of class, ethnicity, religion, gender, age, national boundaries, by never turning our faces away, by standing with each other and with our planet, by caring about and caring for each other, of which the way we define technology cannot be achieved.
Nice. Oh, that would have been a great final word. Ilham, a couple of technologies that you think that we should really get behind. We know it's going to diverge, but what are you getting behind as an engineer?
Well, this is a bit different what I want to say, and that is a little bit in line with what I said before. And is I believe firmly into that we should take things more into our hand locally. So what does it really mean? I mean, we need to empower local communities, individuals, to produce what they need themselves. And in a digitally connected world, that means actually that we can get information in the form of designs, in the form of, plans, etc., online. But does it mean that we need to supply what we need from a country which is far away from us, ship it around the world, creating a lot of carbon footprint, and then consume it here, and then maybe after a few months you need it again? I think many things can be done locally, and that means machines that empower individuals to produce, and I mean it in a big sense, produce items for the everyday use, produce energy, produce food, produce so many things locally. That is the technology we should look at. And that needs also devices that basically, you mentioned the language, the language challenge. I think in today's world it's not a challenge anymore. I've seen Zoom calls where you have an automatic translation in real time, not so bad, from Indonesian to English and vice versa. It wasn't great, but I think it's getting there. So at some point in time, I dream about a world where communication is not an issue anymore, language is not an issue anymore, and we can all communicate. At the same time, we get the benefit out of it, but we need to be connected. So connectivity is definitely the major issue. At the same time, it creates another challenge because, this digital world needs a lot of energy itself, right? Yeah. We need to think about green data centers, green internet, et cetera. So, this is a big technology that we need to actually look at the moment. And lastly, all of that information that we have in the world, I think I can't leave this room without saying it, we need to look into artificial intelligence. Yeah. Right? It will help us to find the solution. We are not alone. We have this brother or sister that we created ourselves, and it's hopefully friendly. But I think we need to make good use of it. Yeah? So basically, many of the solutions, we have assistance because we have created that assistance ourselves. We need to make use of that in a good way because artificial intelligence is actually also, we need to be careful not to give the machine the wrong information because it becomes out-biased, and therefore we need to be carefully curating the information that goes into those machines.
Thank you for that. Maria, if we can ask you, at this moment in time, a couple of technologies that we really should get behind so that we have no excuses to return to the old normal.
Yeah, definitely. So we are 3 days before the G7, which is going to be the most important international meeting of the year. And we expect the governments, the head of state, to come with a very clear and united statement that builds on the successful conversations that happened in May. They need to do a good storytelling to explain to the world that they might be using coal or using other supplies in the very, very short term. But that doesn't stop the transition and the acceleration of a clean energy. So I would say no more coal in Europe by 2030 and in G7 countries, and double down on energy efficiency and renewable energy so that 70% of the power produced in G7 countries is renewables. These are affordable, they reduce the bills for consumers, they provide jobs. There's no other solution, and politicians need to be able to explain the story. Short term, we have a crisis, we need to cope with it, but that doesn't change our plans, the plans that they have stated in Glasgow, the plans that they have been discussing, and they are very proud, announcing everywhere. They need to be consistent. We need to move. Those plans will give a very clear signal to companies, which are the ones that produce most of the emissions in the world, what is the direction of travel, because we need to move from the 7,000 that I mentioned before to the millions of companies that are reducing emissions. And it doesn't work well for companies to have statements that change every 3 or 6 months, depending on the circumstances. So governments need to stick to what they have committed and provide that clear direction for investors, and that is renewable energy, energy efficiency. Thank you.
Stephen.
Yes, thank you very much. I think what we are looking at in alternative energy sources is hydrogen and also electricity and solar. So we have convened the major trucking companies across Europe, and we are discussing with them how can they decarbonize the trucking industry. And so this is work in progress, and we hope that we get some really concrete solutions in the next 18 months. But I think there's a very high uptake from the big truckers around Europe to figure out how they can actually improve the way that they use that let's say, that transport type. We do the same thing also with shipping, and shipping in, let's say, in Europe, on the Rhine and all these rivers, lots of these ships are obviously powered by very dirty diesel. So how can you actually, let's say, convert that into, and that for shipping we are talking very much about hydrogen, but for the trucking industry we most probably talk about just electrification and even having solar panels on the top of the cabins and stuff. So anyway, that's an interesting project.
Harold, final word.
From the scientific point of view, for Europe, it's the wind energy where I would bet on, offshore and onshore. For the rest of the world, it's photovoltaic. I think that every roof on this planet should have a photovoltaic roof. We should use our deserts everywhere with photovoltaic. And any kind of transformation, so when for example, hydrogen is not an energy source, it's an energy medium. It transports energy, and it uses a lot of electric energy. To make hydrogen is something very, very expensive. So finally, I would always bet on photovoltaic everywhere, because the source for photovoltaic is 150 million kilometers away. So we cannot somehow manipulate it. Whereas, for example, when we really would use too much of the wind, we would already really make a geophysical experiment, which we shouldn't do that. So finally, I would put at least 75% of my money on photovoltaic and 25% on wind. Yeah.
That's a good note to end on. Thank you so very much, all of you. So Harold, Stephen, Maria, Ilham, Mira, thank you again for joining us. I will guide you off stage, invite Klaus to give us a quick roundup before we break for lunch, because I know we're all starving. He will send us off in a couple of minutes.
Thank you very much.
Yeah, thanks a lot to those who were our first panelists today. And I think it brought up appetite for the following panels in the afternoon. And for me, it was really very much inspiring what we heard. I give only a short impulse on the main points which were important for me. One was really that we have to share, we as the Northerners, the Global South perspective in a deeper way. So that we had Nira with us and Ilham That was very important, and to see there is urgency also to deal with them, to have more discussions with them, and to find out what can be done in common, what can be done in partnerships with them. But of course, they have to find their own way in the national context, in the regional context, in the community and city context. But there are bridges, and to use these bridges in the right way with the instruments which are already existing, that is really helpful. So what BMW Foundation is doing with the Responsible Leaders program is very helpful. What Bosch is doing with their programs in this regard, and others worldwide, of course, that makes sense, but it's still not enough. We also heard this morning this positive storytelling is so important. Not only to speak about catastrophes, of course, some people try to learn when there are catastrophes around, like our water extreme in the morning. We had to find out how to deal with this scandal, with this problem. Yeah, we had good luck somehow this morning, but with other catastrophes it will be more threatening and in a deeper way. But what is the positive side of the coin? I think that is very much needed. And people like Harald in German TV are very important to show up. We can learn in complexity, because that is also needed. It's a complex world where we are in. And also the interlinkages between the many, many crises. It's important to find your way in between and to find still a positive mood to move forward. But that is needed. We need the translators, and Eckhart is with us in the afternoon also to discuss about the interlinkage and the nexus between health, climate, and biodiversity. We should never forget about this. There is this strong link between climate and biodiversity. And I saw this sector of industry, of those who are on the way now already, not only the niche, but more and more in the mainstream. And I think that is also very important to find their way, but also that they raise their voice towards governments that they need the level playing field. And long-term thinking also there, not only to know what can be done in 1 year, but also what is worthwhile to do in the next 5 to 10 years. That is also difficult in these times where we are in, but that I think we have to keep in mind. So much to think about, much to have as discussion during lunchtime and break. And to those watching us from outside in the live stream, we will have a break now and we come together quite soon. You find it on the screen. Happy to be with you, and also we are happy for your reactions from far away, from India, Indonesia, and where else. Thank you and see you later.
Those in the room, as Klaus said, lunch is ready in the foyer. It's very Italian. On the menu, I can tell you, is quinoa salad, mini mozzarella, Thai curry, white chocolate mousse or panna cotta. So here you go. You don't even have to think about it. Just head on out and we will see you there.
Parts.
Dass nicht nur der Kopf hinten rausguckt, sondern oben drüber ungefähr so 2 Finger breite Luft und die müssen einfach nur den Laptop ein bisschen einklappen.
Welcome back. Yay, we survived lunch in the sweltering heat. Just to clarify, this was not a point that F20 was trying to prove to you that there is climate change and that this is very abnormal temperatures anyways for Munich. But we're not making you sweat for no reason. That little waterfall that we had in the morning, turns out it was the air conditioning ducts. So we have no air conditioning while the rest of the hotel seems to be freezing. So you can either choose freezing or boiling, but we're choosing boiling because we're talking about the climate. So let's play ball. We'll keep these sessions short and interactive so you can keep going outside and grabbing a drink. And for those of you joining us from home, keep grabbing those drinks because there's a heat wave on in North America and also in the Middle East and also in Asia. So we're all sailing in the same boat. So welcome back. I hope you are refreshed and have had lots of water before you sat down. If not, there's plenty of water on the side. We're going to be talking about navigating through turning and changing tides. Now, we all wish we were on a beach. We're not, but we are going to talk about turning tides. The implication of the war in Ukraine, we touched on it this morning, on energy security and the global climate targets. We know from experience that crises have a tendency to make us deviate. We spoke about it this morning. Deviate from the targets that we set, deviate from the goals that we lend ourselves to in terms of energy security, climate targets, and all of this at the time that we have to be cognizant of what's going on today in people's lives, cost of living, what people want. The €9 ticket, by the way, in Germany, gosh, I wish many other countries could do that. It is genius, and it would make a lot of people come on board with any of the changes that we're making as well. Before I get started and introduce you to our panelists, who are amazing, let's get you to open Slido. I have been told it's working perfectly now. So scan the QR code, and the question is, how will the energy shifts triggered by the war in Ukraine affect the global climate agenda? You have a few options when you click into Slido. Option A, simply kill the Paris Climate Accord. Option B, will not kill the accord, but significantly slow down the race to net zero. And C, it will only have minor repercussions and the carbon transition will be able to be advanced as planned. Let me know your thoughts, because after this conversation that we have, I want to come back to the Slido, make you vote again, do it quickly at the end if you want to go for drinks, and we will see if anyone on this panel could shift your mindset or your opinion. In that time, while you are voting, I'm going to welcome Johan Flasworth, who is the State Secretary of the Federal Ministry for Economic Cooperation and Development of Germany, who's joining us virtually. I'm also going to welcome on stage here Eckhard von Hirschhausen, who is the founder of Foundation Gesunde Erde, Gesunde Menschen. Federico Bonaglia, he is a Deputy Director of the OECD Development Center, and Carola Carazzone, who is the Secretary General of Asifero and the Vice President of Filia. If I can get you all to come and take a seat, Carola, Federico, and if I can get Eckhard wherever he is, there he is, come join me. And Johan is, of course, joining us virtually. Welcome, Johan. Has everyone voted? Yay, nay, yes. Okay, let's pull up the results of how you voted, if we can. If the team could pull up the Slido results. I'm not sure how long this should take, but let's give it a couple of seconds so we all know where everyone's at before we get this conversation started. Do we have the results? There we go. So I'm going to have to stand for this because I'm blind. Wow, 56% believe that it will not kill the climate accord, but will significantly slow down the race to net zero. 38, minor repercussions, and only 5% of you simply kill the Paris Climate Accord. Only 5%. So who are those pessimists? My golly God, no, let's not be that pessimistic. Let's stick with some optimism here of slowing down. So, Johan, if I can give you the floor to open this up. Germany currently at the center of the conversation when it comes to Ukraine and this current energy crisis. Your strategies, your optionalities on the table, a lot of criticism of not having done a lot in the past, and all of the multi-crises that we've been talking about since the morning. Could you run us through what Germany is doing at this point, and how do we reach the targets the G7 has set in this current scenario?
Yeah, hi to everybody. I hope you can hear me properly. Hi to Munich. Would have loved to be with you there. I'm sending greetings from Bonn, from my office in the old chancellery here at the River Rhine. Yes, and I have a different view, to say it at the outset. I'm much more optimistic, and I will come back to it in a second. First of all, what are we doing? We have to follow the different, as you called it, multiple crises. There is not a choice that we just go for one crisis and forget about the others. So what we have to do at the moment, and what we are doing, is number one priority for us: to help the people in Ukraine, to help the refugees, to help the countries around Ukraine. Number two, we are facing a horrible food security crisis. And that is why Svenja Schulze, the minister here, created the Global Alliance for Food Security. Prices are climbing up, people are suffering from hunger, and we are running into an even more serious crisis. And number three is, of course, all the other crises, the biodiversity crisis, the resource crisis, and of course the climate crisis. Do not disappear, so we have to follow up on that, and we do so. It will be a key issue. Do you still have me on the screen? I don't know.
Yes, we have you. We hear you loud and clear.
Okay, wonderful. It will be a key issue for the upcoming G7 leaders meeting in Elmau. It will have a specific focus on climate and just energy transition. Well, as you said, as I heard, half of the people voting there thought that climate ambition would slow down. First, I would say this would be tremendously wrong. And secondly, if we can learn something from the energy crisis at the moment, is that we have to get out of the fossil world as soon as ever possible, not only from the dependency we do have, unfortunately, from Russia, but on a fossil-based world at all. And therefore, one of the key issues we are following here are the just energy transition partnerships with some key countries from the global south that are so relevant to decarbonize their economies as well as we do, such as South Africa, India, Indonesia. I will stop here, and thanks for having me with you.
Johan, thank you so much. I mean, I know this audience is an audience of experts. They're going to have a whole bunch of questions pretty much right off the bat as soon as we all have a chance to get everyone's perspectives out there. So, Eckhart, can I give the floor to you? Johan mentioned biodiversity. Health has been mentioned this morning as well. All of these are interlinked. How do we deal with this?
I love what the session before lunchtime was concluding, that we need another way of storytelling. For those who are not familiar of my work, I'm the founder of Healthy Planet, Healthy People Foundation, and I'm a medical professional turned into scientific journalism, and now I'm a presenter in German public television. And we just met Jochen last week at the BMZ conference at the in Bonn. And just to give you an example, the last IPCC report was almost not mentioned in the media because of the much more important event of one guy slapping the other in the face for a bad joke at the Oscars. And this was the main issue for 3 weeks. And one very clever way was that some NGOs used this case, the true background to the Will Smith story, and then when you clicked, it said, good that you're clicking this article, it's about the IPCC report, but
ooh, clickbait, that's dangerous.
Much more important to our survival. So what I'm doing with Healthy Planet, Healthy People as part of F20 is to really turn around the narrative that we're using. And when you ask people what's really dear to them, what is close to their heart, what's emotionally valuable, they always say our health, the health of our family, the health of our children, our grandchildren. And I think this has been overlooked by many of the communication efforts in the last 50 years. We are now celebrating 50 years of Club of Rome. So there has been enough warning in the world. But many times, each organization tells its own story, but the overview is lost. For example, if you're talking about reduction aims, does anybody feel thrilled by this? No. If we're talking about the energy transition, why don't we put forward the really huge co-benefit to air pollution, to human health? For example, the coal burning, which is at the moment at the rise, sets free 7 tons of mercury, Quecksilber, in the air each year in Germany. And nobody's talking about this. It's incredible. When I was a doctor at the hospital, where we were using thermometers from mercury, when one was dropped, I, as the lowest hierarchy level at the time in the hospital, was ordered to put together all the little molecules of mercury because it's so toxic. Mm-hmm. At the same time, we're emitting 7 tons of mercury every year. And so the idea that I'm putting forward is tell the benefits. Yep. Tell where we want to go. I'm, for Jochen's ministry, I'm the ambassador of the SDG, Agenda 2030. We are missing this in the conversation. Where could we be? And I mean, if this Ukraine war is good for anything, it's telling us how dependent we are on fossil fuels. It tells us how we have been nourishing anti-democrats all over the world, and at the same time that renewables are better to our health, better to our democracy, better to prosperity on the long run. And talking about food security, Jochen mentioned this. I had a panel with Brot für die Welt and Meyer, two major NGOs in Germany caring about food, that the dependency from Dünger, which is fertilizer, is also dependent on fossil energy. So these linkages are, at the first time, open to debate. And I think this should be really used by all of us to say these crises are interlinked. And I mean, you're not in the position that I am, having been a stand-up comedian as well. On my book, it says, 3 Krisen zum Preis von 2, 3 crises for the price of 2. So it is a bit ironical, but at the same time, we could use the crisis and turn part of this attention to our agenda, that we could have it much healthier and better on this planet if we are drawing together.
Thank you for that. And I know you have a couple of videos that you want to show. We're going to test it out and see whether they actually work. But in the meantime, let me open it up to Carola. It's the crisis. I mean, Eckhart points out the storytelling aspect of it. What is the debate sounding like in Italy? How do you address all the issues of meeting the targets that we've set when the noise is so loud at this point? Or do we do what Eckhart's saying, make these work for us?
Yeah, I think for Italian Foundation was a major opportunity to engage with the G20. Actually, Foundation were not at the table of public policy debate. So we have, of course, a tribute of gratitude for the German friend that started the Foundation 20, and it was just 5 years ago. And in change making, 5 years is really a very little time. And so this is our effort currently, now to really affirm that change making is a consistent, coherent, continuous, and overall a collective effort. So it's really much more than the sum of the individual foundation hopes or requests, but is really bringing
one voice, a collective voice. And this was not there for foundation. I mean, was there for NGOs, was there for other civil society actors, but not for foundation.
But are they listening at this point, Carola? Are people listening to foundations or anybody at this point when they're dealing with cost of living crisis? They're worried about the fuel in their cars. I mean, the populace is distracted, and therefore the political circles are distracted.
Absolutely. Sometimes I think that foundations have really a distinctive role to play in that, in the sense that they can not only convene but also invest in the capacities of the other civil society organizations and movement, really to be bolder and to have a stronger voice. And so foundation are listened, but even more are learning to listen very attentively, very much better. So they are not anymore just grant distributors. They really want to be actor of sustainable development. And so I think that this is a major change. So I am a bit more positive also.
That's good.
And if I think of what we have done, for example, with Philanthropy for Climate, or even in creating Philea, Philanthropy Europe Association, in the last 2 years, I mean, that would have been impossible. So grasping the opportunity that this multi-crisis has brought to us has really enabled something that was already there, processes that were already started, but that have been accelerated very, very much due to the experience we lived in the last 2 years.
Federico, crisis can give us opportunity. Carol has proven that. In terms of the G7 on Sunday, what's your perspective, the OECD's perspective of what the focus should be on? Because the war in Ukraine, it's going to last a while. It's going to get worse before anything gets better. So how do we keep our eye on the ball and get, what Johan said, the move away from fossil fuels, invest in the right technologies, and keep going?
Yes. Can you hear me? Yeah. Good. Now, first of all, thank you for the invitation. I will start by saying that I want to share the silver lining or the more optimistic view. In fact, paradoxically, this awful situation we are in with the invasion of Ukraine can actually be a game changer, not only because countries, as we heard this morning, start to realize that excessive dependence on certain sources of energy is a security issue and dangerous, but also because when you look at the sanctions that have been enacted against Russia, the sanctions that concern the financial sector, the insurance sector, you know, a few months ago, many people would have said it is impossible to forbid certain sectors to insure certain sector of the economy. It will be impossible to push the financial sector to stop investing in certain things. So overnight, because of the awful situation that we were in, governments have enacted measures that will be very difficult now to forget when it comes to what kind of new regulation for the financial market, for the insurances, for moving away from brown assets, from stranded assets, can we do? It will be very difficult for some vested interest to say, this is going to disrupt our operation. This is not possible. This will take ages. The case of Russia shows that governments, if they act together and swiftly, they can change things. And I think that this is the most important thing that I would like to see coming out from the G7. First of all, to say we need to keep our commitment, we need to keep the direction, we need to accelerate. But second, also to recognize, as it was said this morning, that we are in a situation that is extremely complex, the transition, because it is multidimensional, it is multi-country, and it is multi-generational or intergenerational. And so the future generations are not here today to vote or to take decisions. So there is a responsibility for leaders of today to take this into account. G7 countries represent a significant share of the economy and of the emissions, but the situation needs to be global. So a dialogue with major emitting economies, with developing countries is necessary. And third, this is a multidimensional crisis, and I think that the nexus between energy and food is probably the clearest example of what is going on. If you think, we had here this morning the colleague from Indonesia. Think about Indonesia and biofuels and the situation that we are in now between using biofuels, using crops or palm oil to produce biofuels versus exporting palm oil to countries that are using it for consumption. Who's right? I mean, this is a huge trade-off. Should we say to Indonesia, you should not stop exporting palm oil because countries are depending on you? Or should we say, well, you also see energy prices going up, so we understand that you use this for biofuels? It's a very complex situation. I think that if the G7 has an important role to play, is to lead by example, is to take into account that just transition are not only energy. There are a huge social transformation that needs to take place, and this has to be discussed with civil society, and I really welcome the fact that Foundation 20 and the Bmw Foundation have started this conversation. And third, it needs to be a dialogue to take into account the concerns of developing countries. President Macky Sall was at the OECD, President Macky Sall of Senegal, who is the current chair of the African Union, was at the OECD 10 days ago. And he was calling for the OECD and for the G7 to reinvent the partnership with developing countries because 600 million people in Africa lack access to energy. They are responsible for only 3% of global greenhouse gas emissions. They need energy to transform. They need energy to produce food. So how can you, how can you ensure that they can achieve these two objectives at the same time? And I will conclude by giving one concrete example. If Senegal goes to ship, starting next year, gas to Europe, I think that Senegal's production represents 7-8% of Germany imports from Russia of gas. What should Senegal do with the proceeds of this gas? This is an important question. Should they invest in renewable energy? Should they invest in building a future-proof infrastructure for hydrogen, for example? These are the kind of questions that should be put on the table.
I think those are important questions. It's also, Ukraine's brought up a number of questions of how the West sees a crisis and how the East sees a crisis as well. And the needs of your own population end up, as we saw at COP26, really determining how the direction that you take in terms of national policies and national innovation policies as well. Let's open it up to all of you. Questions, especially considering the Ukraine impact in Germany and also in Europe. So we have our first here.
Hello, it's Mark Bowman from the EBRD, but I previously spent much of my career working in the UK government. I just really wanted to echo some of the things that the panelists said, but I thought your questionnaire at the beginning was unnecessarily pessimistic and that there wasn't a positive option. There wasn't a sort of, it might
blame the foundations. I just read what I'm given.
It might accelerate progress. And I'm not naive about this, but fundamentally, fossil fuels have become more expensive and less reliable in terms of where we get them from, and we also don't want to get them from the places we currently get them from. So I think there was a discussion earlier about renewables and how progress with renewables and how renewables have become much more economic over the last 10, 15 years. With the current price of fossil fuels, that is much more dramatic, and you have this alignment of climate, economic, and security interests, which provides a real opportunity to accelerate the transition into renewables. Of course, I'm not naive, and the question about political bandwidth and the kind of succession of crises and the cost of living crisis is very relevant. But again, to go to a question I heard before lunch on how do you get governments to focus on long-term issues, I think the succession of crises makes the case for focusing on long-term issues. We're only going to deal with these crises if we can have a more long-term perspective, and maybe politicians aren't there, but other groups in society are there.
I have a question for Jochen.
Yes, please.
Federico, you mentioned Senegal and the gas transition to Germany. Jochen, are you aware of Olaf Scholz's position on this? Because there has been a lot of debate whether we should still invest in fossil infrastructure, and transporting gas even from Africa is on the long term definitely a bad idea, and many NGOs are worried that Olaf Scholz will, be as he is.
Let's call it rollback.
Rollback, yeah.
Shall I answer directly?
Please do. We would strongly encourage an answer.
You're closest to him.
Maybe just to the first speaker who made the first intervention just prior to Eckert. I think if you would ask me what lesson could other countries learn from Germany, my answer would be start earlier with a strong boost into renewables. We waited too long. Imagine we would have started 20 years earlier, we would be in a completely different situation now, much more independent from fossil resources, and also completely independent from this crazy Putin. Number two is, and Eckart, you might be surprised. I can tell you something about my position. Now we have the situation not only in Germany, but also in many other countries in Europe and other parts of the world, that we are dependent so far on Russian gas. Call it a mistake, yes. But if you want to get away from Putin, and I think it has to be the sooner the better, then you need different sources for the fossil gas for the bridging period. In Germany, we decided anyway to meet our 2045 greenhouse neutrality target to move away from gas. So, but for the interim time, we need this fossil gas. It's impossible to switch from today to tomorrow to renewables. It takes some time. And as I said, we started too late. So then the question is, from whom do you buy it? And for me, it's also a question whether this is a developing country partner who is reliable, who is democratic, who shares values with us, and that would be my preferred choice. And why should Senegal not use their fossil gas? But, and that is the message I passed to my good friend Amadou Hott, Minister for Economy from Senegal. At the end, we all have to be greenhouse gas neutral. If they create a lock-in situation in their lovely country, that would be a huge mistake. But for an interim period, this is doable, and I think also economically, given the price situation at the moment without public subsidies, I would be definitely against public subsidies for new gas infrastructure. But from the demand side, why not? On the contrary, I would say I would prefer to buy it either from Senegal than definitely not from Putin. And there are also some other guys around in this world who provide gas and from whom I would dislike to buy it.
So let me follow that up with the obvious question. Interim period, can you define that for us? How long will this purchase continue? How long does this interim period need to be?
Question to me?
Yes.
Yeah. First, from the national perspective, from Germany as a demandeur for fossil gas, if Germany wants to be greenhouse gas neutral by 2045, and it is in our law, we have to do it, then the energy sector has to be greenhouse gas neutral by 2040. So whoever wants to make business with us on a fossil basis needs to be aware that we will be out of this business at the end of the 30s, stepwise, and the latest 40s. If I look at Senegal or other countries, what they are saying is rightly, and you mentioned it, Federico mentioned it, their emissions of the whole African continent are very, very small compared to the big emissions from the industrialized countries, and specifically in historic terms. But also Senegal, also South Africa, also the whole African continent has to be greenhouse gas neutral well, early in the second half of the century, between 2050 and 2060, also the developing countries have to be there. And that is, everybody has to have in mind once you are doing your decisions.
Federico.
If I may, I would like to build upon what has just been said.
Yeah.
From a justice perspective. Think about Africa, a continent is going to double its population.
I think your microphone is not on.
I thought it was. Actually, I think your mic's not on. Is Federico's mic not on? Can you just give him the handheld mic? Oh, that's perfect.
No, what I was saying, I wanted to build
Oh, the handheld mic's not working either.
Should I read anything into this?
I'm not sure you should.
No, I'm not. So, thank you. No, I wanted to build on what the State Secretary just said. Say we need to look at the global just transition. I mean, if we talk about transition, you clearly have three dimensions. You have the within country, the between countries, and across generation. And if you look at Africa as a continent, and then within Africa, each one of the countries, young population going to double by 2050, median age 19 years. Still 600 million people without access to electricity, still a lot of agriculture which is not using fertilizers. And Africa is now kind of suffering from the situation in Ukraine because of food prices increases, but Africa is also suffering because of fertilizers. Fertilizers are not being produced because to produce fertilizers you need gas. So put yourself in the shoes of a political leader in Africa that certainly is concerned about climate change because African countries are among the most vulnerable to climate change, but at the same time needs to provide jobs to his young population. And this leader has discovered gas and says, sorry, we're not going to use it, or we're going to export it, but you still have no electricity. So it's a very difficult political message to say. And I think that here we need to be realistic and help these countries electrify, getting energy, not being locked into unsustainable infrastructures. And I think that here gas pipelines can in the future be used for hydrogen. You can also, for countries like Algeria or Nigeria that are already exporting, you could say you should use these proceeds to invest massively into renewable energies. Investment in renewable energy in Africa is only 2% of the total investment in renewable energy in the world. And I think that we can make a case. And what I would like really to commend here, and I would like to commend Germany for this, is that the type of partnerships that are being developed with South Africa, the JETS, the Just Energy Transition Partnerships, are, in my opinion, the way to go. Because it's a way where the international community takes its responsibility and says, we acknowledge historical responsibilities, we acknowledge your challenges, we help you identify the technology and the financing so that you can transition away from fossil fuels. But this requires that on the other side of the bargain, governments also take their own steps to, for example, be more transparent when it comes to fossil fuel subsidies. Because fossil fuel subsidies are not benefiting the poor, they're benefiting often the well-off. And so it's, again, as I was saying, you need a partnership here across governments, you need a partnership across generations. Across generation means having here young people, and there are some, and I'm sure that they will speak. And I stop here because I'm speaking too much. Thank you.
Well, thank you for that. Any more questions in the room? Yes, we've got two at the back, please. Three. So if I can start with the gentleman in the white shirt, and then the gentleman in the black blazer, and then the gentleman with the blue shirt.
Yeah, good afternoon, everyone. My name is Till Kötter. Stiftung Klimawirtschaft, German CEO Alliance for Climate and Economy. I would like to follow up on the Just Transition Partnerships, the JET piece, and the example of South Africa, India, and Indonesia, if I were correct, Mr. Flassbart, what you've mentioned, where you're active right now. Probably you could elaborate a little bit on the opportunities also, or what's your vision of engaging also the private sector in making these partnerships work? I think what we see in our work at the foundation is that there are companies eager to engage also in this dialogue, but maybe when we're looking at partnerships, there might be also new ways of forming them with those countries. So probably if you could elaborate on that. Thanks.
And is that a question for?
For Mr. Flassbart, if possible, but
Yes.
if the others probably have a view on that, wonderful.
Absolutely. Let's start with you. Yeah.
Okay, thanks a lot. Yes, we have 4 countries in our focus at the moment for the Just Energy Transition Partnerships. That's as has been said, apart from South Africa, it's India, Indonesia, but it's also Senegal. And there are others we are discussing with, for example, yesterday I discussed it with the Vietnamese ambassador to Berlin. So a couple of countries. And to the question...
Do you want to run the video? I think we've frozen. No, you're unfrozen now.
Okay, and now to the question from Tilketter. Of course, this needs the engagement of the private sector. It's not doable without the private sector. How could we imagine that this always all can be done with budgetary money? And just to give you the example from South Africa, I mean, the very positive new approach was that we were collaborating on the donor country side and then discussed it on equal footing with the South African government. And what they are doing now, they are preparing an investment plan, because if you want to phase out coal there, you need other sources for the energy supply. And also in South Africa, you have a lot of shortages with electricity. And following this investment plan, we will identify where public support is needed, by direct public support, by guarantees, you name it. But all this needs to be done to get the private sector run this business. And there are huge opportunities, and of course not one size fits all. The situation in India is completely different from South Africa, whereas with South Africa, Eskom, the energy supplier, is in, well, I would say, a difficult economic situation. So it's easier from there to move into a new future than in India, where the coal sector is very profitable. So you need to get different answers in India compared to South Africa, but all this is absolutely not doable without the private sector.
Let's get another question in the gentleman in the black blazer.
Please stand up. Yes, Christoph Balz from German Watch and Foundation Sustainability. I want to come back on this gas issue in Africa. And as far as I understand at the moment, the German Chancellor wants to reopen the language of Glasgow in the G7 package, allowing for gas exports for energy security generally. Mm-hmm. And from my perspective, that's my understanding. I got 2 calls from chairs from other delegations the last 2 days telling me this, so I'm not sure whether this is right or not. I haven't seen the text, but that's what I heard here. You can answer to it. But if this would be the case, is there any calculation what this means for the 1.5 degrees limit and how it fits to the 1.5 degree scenario of the International Energy Agency?
Jochen?
Yeah, sorry, Christoph, for indicating that I disagree. Number one is there is no Glasgow language that prohibits gas exports. Or imports. We are importing like hell in Germany, and I would love it would be less than we do, and I explained it earlier. So exports are happening and are needed. And of course, also Senegal can export. The question from the language from Glasgow was about subsidies, public subsidies for investments in fossil infrastructure, in gas infrastructure. And also on that, there is some opening in the language from Glasgow. In exceptional situations, it can be done if it is in line with 1.5. Yeah, and that's an imperative. And I don't see that the Chancellor disagrees to that. I don't see that we will get language in LMO that is in contradiction to Glasgow. I believe, I haven't seen the final text of the Sherpas yet, but my assumption is there will be a very, very, very clear commitment by our leaders in LMO to 1.5.
Federico, you're nodding. Do you believe that too?
I hope so. I hope so. No, definitely. And I think that the point that is being made here about the implication for developing countries, calls for a multilateral approach to this solution, where we can agree on a framework where we take into consideration what are the respective challenges and opportunities. At the OECD Development Center, we are trying to do this. We actually put in place a process where the European Union and Nigeria are co-chairing a dialogue to develop a framework for just transition that are looking into quite difficult things like hard to decarbonize sectors. There are some sectors that are easier to decarbonize than others. But energy efficiency gets into the place, carbon abatement gets into the picture as well. So the question is, how do we get to a framework that we can all live with, building on Glasgow, and then how can we move into action? First step is to getting this term agreed by everyone, and then investing like the G7 is proposing to do in just transition partnerships.
Getting that agreement is going to be all critical and difficult. Yes, Christian, and then the lady in the black.
Not yet, yeah. Christian Fudix, Smart Energy. Isn't the way now that we saw that our problem was depending on centralized supply, depending on other factors, that now we're seeing the decentralized approach of renewables, and we have seen, for example, in Ukraine, attack on a PV power plant. After a few days, it was up running again because it's scattered around and it's local. Wouldn't it be the chance now really to make a massive plan and to not only rebuild Ukraine on renewables, but also onto development countries to invest heavily from our side or support investment, because this also helps the cost later coming on potential migration. So I think right now is the right moment to make the switch and also develop all these energy needs, not only for us, which is our first issue, but also for those other countries, which will help to make a sustainable system on a decentralized way across the globe.
Eckhard, you make these ties, don't you? That's a very valid point of decentralized systems, but it's a bigger picture. It involves a number of things, like he talked about the migration, but it also involves health. It involves the biodiversity. We've talked about all of the connecting the webs. Run us through your thought process of how we can move forward and not be stuck in time with Ukraine at this point.
One big part of the solution wasn't mentioned yet in this discussion is the food sector. At the moment, we are still wasting 60% of what is raised and as crops on feeding animals. And I was proposing in an article a big party, a big barbecue for peace, meaning that we can reduce the animal livestock to half in Europe, and then we would suddenly have much more food for people. And in a way, this war is part of a war against our living conditions on this planet. And for each one of us, there are 400 Nutztiere. I don't know their livestock. And they're shitting this planet to death. And so I had a rather humorous approach. I said, if we don't reduce the livestock, maybe we can reduce the demand. If people by law are forced to take a 20-liter open bucket with manure, with Gülle, when they buy a kilogram of meat, because that's roughly the equivalent, they will immediately understand that producing meat is really dirty. It's not only the fossil energy, it's also the meat production which is killing the planet. And so understanding that we are still using so much energy to waste, to put 10 calories in, to have 1 calorie, and the rest is wasted. It's methane, it's everything, to the soil, to the groundwater and stuff. So I think that this crisis should really push us forward to ask ourselves, what do we really need? And if you have a jaw, if you can chew, you don't have to use a Wiederkäuer between the Getreide and yourself. You can chew it yourself. So sometimes it's the simple answers that are lost in the debate. And maybe I can give you one example. When you look at the WHO burden of disease studies, what is really killing people on the planet? We had 3 years of discussion about the pandemic, about COVID. roughly we lost maybe 6 million people to COVID. We're losing 9 billion people each year to air pollution. And this is very abstract. And when I was in Glasgow, I talked to a lady at the WHO, and maybe we can switch to the little movie that I did. If you want to see the whole movie, it's on our website. Jochen is in it as well. And I asked the technician, well, they play the little air pollution video.
My daughter became suddenly ill with one of the worst cases of asthma, the pathologist said, in the UK. And last year, after a 7-year long battle, we finally got air pollution on her death certificate. So she's the first person in the world to have air pollution on her death certificate.
Media history, because she fought, you're living in the UK, Stephen, you will have heard of it, but I hadn't heard of the story. But all of a sudden, out of this 9 million abstract death, you suddenly hear a mother talking about the death of a child, an unnecessary death, and death because of air pollution. And worldwide, air pollution is killing not only from outside pollution from fossil fuels, but also from inside pollution by burning stoves that are not sustainable and so on. But we need another approach to say what we really have to lose and what we have to gain. And so I ask you dearly to include this health narrative into your communication. And if you are interested in this, Fernanda will be here in the afternoon, and we have plenty of footage from the Glasgow. I have our own series on German public television. One simple idea is when you're using communication tools for your own website, use good speakers with famous voices to dub a simple video. Because many have a lot of texts on their homepages, but what we need in the visual age, we need visual communication.
We need to catch Eckhart outside in our break, because we're going to have to wrap this conversation up. But catch him, because he has amazing tips on how you can really tell these stories to get your businesses and your stakeholders to do the buy-ins when they really don't want to in this environment. I want to go to Carola as well, get your input, and then we take our final question from you. I haven't forgotten you.
Yes, what I was thinking was really about system change. You know, what we are discussing is really changing the system of consumption, of production, and it's not anymore just alleviating here and there or sparkling some. So. And for foundation, this is really questioning them. I mean, the funding practice that has been so far dominantly used across the world by philanthropic organizations was very much based on very linear way of activities, project restricted. So it was a funding practice that was maybe very efficient in order to distribute grants and deliver outputs, but won't be able to face a system change. So there are every day more foundations that are really asking questions and raising questions about what would be the funding practice, how we can change the funding practice to be up to the challenges that we have today. And so how we can support with more enabling, more flexible approaches this complex change that we have. And so this morning, for example, we were discussing about innovation. What does it mean to support innovation? And most probably project-restricted money don't work. So in order to really enable innovation to spark, I mean, the risk capital that foundations have would be perfectly fitting. And so we have to really work on new toolbox in our tool of supporting civil society organization and change.
And it's going to be fascinating, because that's the next conversation we're going to have. How exactly do you finance this? Because we talk a lot about it. It always comes up about risk and systemic change. So we'll continue that after the break, but I want to get the last question in.
Constance Haug from the Berlin think tank Adelphi. I think it's a fantastic initiative that you're bringing the climate health narrative nexus together, because I think that is a piece that has been missing. I mean, we have all these studies, air pollution cuts global health, global age expectancy by 2 years. And I think it works for mobilizing people. I guess the question that I have is, can it also work for mobilizing policy? Because I see the risk that, once again, this is then at the intersection of different responsibility areas. And yeah, how do you think about making a change there?
You spotted the weak spot. With Gesunde Erde, Gesunde Menschen, we're talking to a lot of different ministries, environment, health, economics, climate now in Germany. And one thing that I'm very grateful for is our membership in F20, because we had a talk with Franz Timmermans, and I had the chance to talk to Ursula von der Leyen. She is a physician, she's a medical doctor, and she doesn't use the health narrative in her own communication. I said, why don't you just mention the fact that this transition, this reduction has an aim? We're not talking about where we want to go. We're talking about the problems on the way. And as a doctor, a very simple image is, if you haven't communicated the diagnosis, you can't talk about treatment. So the diagnosis hasn't, in COVID, it worked in the communication Reihenfolge, in the order. First, the Chancellor at the time, Merkel, said we are in a serious disruption. We have to take steps that we're not doing for fun, it's necessary. In the climate crisis, we are still missing the moment of the governments to acknowledge the real threat of the situation. And so we're losing a lot of time in discussing the end of the Verbrennungsmotor and whatever, but we are not still communicating the cost of inaction. And maybe when you go on our website, we for the coalition Verhandlung, we had a huge sign on in Berlin, so every Abgeordnete had to pass it. It said, the most expensive thing we can do now is nothing. So we have to change around the narrative. We have to tell, and even the World Economic Forum now says climate crisis is the most expensive thing, the most threatening thing to our economies. We have to do the same with health. And Franz Timmermans in our talk with F20 said, usually people change after a crisis. After the crisis of the Second World War, we had the European Union, and we were very clear, no more war, no more fascism in Europe. At the moment, we have war and the rise of fascism in many European countries, which is really worrying. But at the same time, he said, the climate crisis is different because we will not be able to learn from its consequences. It will be irreversible. And this is the mindfuck. Irreversibility doesn't enter a politician's mind. They think if we have two parties, one on the left, on the right, we will have a middle solution and this will be good enough. Politicians think in 2015 we signed the Paris Agreement, but as Harald Lesch puts it brilliantly, he said, Naturgesetze sind nicht verhandelbar. The laws of science are not open to debate. No single molecule of CO2 has dropped because somebody signed the paper. So we are still emitting more than in 2015. So all the vital signs of this planet are on intensive care. And this urgency we need to communicate first, and then we can talk about the rest. And the urgency is now seen. I think 2021 was a social tipping point, at least in Germany, with the Ahrtal. In one night, 200 people and 30 billion of euro were lost. And all of a sudden people realize, oh, climate crisis is not only about Bangladesh, it's also about us. So I think we are in a very interesting time. But we're running out of time, not only in this discussion,
we are running out of time, and I know this conversation will continue, so I want to get literally 30-second answers at this point for wrapping this conversation up. So I'm going to start with you, Eckhard, because I know you have so much to say. Two things that you yourself are going to do in the next 1 year to make a difference. Because I think let's make this end question a little personal in terms of not getting distracted by Ukraine, not getting distracted by crises. What are the two things you're going to do? And that same question applies to everyone.
Let's start with someone else.
All right, let's go to Federico. Two things that you or your organization, let's widen this up, you and your organization can do.
Thank you, Egert, for dropping the ball. Well, let's say the first thing that we're going to do is that in our work, we have put a much greater emphasis on the green transition, the just green transition. We are a knowledge organization, so we produce analysis to inform policymakers. In every single product that we're doing, we are now putting the spotlight on just green transition. And I say just because you need to take into account the social consequences, green because it's about reducing the carbon footprint, transition because it's not going to happen overnight, and you need to think about the path to the end. On a more personal level, I will try to travel less. I will try to travel more by train, put it this way.
It's a good answer. Carola. Two things that you can...
For me, for Philea and for Acifera would be really to embed sustainability approach to the all of organization. So it's not like one more sector on environment or climate, but really embedding climate lens in whatever we do in operations, in endowment management, in the spending side. So really a all of organization approach, and we have already experience on that with ECFI, the European Community Foundation Initiative, and others that have really tried to foster these kind of approaches. So going beyond environmental funders and really bring climate to all foundations in any field they are operating. And on a more personal level, to get more frequently in touch with nature, to walk more in the mountains, to connect more with nature.
Empathy. Eckhart, your turn. You can't pass the ball again.
No. There are studies on trusted messengers in public. And at the lowest level are politicians, and at the highest level are all the medical professions. So my strategy is to reach out to the medical professions to open their mouth. And my favorite story, and we're so hopeful that Australia now takes a turn, Scott Morrison wanted to take a picture with a fireman because he knew firemen are popular, this coal-loving idiot from the last government. And the fireman was refusing the handshake, and he said, Prime Minister, you will not find a climate skeptic at the end of a Feuerlöschschlauch on a tube for extinguishing fire. And this sentence went viral because the people who are suffering have not been included in the conversation. And it's not only the people dying and starving, like Jochen said.
I'm going to bring you back to the two things that you will do.
So I will bring more people who are not in the conversation at the moment into this, which is medical professions, nurses, for example, who see people dying out of heat. Heat is the most distressing thing to our brain, to our body, and we are still showing images of swimming pools when we're talking about heat, which is a wrong framing. Mm-hmm. So I will bring in more medical professions, and I want to bring more public figures, and I will bring, try to raise more money because there are so many next generation leaders that and Felicitas with active philanthropy and with Fineo and with the network we're here, we have to address the most valuable thing you can pass on to the next generation is biodiversity.
Yep.
I'm part of the Landscape Legacy Fund idea from the BMZ to save areas where we can regrow nature once we've started to stabilize world population. So I try to get the message across. There's something we can gain, and I will want to be part of it.
That's a tall ambition indeed for 1 year. So Joachim, you get the final word. 2 things that you will do in the next 1 year for both the government and personally. To make sure that we don't get caught up in Ukraine, to clarify.
Yeah, allow me to look at it through my professional task. And we will exhaust ourselves to get the just energy transition with the emerging economies with the high emissions there done, to organize it. Number 2, to support those countries in which most of the population do not have access to energy, to do it in a sustainable, climate-friendly way. And let me add a third point. We want to help those countries where the population is suffering under the existing climate change without contributing now or in the past to the existing climate change.
Joachim, thank you very much for that. We'll check in with you in a year and see how you think those promises went. Please thank this amazing panel for us. They've been absolutely fantastic. We're going to take a short break. It is hot. We all need a little bit of a drink and hydration. So we'll catch you back here in about 20-25 minutes. I will come ring the bell. Oh. Mic on? Yes, perfect. All right, so we're running a little bit behind, so we're going to make this session even more interactive. If I can get everyone's attention, we are starting off. Do take your seats, because this is the conversation that is quite critical. It's about finance. This is the question that I get a lot, and I get asked a lot to ask people about finance. So the main sticking point is also the main need. We heard a lot of pledges in COP26. GFANZ was one of them. We are probably going to hear more pledges in Sharm el-Sheikh and in all the COPs that happen between now and the next one. So let's talk money. Let's talk about the transition being a reality, how stakeholders need to realize that there are needs in the financial institution side and that investors need risk addressed, they need regulatory clarity, and they need organizations like the EBRD to really participate in a more loud and vocal way. So how do we leverage the potential not just of developed markets but of emerging markets for the sustainable energy transition? That is what we're here to discuss. We can go as broad as we want. I'm going to open this up to the floor immediately. So let me quickly introduce our panel. Mark Bowman joins us. He is Vice President, Policy and Partnerships at the European Bank for Reconstruction and Development, the EBRD. Bertrand Badre joins us. He is Managing Partner and CEO, Blue Like an Orange Sustainable Capital. We're very sorry you couldn't join us in person this time, but hopefully the next time. We also have Martin Ewald, who is joining us. He is Managing Director, Impact Investments at Alliance Global Investors. And also, I'd like to clarify before we get started, and gentlemen, absolutely no offense to all of you, but this was not meant to be a manual. There was supposed to be a fabulous woman joining us, Ingrid Gabriele Hoven, who was the Managing Director and Board Member from the GIZ, or the German Corporation for International Cooperation, but she had to drop out of the conversation very, very last minute. So again, not meant to be a manual, but it's ended up as one. I will be your token diversity factor on here. So before we also get started, we'll pull up that QR code. Because we'd like to get your take on one of the questions that the foundations have put up for you. The question, again, is from your own industry perspective, what is most needed for emerging economies to bridge the climate financing gap? Stronger public-private partnerships, more climate and ESG-oriented private equity, more transparent fiscal frameworks, or more development aid? I'll give you a couple of minutes to QR it, choose your answers, tell me when you're done. This is also a fantastic way for us to understand where the room's at. Everyone done in the room and hopefully online? Have you all chosen your answers? Yes, you have. 70%. 67. Okay, it's still changing. A couple of you are still voting. I'll give it another 20 seconds. All right, so I think this is a pretty decent snapshot. It's kind of hovering in the same percentile. So stronger public-private partnerships seem to be leading along with ESG-oriented private equity as a potential solution here, but development aid is only 6% more development aid. That's an interesting mix and a difference, possibly I can say, from about 6 or 7 years ago when I had a similar question thrown out in an audience in Frankfurt. So that is the starting point, gentlemen. So let me start off with you, Mark. The EBRD lends to lots of places. You have projects around the world, multilateral. We've heard how much has to be invested into Africa, into developing countries, how much financing has to go in. That's where the lack is. And I mentioned to you before we got on stage that yesterday the CEO of the German Energy Agency told me that to tell you that the EBRD needs to start burning money. What do you think you need to do at this juncture, at this point in time, to really kickstart the financing into this green transition? Do you need to burn money, or do you need to have it very focused and continue the way you have?
Well, thank you very much. Really nice to be here. And I can talk just a little bit, very quickly, and I'll be very quick so we have time for discussion. Talk a little bit about what we're currently doing, and then try and articulate a little bit what I think the challenge is. So the EBRD, we have an explicit transition mandate working in Eastern Europe, in the Balkans, in Central Asia, in North Africa. And the unique thing that we do is we combine investments with a policy dialogue in the countries where we work. The green agenda is not our only objective, but it's an increasingly important objective for us, and we have committed that by 2025, 50% of our investments will be green investments. Actually, we achieved that target last year. We got to over 50%. We've also, as an MDB, I think been in the vanguard, and we have committed that all of our investments will be Paris aligned. So not necessarily green investments, but investments that are consistent with a transition to net zero. We've been in this business for a long time. Our approach has developed over the years. I guess we started off doing energy efficiency projects. We've got into renewables a lot in recent years, and we continue to kind of expand and evolve our approach. And interested in your comment on innovation, would like to know a bit more of what was behind the question and sort of specific ideas. But yes, we're
funding innovation.
We're keen on funding innovation, and innovation is great, but we are also a bank, and we have to find bankable projects. That's the challenge that we have. I think our to go to the questionnaire there, I think all of those things are important, and the unique thing that we can do is, as I say, combining investments with policy advice, policy dialogue, and that can be anything from project preparation to working with the government to develop a regulatory framework for renewables, for example. We can do it in partnership with investors, in partnership with governments, in partnership with donors, and we combine a lot of our investment with donor money. That's become an increasingly important part of our business. In terms of the overall challenge, I mean, there's a lot of discussion about the supply of finance and how you can increase the supply of finance to kind of meet the transition. It's also really important to think about the demand for finance and the kind of the quality of bankable projects. In the countries where we work, you have some of the very traditional constraints, so political uncertainty, lack of a stable regulatory regime, lack of a good investment climate. Mm-hmm. You also have a kind of, when you're talking about the green transition, you also have perhaps a more fundamental problem, which is that in lots of places, very many places, carbon is not priced correctly, and that would be the most significant thing in order to make projects investable. So renewables projects have evolved massively over recent years and are economic. Some other green projects simply aren't economic because carbon either explicitly or implicitly isn't priced correctly. And it's very interesting when I travel around the world. Some countries are very conscious of this. Some countries are very conscious. There's the whole debate in Europe about carbon border adjustment mechanisms, and let's see where that gets to. But some countries have clocked that and have begun to realise that in order to remain competitive, they need to address the green agenda. Other countries haven't made that jump yet. Mm-hmm. Just on blended finance, because I know that's one of the kind of things to talk about. And blended finance, and I talked about how we combine our investments with donor money. That's really important. I think sometimes this debate can be a little bit simplistic in that, if only MDBs could take on a little bit of risk, then suddenly this wall of money, this GFANZ wall of money would start to flow. And I go back to saying all of the things in the questionnaire were important. The really important thing is to look at a country and to understand the political economy and the constraints, why the transition isn't happening. So, for example, take the renewables example. Private investors shouldn't need incentives to invest in renewables because renewables is economic. But how do you persuade a government to increase its renewables targets when that will involve shutting down dirtier fuels, coal, gas, etc.? That's a political economy challenge, and the challenge there is the vested interests who have interests in the coal, the gas business, the workers who are working in those plants, the just transition question. So, of course, it's different in every country, but the importance of having a kind of comprehensive overview and really, really understanding in a particular country what the constraints are and what the blockages are to a green transition.
That brings me very nicely to you, Martin, because you have this experience of going to invest in these countries. Give us a little bit of an idea of what it's going to take. What are the actual obstacles? I mean, broad brush, it's political economy, but what are the obstacles when you actually go in to do the investments? Finding the right project, finding a bankable project, all of that we know. Give us a little bit of your experience, any kind of lived experiences that you can share with us to understand an investor's perspective.
Mm-hmm. Happy to, and also happy to be here. Thanks a lot for having me. I particularly like the answers of the poll because what we're doing is we're building public-private partnerships in order to channel more equity into developing markets in emerging economies via blended finance tools. So therefore, thanks for that answer. And what we're doing is we're building blended finance equity vehicles which then invest into local funds in order to build up renewable energy capacity in emerging economies. So in other words, what do we need? We need partners, GPs, fund managers which are embedded in those countries capable of building new capacities. That might mean they must be able to identify the right site. They might have to know how to get the components together, how to build the thing, how to operate it, how to negotiate with utilities, how to get grid access, how to really long-term stabilize that, and then they must multiply. And this is what we are about to be doing, or what we work on. We have a cooperation with the European Investment Bank called Emerging Market Climate Action Fund, and that then is really building capacity in those markets. So really, we want to back fund managers who are capable of doing that, to replicate that, and then we want that to be scalable. And our idea is we make this area investable for also non-blended institutional capital. So the capital we are investing, and we had a pre-discussion with a friend earlier, so we are institutional capital out of Europe channeling into emerging economies, which in the absence of such structures wouldn't be investable. So really life insurance money flowing into such investments would be too risky in the absence of structures. And this is also why such partnerships are needed between state investors like Jochen Flassbart, BMZ. They invest into our Africa Grow Fund, where we do private equity venture capital in Africa in order to create jobs, so a social impact. Or the Bundesministerium für Umwelt backing the Emerging Market Climate Action Fund. And then within the transaction, you also need that partnerships, which we run in the example of Africa Grow with DEG, German DFI, or with the EIB.
I know there'll be plenty of questions coming your way on how to go about this, but I want to get one quick opening idea from you, Bertrand, as well about measurement, because at the end of the day, investments need to be quantifiable, they need to be worth it for investors. So I know you've developed a particular system, and with your experience, give us an example of, or give us a bit of an idea of how SDG Blue works. How do you measure, impact, because it's a bit of a niche thing, and how critical is it to the financial sector to really do a deep dive more than pledges and actually, as Mark says, go beyond a fancy acronym and lots of money pledged and do the action that's necessary?
Well, thanks, Matthew. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Okay, thank you. Well, I just, after 2 years of COVID, you prefer to check the technicality first to make sure it's okay.
It's alive and kicking for now.
Thank you very much. So there are a lot of questions actually in your questions. First, you say impact is a niche, and you're right, and it's very unfortunate. So I think it's important that we stop talking of impact as a niche, and we start talking as impact of an objective for the whole of finance. Because if we keep impact as a niche, we are unlikely to achieve any of the Sustainable Development Goals, we are unlikely to achieve the climate objectives, or unlikely to change anything in the system. So I think it's not a fancy acronym, it's a necessary change of the operating system of our financial world. And if we are not committed to that, we will not get anywhere. So I want really to repeat this again, that's extremely important. Point number 2, you're right, we need to measure. And what is at the heart of our model with Blue Like an Orange? We want to provide an option to invest in emerging market for institutional investors. So in today's world, you have to be very clear that you are paid for the risk you are taking. And I subscribe to what Martin said. You have to be very clear that if there is a risk in today's world, the risk is defined as in the fiduciary duties of investors, and you have to be paid for that. You cannot fudge the issue. So you have to be very clear on the measurement of the risk and the remuneration of that risk. And in parallel to that, you have to be very clear on the impact you are talking about and the way you measure it. And that's also, I think being clear is a nice way to mainstream everything we are discussing. If we are ambiguous, we will lose people and then we will create deception. And I think it's extremely important to be clear. So coming back to be more specific on SDG Blue, actually when I started Blue Like an Orange, this is after I left the World Bank, and it was deeply rooted on a report I led in 2015, maybe Mark as a memory of our conversation from that time. It was called From Billions to Trillions. The idea is that we are talking of a $100 trillion GDP world, and we are discussing a few billions of public money moving around. So how do you bridge the gap between these billions to change a $100 trillion world? These are the order of magnitude. And the conclusion is if we don't change the systems, there is no way we're going to change this. And so that's how I started Blue Like an Orange. At that time, impact was a Wild West. You could just define yourself as I'm an impact guy. And this is the way I'm defining impact. So that's what we did. And SDG Blue was really our answer to what is your approach to impact. So SDG Blue, in a nutshell, it's like a rating system, like a credit rating system. It's an impact rating. So, and like a credit rating, you can upgrade or downgrade the rating of your impact. It moves over time. It's not because you're at a good grade day one that you will get a good grade 100 days down the road. So we focus on 4 things which are our choice, whether we invest in health, education, water, energy. We want to focus on job creation, not just the number of jobs, but the quality of jobs, everything that goes around. That's an important criteria. We want to focus on gender, because gender equality is important per se, but also because when it's not there, it's a symptom of many other things that are going wrong. Third, we focus on the respect on environment. This is a 12.6 SDG, not only greenhouse gas emission, but air pollution, water pollution, land use, etc. And we focus on innovation. These 4 criteria represent 50% of the rating. And then we have a more specific approach to health, water, education, etc. And the total gives us a rating. The challenge we are facing today is that, as we're very familiar with, the EU has developed an impact approach, SFDR, a directive, which basically design impact. So how do we square our SDG Blue into the EU circle? That's a challenge. In particular, but this is probably something we'll discuss later and I will stop here, the system developed by the EU, I think first of all it's great because we need a system, but it has at least 2 limits. First, it's still a very photographic system, and we're talking about transition. It's not about being black or white at day one, it's how do you move from white to black or black to white. And I think it's important to introduce this transition aspect in the impact. And the second aspect is that we have defined or designed impact more for developed economy, for Brussels or London or Paris, etc., than for Lagos, Bogota or Delhi. And I think we have to engage very seriously with the emerging and developing economies to make sure that impact means the same in different places. And I think this is a critical point. Yep. We can't behave as the hipsters of the world. So we've done very bad things for 200 years. Now we found the light and we want to share the light with you. Sorry, I've been too long, but I hope I answered your questions, my friend.
You did, and you just opened up an entire new Pandora's box of questions, I think, which we will come to, but I want to open it up to the floor. Finance has been a critical element of these conversations. So if there are any questions or comments in the room, that would be fantastic to hear from you now. Anyone? the money is important, so let me come back to the question I have. And one more thing I've been hearing is quite regularly is that when you have impact assessments or you have any of these regulations, it's a bit of the point that Bertrand's just brought up. There's so many at this point that not just companies, but banks, financial institutions, it's just too much for them to handle. It's just adding on to their costs. And that kind of makes them a little bit wary of many, many of these issues. One of the suggestions that has been made is that we have an overarching system that we follow. We managed to do it with accountings. Why is it so difficult for impact? Is it that difficult to find an overarching regulation that can go across the world, which can be used in the East, the West, the South? Bertrand?
It's very difficult. I mean, let's be honest. I mean, it took us many decades to stabilize the IFRS accounting system. Now we are moving into the non-financial accounting system. This has been given to EFRAG within Europe and to IFRS, ISSB with Emmanuel Faber outside of Europe. There are a few issues. First, on climate, CO2 is a kind of an obvious metric. But when you move into the other dimensional environment, there is no such obvious metric. So it's becoming difficult to create consensus and what do you measure, how do you measure it, etc. And second, there is no master of the world. There is nobody that will tell you this is it. And as we know, there are different views. The Americans are not the Europeans, are not the Chinese. Let's be very direct. And there is a lot of money at play there. So who is going to define the system? Who is going basically to sell? I mean, let's be very direct. Who is going to sell the system around it, etc. So it's a long job. It will take many, many years, but I think it's extremely important because if we don't get there, we will not be serious about everything we discuss. I've been CFO of companies for many years. If you don't change the system, every quarter you're brought back to the old system. That's it. So that's really what is at play. We need to build this framework that will make collective sense, but it's difficult when there is no master of the world, and the reality is that there is less and less a master of the world, and when the issues are much more complex than traditional financial issues.
Maybe just we have a question there, and I think also from the audience, but just on the impact measurement. Like my dream was always like to have like one large piece of paper, and that then would transfer like each and every impact you can measure into like one unit. That is, I think, really something where we will have years of doings, but we don't have that time. Which is why I think, especially in climate finance, the beauty is like CO2 is this unique currency. You can all you can calculate everything in. That helps, and it also comes back to what Bertrand said earlier, like about impact being like not so much niche, because right now what we do see is like those companies, it doesn't matter if you invest into debt equity or asset finance or private equity, those trading in carbon or reducing carbon. So this is rather obvious that multiples on such companies, so the impact they generate is a lower CO2 footage. Or footprint, that those multiples are higher, and they will be higher for the long run, and that like ultimately helps us. And I think if we would manage to build up a system similar to what we see in CO2, so where we can measure methane or whatever, I think this would bring us somewhere. And in the meantime, until we have that, I think it's better to get started rather than just to wait until we have this really elaborated super system, coming back to my single sheet of paper, we can all understand like a single source of impact. And I think if we look into the SDGs, we can understand that the dimensions of impact, there are so multiple dimensions of that. Like if you think about environmental, it's much easier than social impact, of course, but nevertheless, it's just a lot. And what I think, like also those impact frameworks are getting closer to each other, and there's like much more transparency in there. And so if institutional investors really, with whom we trade mostly, like they invest time in order to understand it, and we should get started there rather than just wait for the super system.
So we're already on our way. Would you agree with that?
Yeah, I agree with all of that. I'm not going to repeat what Bertrand and Martin have said, but just to comment that we, the EBRD, we are a different kind of institution, but we are an impact investor. Our mandate is to invest to deliver transition impact to help countries become sustainable market-led economies. We have a very complex internal system for rating projects, for rating the transition impact of projects. And one of the things that we have found, it goes back a bit to what was said earlier about communication, is that it's a system that works internally, but we struggle to explain to the outside world what we are achieving with our projects. Your point about green investments and CO2 emissions avoided is a really interesting one, because that is a clear, I mean, it's difficult to measure, but it's a definable metric that people understand.
We had a question right there from the gentleman there.
Thank you. Bertrand, this is a question for you. I was quite excited about what you described, because I think standardization and transparency in financial products is extremely important to scale. And you know, the impact investment scene, while it is growing, in my opinion, still lacks that transparency. But you will recall the financial crisis of 2008. Rating agencies were a major contributor to that crisis. What is your revenue model? Who's paying for your rating?
It's a very good question. Let me give you the blunt answer I received from one of my investors. We say, Bertrand, I'm buying your performance and you give me the impact for free. And this is precisely at the heart of the issue we are facing. Because in today's world, impact has zero value, but the kind of emotional value or marketing value or love value you put to it. But from an investor's perspective, and I hope Martin will challenge me on that, because I think it's important, the reality is that the only thing that matters is the financial performance. So we are paying for this rating. This is part of the cost that we as a company are bearing, because this is part of our business model. What is interesting is that you have more and more export financial rating agencies that are being built up, and people are still questioning their business model. Because on the one hand, you have the traditional one, S&P, Moody's, and Fitch, which are developing their non-financial approach, and they can leverage their critical mass. And the new people are trying to use artificial intelligence, data, etc., which is kind of attractive, and it's moving in the right direction, but sometimes it's just stay at the surface. And regularly you have scandals, because these companies can't just really dig into the reality of a rating, which means interacting with a company and go deep on the ground on what is the reality. So you're touching on the right point. Who is going to pay for that? The way I've discussed that with companies. I mean, when I was CFO of large Fortune 500 companies, we pay dozens of millions for our auditors. Is a company willing to pay the same amount of money to audit your impact or ESG data today? No. So when will people be ready to pay the price for everything we are discussing today? This is a critical question going forward. You're absolutely right. Thank you for raising that point.
Do you want to challenge him as he asked you to?
Yeah, I don't really know where I was challenged, but I'm always happy to. So essentially, I think it was around the business models and who pays for impact. And I guess essentially, just like what are we backing? For example, on the private equity side, we back business models which reduce the use of energy consumption. So therefore, really, like the higher you see like CO2 peaking, the better off the investment is. And this is just real asset finance or private equity. So we're on the private side. But essentially, like when we started off also with our first impact fund, which is 2019 vintage, also same as Bertrand just said, like investors said, you know, I want a financial product, I want an impact, you measure that, you give it for free, you know, I'm a financial investor. And the beauty now, like just really figuring on CO2 is that also those decision makers, the commercial decision makers, they get CO2 targets within their framework, and then they have a reason how to integrate that into their decision-making pattern. And they need intelligence, they need further frameworks in order to know, like, how can I quantify that? How much is it worth? And it's therefore also the more like CO2, the beauty is also you have like advanced curves, you know, future contracts, all the derivatives are around there. So you can really see if I'm carbon heavy, I will have a hit in my business model for long run. And therefore, decarbonizing is also like a financial idea, and just really also coming back to the potential emerging markets for the sustainable energy transition. Also, I think this is one of the challenges also we see for ourselves with the vehicles we build. We must help the transformation towards renewable energy, so to leapfrog. So then those countries, and this was something we learned also in the earlier panel, like really ambitious countries, really they want to decarbonize, but they need to have the ecosystem to do so, and then they can build on top an economy which is already relying on renewable energy or electricity rather than heat, as we also learned that earlier.
I think, any more questions? Yeah, we've got another one there, one in front. We can start with the gentleman at the back.
Yes, Martin Felsen. I would be interested in a typical project example. If you could explain, if you could give us a typical investment you would invest in. The question would be your approach. I mean, you are investing in emerging markets, and it looks like you are coming from a more central, old-school perspective. You invest in big and large-scale projects. I wonder if for these type of countries, the decentral beauty of renewable energy and the diversification of wealth wouldn't be much more the need of the local people, and if such project types wouldn't be the better solution, the better energy infrastructure.
Yeah, so that's a very, very good question, and I can certainly talk a little bit about what we do. So we do. I mean, we work predominantly with the private sector. We work with some governments. Traditionally, we've done infrastructure projects or working with larger private sector players. In terms of accessing smaller businesses, residential investments, what we have tended to do is to work with partner financial institutions. So we will provide a credit line to a local bank that will then on-lend for green projects. That's been a very successful kind of line of business, particularly in terms of if you're thinking about investments in residential energy efficiency, or rooftop solar is a very, very successful. So we are continually trying to kind of expand our product range. As the size of our bank, we have a limited capacity to deal with very, very small clients. But if we can work with partners on the ground, and particularly through local banks, that can work very successfully.
Did that answer your question? Great. I will get a question in the front, please. And if you could let us know who you're addressing, because their online audience is also joining.
A little bit complicated. Johannes Weber, German National Initiative for Impact Investing, Bmw Foundation. My question follows up on the survey. So, I don't know, 60–70% said we need a better partnership between private and public. And at first glance, it totally makes sense. I mean, DFIs have a lot of boots on the ground. They have experience in impact measurement, and then we have private investors bringing in money. But then if you talk to people, it's way more complicated. So funds say, okay, we want a public LP, but maybe 1 out of 10, because otherwise it becomes too complicated. So what do we have to do to really create a partnership between those two parts, and that it works better than it maybe works now?
It's a good question for you. So, yes, because you work with the EIB, so explain it to us, because it's a very murky and dark area. Go on. And Bertrand, yes, you too. Actually, all three of you.
We all want to answer, so that's a brilliant question. So I think it's first about dialogue, so also therefore thanks to Stiftung Klimawirtschaft that I can be here, like Bmw Foundation also, of course. It is about dialogue, it's about explaining like what you want to achieve. I think this is where it gets started. And why is it also needed? It is needed because if you don't partner up, and then just like really exemplify where we partner up, just using my Emerging Market Climate Action Fund as an example, not that I'm fundraising, just like for the sake of argument, it is it's a blended structure. So we have public investors who de-risk, and then we have private investors who create scale. So the private investors couldn't go in there without the de-risking, and the public investors wouldn't have the scale. So this is why partnership makes sense, and they must make sense. And there again, like we're equity, debt is similar. There's a bit more of competition on the debt side. So therefore, on the equity side, it's a true partnership, and it helps everyone. And then we also partner on the transactional side. So therefore, MCAF, we run together with the European Investment Bank. So we do transactions with like a front office team together. And that helps us in negotiating the terms with the local GPs, because essentially we are representing a fund, and it's like I'm responsible for the fund and the performance, and I have tax-paying investors in there. So therefore, when we negotiate our side letters, we need to take care of tax-paying investors, something public investors or DFIs or MDBs would need to take care of. So in other words, we educate the local fund managers on the needs of the private investors. And this is like this catalytic effect. And this is also why like in my point of view, like partnerships are needed to catalyze, to transform, to push further. And like this is my mission in life or in my professional job. Like I want to push the boundaries of what is investable as far as I can to impact. And this blended as debt and equity helps you to push those boundaries more to purpose-driven investments. And ultimately, really, therefore, it's also great to be here because also foundations play a great role in de-risking investments in order to pave way for future private capital.
Bertrand?
Yes, thank you. Here again, this is a crucial question. I've argued when I was, again, on the other side of the table as managing director of the World Bank, that none of the 17 Sustainable Development Goals, in particular the climate one, will be achievable by the public or the private sector alone. So we need to cooperate, and we talk about it, and I've attended, like probably Martin and Mark, many panels and discussions to see how to develop public-private cooperation, public-private partnership, public-private, you name them. And the reality is that we don't do that much. And it's not changing, and I would probably bet that it's diminishing rather than increasing. And there are many reasons for that. There are suspicions, the one you mentioned, from the private sector perspective, exactly what Martin says. This is what we need, but it's taking time, it's bureaucratic, it's not really what we need. And from the public sector side, you're nervous because everybody is raising conflict of interest, corruption, blah, blah, blah. We know all of this, so it makes everything the heaven for lawyers, but not the heaven for projects. And that's really that's one of the main issues. The second issue, and I'm speaking from the multilaterals and international organizations' point of view, I think we have to recognize that these organizations are very precious but quite small. Again, in $100 trillion GDP, the combined outcome of all these organizations is in billions, or dozens or hundreds of billions. So when you're small, you have to leverage your size. And I would argue that these organizations need to change their DNA, and probably EBRD is one of the most advanced, and become mobilizing organization. The point is really to put at the heart of your mandate how you can attract private money, how can you make the life of private investor easier. It's not about having your own project with your own flag, it's attracting people's money. And I think it's a cultural issue that we are facing. It's a very difficult one. If we don't change the DNA, it's unlikely. I was expecting that the COVID would really shake the tree, and again, being a little blunt and probably not totally fair to the system, it's a little bit more of the same. We have not really changed the way we operate, and we need desperately to change the way we operate to truly mobilize and put yourself in the shoes of the needs of the private sector, not the other way around. And I think it's important.
It's quite important because it is quite opaque still, isn't it, Mark, the way that these partnerships can happen, how they happen.
It is, but I mean, I want to very much agree with what Bertrand has said, and you know, clearly the climate challenge can't be solved with public money. We need to mobilise private money. That is absolutely a priority for a bank like the EBRD, private sector mobilisation, and we do that by investors are coming alongside directly in projects. We also do that through, you know, being the first investor in the country and demonstrating that it works. So the kind of catalytic effect. I think Bertrand has got, you know, to be a bit self-critical. I think Bertrand's got a kind of a bit of a point that private sector mobilisation should be what we are all about. Our job is to transition, to help countries become sustainable on their own. If we can go into a country and create the conditions where the private sector then can invest, then we have been successful. But sometimes that is not reflected enough in our mandates, or it's quite difficult to measure private sector mobilisation. We can measure if we're in a project and we syndicate it and we have investors coming in directly. You can measure that, but the kind of catalytic effect of us going into a country, starting a market, and future investors coming in is much more difficult to do. I had a question earlier on the sort of specifics of what we do, and I just wanted to give an example. So we were very involved in Egypt in development of renewables there. We invested in the Benban solar plant, which it used to be the biggest solar plant in the world. I think it's the 4th or 5th biggest now. That was a long journey over many years. We worked with the Egyptian government on their regulatory regime. We went in with a bunch of other IFIs and some private money. And that was a success story because it worked and it's up and running and it's producing cheap electricity, but also because more recently it's got to a refinancing stage. So we were an investor in the early stage when there were risks, and then the project was refinanced and institutional investors have come in, and we've been able to free up our capital, and that's an example of exactly the role we should be playing in terms of creating the conditions and then handing over to the private sector where possible.
Exactly, and also similar to this is what we do is we do greenfield renewables, and then like we back like shorter dated like shorter term strategies. So we want developers to really develop new capacity and then exit them in order to really also have more capital crowded in. And just like on the measurement, so what we do is like we have a ratio of in the vehicle we invest out of like 1 public euro matches 2 private ones. So this is like how we mobilize, and the idea is really over time to really get that lower, like maybe 1 to 3, one public to 3 private, and this is how we then measure like how then private capital can be crowded in.
Can you give me an example, if you can, of this leapfrogging that we talked about and this public-private partnership that you both are such strong believers in? Have you got a project that you invested in that allowed that leapfrogging, where you took that risk and you had a good partnership? How did you make it happen? Because I think a number of people do get a little bit overwhelmed when, say, for example, they want to work with the EIB or the EBRD, and it's just very opaque. They don't know how to go about the process. And then they go, that's not going to happen. I don't have time for this. I don't have the personnel for this. Mm-hmm. Give us an example of how you make it work so folks in this room get a better idea.
Mm-hmm. Just on the leapfrogging, what I meant also is like when we talk about countries, and Mr. Jochen Flassbart spoke about like Uganda, for example, in order for them to really allow the step like into a decarbonized economy, they must not first build the coal-fired power plants.
Yeah, so let's split that question into two. I want to be quite specific in the 2 parts of that question.
Exactly, that's the leapfrogging element. Just and what are we doing? We are backing local fund managers, and for example, we invested into one with this Emerging Market Climate Action Fund, which was just launched. We invested in a cool chain solutions developer. So they develop cold chain solutions, which are based in Eastern Africa. And Eckhard von Hirschhausen, who unfortunately isn't there anymore, he spoke about how much food is rotting. That's about 60%. So they start to build up a cold chain from first mile farmer to then really like the cold chain solutions in order to distribute and export. So therefore then they can also like advance on their total value chain, because they really have like central pieces of their value chain. So it's like starting to also get into adaptation, and at the same time with the Africa Growth Fund, we invest into venture capital on the ground, and there we also have investments, for example, in supporting local farmers in increasing their efficiency of farming, in order to really have them less, ruin their ground, be more efficient, have less rotten food also, and then therefore also like create like more of a value chain, avoiding methane from the first mile up to then the last mile, which then would be like the cold chain solution. So that's a bit of the vision where we want to be heading to.
And how easy was it for you to navigate your pathway to the EIB? Was it easy? Was it tough? Did it require pulling every contact card that you had in your black book?
Yeah, so
I'm taking you back a few years.
Yeah, exactly. It was a longer journey. So we started with Africa Grow in 2019. That went rather quick. So we built this fund within half a year with BMZ and KfW as a very wonderful and trusted partnership, and that then enabled us to speak to EIB, and then from scratch. Really, we went there and said, let's do something together, and that then took us around 2 years or so until we had the first investment,
roughly. And that brings up a question from private equity. Go ahead.
Thank you. I was wondering, the earlier panels highlighted the urgent need for change in order to tackle climate change. And with urgent, they really meant urgent. And as much as I value the steps taken in impact in the impact investing circles, I was wondering if you put political factors aside, what in your opinion could really significantly accelerate the deployment of capital in impact? Because we've talked about this in the break, it's not easy to find good projects in that regard. There's regulation, there's politics, there's barriers to investing in different countries. What would be the single biggest factor to really scale this? Because by 2030, if we continue on the current trajectory, it will still be a minute fraction of the overall investment hemisphere.
Let's make that our final question to everybody on this panel, because I think it's a relevant one. So I'm going to start it off with you.
Carbon pricing. So I really think like if the carbon pricing, and sorry to steal that, carbon pricing, if that was adequately priced, and this is not only emerging economies but also everywhere, if that was adequately priced, if it was also more embedded into regulation, because it's a proper risk, like you really face that risk if you're carbon intensive to be shut down for future reference, either implicitly or via tax or whatever, that must be coherently and consistently done, and also like the whole question of like how imported carbon, wire goods, whatever. So that must be properly solved, because otherwise it's also unjust. Yeah? So let's talk about just. So that's for me the one point which could really go quickly and really would change something.
I'm sorry, it's the same answer, but it's these are complex projects, and you're talking about capital investment, long-term income stream, so all the kind of traditional things about investment climate, stability, political stability. But fundamentally, if we want to accelerate the green transition, it is carbon pricing, and the projects won't become economic until carbon is priced correctly, and that's the fundamental. The fundamental point. I think I'd also say, I mean, I don't want to go back to the earlier question, but public-private partnerships. This is complex, and you need a kind of comprehensive approach. There are no. I'm sure we can do a better job in terms of telling a better story and simplifying where we can. But you're talking about complex political economy problems, and the EBRD has a different role to the private sector, and we can complement each other, and we have excellent relationships with sponsors in the private sector. But each situation is different, and you really have to understand. And I think one of our great strengths is our presence on the ground in countries where we have the relationship with the government, we have a long-term relationship with the government. We're able to work out what the impediments are, whether they're regulatory or whatever, and make progress on those grounds.
Bertrand, last word.
Yes, the bad news is that there is no silver bullet. It's really, as I said in my introductory remark, it's about working on our operating system. I know I'm French, and initially I thought there would be a grand soir, and French are known for making the revolution. They take the Bastille, they abolish the privilege, and they think they are done. This is exactly not what we can do there. It's about changing the system in which we operate. So it's about accounting standards, it's about fiduciary duties, it's about compensation policies, it's about rating, it's about disclosure, it's about reporting. It's about everything that makes the daily life of companies, investors, all of us. And this is taking time. So we are in a system which is probably 50, 60 years old, let's say the Milton-Friedman system, to be very simplistic. And so we have to work on that system. And unless we work on that system, as I said, we will still be on the margins. And so we have to push this as much as we can within the existing system, but at the same time, we have to push the system itself. And that's why I'm very happy that the EU is pushing. Again, there are limits, as I said, but the EU is probably the place where things can happen. And to be fair, I'm sorry to conclude on an alarming remark, but I'm very nervous when I hear what I hear from the US, where in particular the Republicans start to say that ESG is to capitalism what woke is to culture, and that ESG is bad and that we should abandon all these fuzzy ideas, etc. I think we have to stay firm. It's not about being fashionable, what we are discussing. It's essential for the future of our planet and the future of our people. And so we have to be serious and work in depth. So we have to support all the efforts to re-engineer the system down the road, and it will not happen overnight. That's, I wish, again, being French, I wish, but it's not going to happen. So we have to be very ambitious. It's a true revolution we are discussing. At the same time, we have to be modest, because this will take 10, 15 years.
10, 15 years, but hopefully we will make a difference, because I think everyone in this room truly believes it needs to be done, and it starts, an ocean, it starts with a drop, right? So we have enough drops already to make a good river. We just need to now make it a sea and then an ocean. Thank you all very, very much, Martin, Mark, Bertrand, for an intense conversation. This is a conversation that can go very, very deep, but we had very little time, so we appreciate it. Give them a round of applause. The windows had to be shut because there were some very loud conversations going on outside, so I appreciate the team doing that for us, but it's also made this room boiling hot. Take a break, grab a couple of drinks, and then we'll meet you right back here in 20 minutes on.
Thank you.
off. I'll call you up in a second, then it's easier. So if everyone can take their seats. It's been a long day, but we've made it. We've survived the heat. We have experienced a little bit of climate change and a little bit of the little sacrifices we have to make when it comes to air conditioning and our power usage today. So we can check the box for this week of trying to save the planet, even if we didn't plan for it. So let's go back to the core of the issue of how to decarbonize industry. This is our final conversation before we can take a break and really go into depth of these discussions over drinks in a slightly cooler part of this hotel, which is usually, by the way, freezing cold. Now, industry, of course, employs a significant number of people on this planet. As I mentioned in the morning, I was in Remscheid, which is an industrial town in Germany, where the mayor is under pressure to decarbonize, to make industry more innovative. But as he very honestly told me while giving me a kiss and a screwdriver as a thank you present, was, I have no money. And Ukraine is a new problem, but it's an old problem as well, because we still have industries that have so much invested into long life cycles. There's no market for innovation. What do I do to make this happen? That was the constant refrain to the innovators who had gathered in Remscheid. Now, let's talk a little bit about creating the market demand, because that was the question the innovators had. How do we create the market demand, improve project economics, bring down those costs, reduce the risks, and critically, most importantly, and this was, I'm glad to see this being echoed by the foundations as well, because the innovators are asking this question, how do we operationalize the innovations that are actually happening? So at the MSC lunch, or the Munich Security Conference lunch that was hosted by Bmw Foundation, I had the honor of speaking with John Kerry and Bill Gates, who really have kickstarted a version of this, and it's called the First Movers Coalition. Very exciting stuff that's coming out of there. But how do we make this more global? How do we do this here in Germany and across the world? So to talk about this, let's please welcome a very stellar panel onto the stage. Erika Mink is joining us. She made it despite some massive train strikes. So thank you very much, Erika. She is the head of governmental and regulatory affairs at ThyssenKrupp Steel. Nicholas Peter is joining us. He is, of course, the chief financial officer of the BMW Group. And joining us virtually is Darmawan Prasojo, who is the President Director of PLN Indonesia, which is, of course, Indonesia's state electricity company. Thank you very much for joining us online. And unfortunately, as I mentioned, those train strikes, we did take a little bit of another hit to one more woman on the talking stage today and on the sessions. And of course, Anne Mettler is President Europe of Breakthrough Energy. She wasn't able to make it in person. I was looking forward to seeing her again. But Anne, I'm so very glad that you could join us virtually. COVID did leave us with something, people. It left us with the ability to not travel, but still join in the conversation. So Anne, thank you very much for being here. Let's get down to a vote. Why not? Why shouldn't we? Scan that QR code, if you will. The question, of course, is the greatest challenge facing the industry on its decarbonization journey is what? You have your choices. Lack of time left by policymakers to businesses to adapt a new framework of regulation, a lack of critical market size for tech solutions to successfully scale up, or C, regulatory dumping. I'll give you a couple of minutes. Let me know when you're done. All right, let's give you another 20 seconds to get this relatively in line with how all of you in the room are thinking and all of you joining us on our live stream. I think we're pretty close here. So lack of time left by policymakers to businesses to adapt to a new framework of regulation is rated the highest at 45%, while regulatory dumping is coming in a reasonably close second. Let's see if you change your minds at the end of this conversation. So let's open up this chat. And let me start with you, Nicholas. This is a time where everyone is talking about the why nots in the last 4 months. I mean, the conversation we're having today feels a little bit different, and that's putting it politely, to the MSC lunch when we last spoke. Give us an example of what you're doing in this environment where everything is outrageously crazy in terms of pricing, supply chain issues exist, you have the Chinese economy being quite an issue as well, along with the issues that are stemming from the Ukrainian war. How are you handling your decarbonization strategy? Is this a turning point? Is it a flashpoint? Is it an opportunity? We've been having this discussion all day. So to fill you in on that, we're trying to get a perspective from a company as large as BMW. Give us an idea of how you're handling the situation.
Well, of course, that's an extremely relevant and important question. I'm now more than 30 years in the industry, and it was never as exciting as it is being in this industry as it is today. Despite all the volatility we are facing. And why is it so exciting? Because, of course, volatility means on one hand side risk, and I will come to it, but every risk is an opportunity as well. And the interesting opportunity and challenge at the same time we face today is that we have short-term issues. You've referred to some of them, supply chain, semiconductors, COVID crisis still going on, and we have one very, very clear long-term objective and task, which is decarbonization. And both are in a certain way related to each other. Now, in our industry, and if you look from a global perspective, traded goods around the world, the passenger car industry is by far number one. And spare parts for passenger cars is number 4. In between is petrol and computers and so on. So it's extremely relevant for the development of our societies around the world, and it's long-term oriented industry. Why is it long-term oriented? Because we are investing today in technologies, and I'm really surprised regarding the feedback you got from the mayor of Ramstein, because it's all about innovation. It's all about innovation. We are investing today every single year 5, 6, sometimes 7 billion euros per year into innovation, but for products which will hit the market, technologies which will hit the market, not in 12 months, but in 24, 25, or even beyond. And we have a very, very clear roadmap, which is related to decarbonization. And to be very clear, whether it's 90% or 100% in 2035 in Europe, is this the real question? I'm putting a question mark behind, but what is extremely relevant is that we have to stay open regarding what are the technical solutions, how we are going to reach this target in 2035. And we continue, despite all the challenges we are facing with supply chain interruption, which is now reinforced by the lockdown in Shanghai, because the port of Shanghai is the #1 port in the world for the shipment of semiconductors. We have not stopped our investment program in order to launch electric cars this year, next year, and beyond, because we know exactly the industry will fix those short-term challenges, and the long-term challenge, the long-term opportunity stays.
Has that been your experience as well at ThyssenKrupp, Erica, about how you're handling your short-term crises versus a long-term vision, because market's getting flooded. You have green steel that is at a green premium in an environment that is just not conducive to that. How are you handling it?
Well, I think pretty similar from what we just heard. So we have in the steel industry, you know, we have as Susan Group as well, we have a transformation roadmap. And that's not going to change because it's simply without alternative. Of course, it's now with the volatility of energy prices, of raw material prices, it is more challenging, but nevertheless, it's without alternative. So what we are planning is to have by latest 2045 to be climate neutral with our operations. This means we have to replace 4 huge blast furnaces. We are a primary steel producer. And we will replace them with so-called DRI technology, which is based on hydrogen. And there you already can guess, you know, we need, in order to have a steady hydrogen supply, we need green energy, and we need hydrogen infrastructure, and we need and hydrogen production. And that is just in the make. So we don't have that in place today. So we plan to have by 2030 already 2 of these direct reduction plants in operation. And so far we are planning to have as a bridging technology, you know, these plants can run also on natural gas or with any mixture of hydrogen and natural gas. So that's, and that goes for the entire primary steel industry, that we all plan as an interim solution to work with natural gas. But now in the current situation, of course, you know, we are in very, very intense conversations with partners to see, and governments to see that we can scale up even faster renewable energy production and green hydrogen production. There is, of course, you know, there are certain conditions that need to be in place. I mean, one, clearly, many of you probably know about the discussions we are having in Brussels right now when it comes to regulation and emission trading and carbon border adjustment. You mentioned there is a surplus overproduction of steel worldwide. So that is an issue. So carbon leakage for us is an issue, and it's going to remain an issue. So we need there certain carbon leakage protection measures to be in place. So we are discussing also to create lead markets in certain sectors, being in green public procurement, or also in other steel using sectors such as renewable energy. So that would be another means just to create, to mitigate risks, and yeah, so I think it is without alternative, and we just have to see how we deal with the volatilities of supplies, of prices, as any other industry does as well.
It's about juggling at this point.
Exactly.
So let me ask Tharmawan this question from your perspective. Where you are sitting, what is it that your immediate concerns are, and what are you doing within the Indonesian state electricity company to green, to get to the targets that you need to, without getting distracted by regional issues that are all your own as well?
Well, thank you so much for being here. And you know, PLN is the national electric company of Indonesia, and we are serving 82 million customers. And our asset is roughly 110 billion US dollars. And of course, today the CO2 emissions annually is roughly 240 million metric tons annually. The demand growth is roughly 4.6 until 4.8% annually. And meaning by 2060, business as usual, our emission is going to increase to roughly 920 million metric tons if there is no effort to reduce the CO2 emissions. And the question is, how are we going to move forward? We already announced the carbon neutral by 2060. And how do we do it? And actually, even in the national electricity planning, we already reduced 2.5 gigawatt previously coal-fired power plants actually in the national electricity planning, and we already removed those 2.5 gigawatt. And then also we already replaced 1.1 gigawatt of coal and replaced by renewable energy as a base load. And then we need to pick the low-hanging fruits. Right now we have like 2 gigawatt of diesel engines in those remote areas because we are an archipelago, consists of 16,000 islands. And we use diesel fuel to run those diesel engines, power plants. And most of the diesel fuel is actually imported. And the cost of electricity is roughly 30 cents per kilowatt hour. So we are in the process of replacing those diesel engines with renewable energy with the battery. And right now is our predicted cost of those renewable energy with the battery is roughly only 20 cents. So in this case, the low-hanging fruits is we shift from import-based energy to become with domestic-based energy and fossil fuel energy with renewable energy, expensive energy with the cheaper energy. So this is one way to move forward. And then also in the national electricity planning, from today until 2030, we already put additional 51.6% of renewable energy into the additional power plants starting today until 2030. So what are the challenges we are facing today? Of course, there is a dilemma here. When we're talking about cheap energy is dirty. When we're talking about clean energy, it's more expensive. And but today, 6 years ago, when we auctioned solar energy, it was roughly 26 cents. And 2016-17, when we auction it, it's already decreasing to only 10 cents. And today, when we auction it, it's only 4.6 cents per kilowatt hour. And then with the electricity, with the battery energy storage systems, 5 years ago it was like 40-something cents. Today, the battery energy storage system levelized cost of storage cost is roughly 11 cents. It's not cheap, but you know, from 46 cents to 11 cents in the span of 5 years, we,
That's moving in the speed. That's moving pretty fast. I agree with you, Dharmawan. Compared to, say, for example, where solar panels, where it took almost 35, 40 years for that pricing to literally come down to being affordable and usable. So, and that brings up my question to you: how do you scale existing innovations? I mean, we talk a lot about future innovations, but how do we scale the innovations we already have in Europe, for example, export it out to other countries which might be struggling for the funding and for the innovative finance that we've discussed in a previous session as well? How do we do that from Breakthrough Energy's perspective?
Thank you.
Dharmawan, I'm going to give that question to Anne.
Okay, thank you. And again, apologies I cannot be with you in person because it's not just the trains on strike, but also Brussels Airlines, very unfortunately, so I fell victim. In any case, to your question, it's of course extremely pertinent because you're absolutely right. A lot of the technologies already exist, but they haven't scaled and they're not commercialized yet. So let me speak from a European perspective, and perhaps also, I mean, for those of you who know me, I've worked in public policy for over 20 years. So, you know, also from a policy perspective, let me say, perhaps sort of make 3 observations. So it's really important that we always look at the entirety of the innovation cycle, from early stage R&D to large-scale deployment and commercialization. So just to say, in Europe, I am not worried about doing well in the early stages of the innovation cycle, quite to the contrary. I am, however, very concerned that many of the good ventures and the innovations, they have an extraordinarily difficult time to scale here in Europe and to really create these new sizable markets. I think that the previous speakers alluded to that. So I just thought in this context, I mentioned a study that we recently commissioned from demo to scale, so from demonstration to scale. And it looked at 5 key technologies that could reduce the EU's industrial emissions by 70%. And essentially what the study showed, I mean, were many interesting findings, but one of them is that we have right now over 70 industrial projects planned across the EU, so very sizable projects. They are planned. However, they haven't scaled yet because they're having a hard time reaching the final investment decision stage. And that's, of course, what really matters. So many policymakers and many sort of observers think there is a lot happening in Europe. And as I just said, there have been many announcements. But that's not enough. A demonstrations plan is not enough to really scale and create a new market. So this is why this entirety of the innovation cycle is so important. The second point I would make is that climate innovation is genuinely difficult because so many of the products are undifferentiated. So green cement, or I mean the other example that was just given, green steel, is not palpably different from, let's say, CO2 intensive steel. So it's very, very difficult in these undifferentiated markets to have big breakthroughs when it comes to innovation because they are so cost sensitive. So if something is 25–30% more expensive and the product's not really different, it's going to be very difficult to really convince anyone to buy the clean or green product. And this is again coming, out of public policy. I really believe in this case, we cannot let just the markets play it out. It was just, you just actually said it, that for wind and solar, it took over 40 years for these to become cost competitive. So we need to be clever when it comes to public policy. Some of the discussions here in Brussels, for instance, are about sort of targeted interventions, for instance, through what is called carbon contracts for difference, where, essentially you're paying the difference in price and therefore you start scaling and creating those markets. I think we need to have that conversation because this time around we don't have that much time. The third and the final point I'd just like to make is that clean tech innovation requires really a massive amount of investment. So to give you an example, and I'm sure Erika knows this very well, McKinsey estimates that decarbonizing the steel sector will cost around $145 billion a year over the next 30 years. So this is an enormous amount of money that needs to be raised here. So we need, from a public policy perspective, I think we need new blended finance instruments that combine sort of low-cost equity, concessionary finance. But coming from Breakthrough Energy, we also believe that philanthropic capital and grants have to play a role here, because we really need to de-risk these new clean technologies, and we need to do that very quickly. I think Nicholas spoke about that as well earlier. And for this, I always say we need a new type of public-private partnership. I think we really need to get all the talents, everyone who can contribute around the table, and bring them together in new and fruitful ways that we haven't done before, because this is so enormous. This is so all-encompassing. I always tell my team, this is the biggest transition that anyone will ever live through, that we really need to rethink how we do all of this.
Well, yes, please, Nicholas, of course.
I really believe, Anne, you've raised an extremely relevant point, public-private partnership on the one hand side, and those huge investments which are needed on the other hand side. If we look at our geopolitical landscape today, and in particular at the decarbonization of the, I'm not saying car industry, but mobility industry. It means car industry, airlines, cargo, ships, and so on. I believe Europe has a huge opportunity, and I'm extremely pleased that we feel that we are starting to move in this direction, and that's hydrogen. Why hydrogen? It will make us, on one hand side, more flexible with regard to where is the energy coming from, and on the other hand, it will help, we will be able to use the technology where Europe is already extremely strong, meaning combustion engines, because you can use hydrogen also in combustion engines. And by the way, It's the only way. It's the only way to decarbonize airplanes, trucks, and ships.
I'm assuming you're talking about green hydrogen.
Yeah, and I believe there's a huge opportunity, and my impression is that Europe and the national governments are more and more willing to invest in this technology. We will need, this is not an 1, 2 or 3 year investment, that's 15, 20, 25 years, but I'm absolutely convinced it will pay off, and it even could give Europe a competitive advantage against some other geopolitical areas.
But this brings up an interesting point, Erica, because green hydrogen is being talked about significantly in the last 2 years. I mean, I'll leave aside all the other color coding of hydrogen. Let's focus on the green. I met the most wonderful innovator at COP26, very young lady who won the Earthshot Prize for what she had come up with in terms of green hydrogen. And the first thing she told me was, if I'd waited for the money, I'd never have done it. But I do need the money, and even if no one brings me the money, I'll figure out partners who will make this happen. Now, that's a very young person who's about 24, 25 years old, has the energy to do this. Innovators are saying, figure out a way for us to create a market to make this scalable. Is there a way for large companies to actually incubate these folks so that they're not waiting for complicated financing routes, VCs to pay attention, or be interested, people who are worried about risk? Is there a way for incubation within, are you already doing it that you can tell us about?
Well, there are technologies available. I mean, we have in the Thyssen group family, or in the group, we have a company that produces electrolyzers, which is the equipment you need to separate water into oxygen and hydrogen, which we then can use in different applications. And I think the demand will be tremendous. We just heard, also what you just said, also in the mobility sector. The big issue here will be, and the big bottleneck will be energy. For the steel industry, we know, or in our case, our energy demand will be 10 times higher than today. And integrated steel mills like ours, we don't purchase energy, we don't purchase electricity, we produce it ourselves today through the off gases we have in our current technology. They will be gone. With new technology, we have to purchase the energy. We need huge amounts of energy to produce hydrogen. And that's going to be, so it's so critical that we scale up the energy supply and very, very fast. And here it gets then to all the things we know in our daily work. It comes to permitting procedures, all these administrative things in order to get things done. And as Anne said, and still, it will be higher. The cost will be higher today still for green energy, for hydrogen, than it compared to other sources of energy. Of energy, and there need to be financing schemes such as carbon contracts for difference in order to make, at least at the beginning, in order to help these technologies to scale and these solutions to scale fast. And so we, as we heard, we cannot wait another 40 years until the market will fix it. So that's a critical thing, and that it comes to de-risking. Also, we are right now in the process, to work on our investment plan and for our supervisory board. So there that we have to have solutions and need to have a good understanding and trust that certain instruments will come, certain political instruments and decisions will be taken in order to make these investments viable.
So do you think it's actually viable to actually create, as an industry, incubators for scaling up? Because you already have market access, you need these technologies. Should the innovations be coming directly to industry instead of waiting for a whole new market to open up? Considering you're trying to decarbonize, you're decarbonizing, that's part of your long-term strategy. These people are seemingly, working all by themselves somewhere else. Is this a possibility? Is this a potential road that we can take where industry, think of it like banks. when fintech came around, everybody was like, they're going to do this stuff. But then suddenly, fintech is adopted as acquisition targets. Everybody's buying out these companies. Is this a possibility, a possible route for innovators who may be watching to say, might want to start talking to industry to say, market exists, scalability is possible through them because these are serious companies looking to decarbonize. Is that a possibility, Nicholas? Or am I dreaming up a dream?
No, I very much believe, because the decarbonization of an industry is a very complex issue, and I don't think there is one company which will be able to handle on its own every single step in this process. So it's really a lot about cooperation, and cooperation has to be in a certain way orchestrated by authorities, yeah, and this is why, on one hand side, we fully support, for example, that the European Commission has to set a target. Without a target, the industry would not know where to go. What we question is that the industry needs some flexibility how to reach the target, not in terms of timing, but with which technologies. With which technologies are we going to reach certain targets? And what has, of course, to be accompanied, but it's more and more happening, is that you have to be aware, if you, for example, say hydrogen, it has to be followed up and accompanied by investments in other areas. Or if you talk about electrification of the industry, you have at the same time immediately to invest in infrastructure into the electric power grid. And of course, this is not something we as a car company can deliver, because it has to do with the way a city is managed, with the way national authorities fix rules and regulations regarding power supply and so on. So it very much has to do with a cooperation between different industries. And here definitely there is, we've improved if I compared to 5 or 10 years ago, but there is still a long way to go. And if I look today at the sector I'm in, us and many other car manufacturers will now launch one electric power car after the other. We will have in probably 12 months, we will have 13 different models in the market. But the success of those investments and products will also depend on infrastructure, availability of infrastructure, how is energy produced, and so on. So this is something which has to be orchestrated at the same time.
Talisman, if I can ask you, how coordinated is it in Indonesia at this point? Is it at all coordinated? Are you all still working in silos? What is the picture like? Can you hear me?
No.
No, I think we've got an audio issue. Questions from all of you, or comments if you have any. Anyone? Yes. Talisman, are you back? Can you hear us?
I lost you for a bit. Would you like to repeat the question?
Absolutely. The question was, what is the picture looking like at this point in Indonesia? Do you have a coordinated, concerted effort from a government perspective when it comes to coordinating industry decarbonization, or are we still looking at a very siloed approach for Indonesia?
Yes, PLN certainly cannot do this alone. The only way to move forward is through collaboration. So we need to come up with the right policy.
But is it happening right now in Indonesia? I mean, are all the parties actually talking? Are you getting what Nicholas was saying was you need the infrastructure, you need industry, you need everybody to be coordinated to an extent. Is there any level of coordination?
Yes, we are about to release a presidential regulation to accelerate the utilization of renewable energy, and we are in the process also to release the new law of renewable energy. And here we come up with collaborations, in domestic collaborations, regional collaboration, international collaboration in terms not only of strategy, technology, innovation, capital, when in every single aspect of this renewable energy development, and certainly we're not going to be able to do this alone. And even today, and the size of the electricity market here is 265 terawatt-hour. By 2060, the electricity market is going to be roughly 1,800 terawatt-hour. That means we need additional 220 gigawatt of additional capacity, mostly coming from renewable energy. What does that mean? We need additional investment in amount of 400 until 500 billion US dollars. And of course, we're not going to be able to do this alone. The only way to move forward is through collaboration. So in that regard, we need to solve that dilemma. In the future, when we need clean energy, it's cheaper energy. When we're talking about renewable energy, it's going to be superior in terms of technical, in terms of system, in terms of commercial, and in terms of economics. And in that regard, we are able to move forward without additional subsidy and putting unnecessary burden to the state budget. And of course, why are we here today? I'm sure that we can elevate our bilateral relationship into the next level. Germany and Indonesia, we can explore many ways to collaborate, in terms of technology, in terms of investment, in terms of innovation, etc., etc. So I'm here, we're talking about climate change, we're talking about global problems. We have to address not from fragmented point of view, but it has to be unified point of view. Thank you.
That's indeed a heartening statement. So, and that brings up the question, as Talisman says, and it's nice to hear everybody all day has pretty much agreed that we need to collaborate. So how do we collaborate, say, for example, with large companies and startups, scale these innovations? What are some of the aspects that we have to really think about and tackle immediately, because time's not on our side? We've heard that as well all day, and we've heard this for at least a couple of years. How do we do this quickly?
That's a very good question. Before I go to the sort of interplay between large companies and startups, I want to quickly respond to the previous intervention, because it's, of course, exactly right that from the perspective of advanced economies, we need to make sure that once we have these clean technologies, that very quickly we don't just use them ourselves, but we get them into the parts of the world that are growing the fastest, that need them the most urgently. I mean, I used to say this back in the day when I worked at the European Commission. Europe's 8% of global CO2 emissions, and we would spend just extraordinary amounts of money in decarbonizing Europe, which is fine, but 8%, I mean, is a drop in the bucket. So, as we develop these technologies, we need to already be thinking today about the knowledge and the technology transfer from the advanced economies into the emerging economies, because this is where these technologies will make a real difference. And this is where I wish more of us would be thinking about this today, because that needs to happen on a timescale that is, just unimaginable. And we know from experience that knowledge and tech transfer is difficult even within a country, let alone across geographies. So please, please, please start thinking about it, because it's a very important issue. Now, to the point about sort of the interplay between large and companies, and maybe established companies and smaller companies. So I am a firm believer that we really need sort of collaboration across the value chain. This is so much, and everyone's talking about it, bringing the right kind of actors together to act really in unison towards a common goal. I had the privilege of experiencing it myself when I worked at the European Commission, because some of the early work that I did led to the creation of the European Battery Alliance, which some of you may know. It was launched in 2017 by the European Commission, by member states, industry, the scientific community. And I remember back in the day, I was always saying, we need to do something. There's a global trend towards electromobility. And no offense, Nicholas, but I mean, European automotive makers were at the risk of falling behind at the time, and it was very clear that batteries were really a focal point, and that Europe was not a player here, and that we needed to catch up very quickly. So that was then when the idea for the European Battery Alliance was born. We were very fortunate in that at that time, Tesla executives came to see us. They said they wanted to create a company. This turned out to be Northvolt, which today is, of course, very well known. And that these two people actually brought sort of the expertise and the know-how into, making batteries right here in Europe. And on the one side, and this is where I really need to applaud BMW, because very early on, BMW committed to an offtake agreement for these batteries that were produced by Northvolt. And that was then actually transformational in helping Northvolt secure the funding to get the whole operation off the ground. So in 2019 and 2020, Northvolt was able to raise more than $3 billion to build now gigafactories in Sweden and in Germany. And this is the kind of acceleration I think we need more of. We need more of these kind of public-private partnerships that lead then to the actual commercialization of these emerging climate technologies. Because the one thing I will say, it's only technologies that are actually used that are going to decarbonize industry. So it's not enough to just develop it and have it in some lab. It needs to go, it needs to scale, and it needs to be used by many actors. That's the only way that it will make a difference. So, let's use the Battery Alliance as an example. One of the first things that I did when I started my current job was to go to the organization that got the Battery Alliance off the ground, that's EIT InnoEnergy, and said, help me build a European Green Hydrogen Acceleration Center. And so we did. And one of the first flagships is actually, Erica, you probably know about it, is actually a greenfield green steel plant that will be built in Sweden, H2 Green Steel. So, we need many, many more of these type of initiatives, is all I can say. And both from the public sector, but also BMW plays also here a very productive role, because one of the first off-takers for the green steel is BMW. That makes a real difference, these kind of early commitments. So kudos to BMW for that. But as I said, we need much, much more of these kind of, many more of these kind of activities.
Let's, if anybody wants to respond to Anne.
And maybe to comment, because of course, as you can imagine, the topics you raised are extremely relevant and important to us. But I definitely believe it's extremely relevant and for us in Europe to acknowledge, while for Europe what you've said is exactly spot on and the right thing to do, there are plenty of other areas in the world, and even some countries in Europe which are moving slower. And part of decarbonization in those countries might be cleaner combustion engines, because this is a step which is needed in between in order to decarbonize. Is the Midwest in the US investing enough money in charging infrastructure, power grid? And then, of course not. So in those parts of the world, people in 10, 15 years from now will still drive with combustion engines. So, and in order to manage this transition, it's at the same time, and by the way, the European Union is pushing as hard to improve combustion engines. There will be a Euro 7 regulations which will kick in 25, which will force all manufacturers to invest in combustion engines to make them even cleaner. So I believe it's really important to acknowledge and to accept that the situation is completely different in different regions of the world, and while one technology might be exactly the right thing for one part of the world, and in particular for countries in probably in northern Europe. You need other technologies in other parts of the world, and we are highly motivated. We are highly motivated to invest in different technologies, and as I said, hydrogen, we are absolutely convinced, will play a key role on this journey in the long term. And by the way, in other countries like Korea, Japan, major companies are investing as we speak in those technologies as well. So I really believe it's while we have all the same objective, to stay open-minded and to accept that there is not one very, very simple solution. There are different solutions to achieve the target.
No silver bullet is something we've heard time and time again, Erica, but we also know that this needs to happen. Would you like to respond on what Anne said as well?
Yeah. No, I think this was an extremely important point. And in addition, for a sector like ours, we have the solutions. We know what to do. So it is now that we need basically three things. We need to make sure that we really have, and now I speak for Europe, that we have a regulatory framework that supports these investments we have to make. And Anne, you mentioned how much it is for the whole sector. For our company alone, it's 7 billion we have to do. So this is something we don't get. You have to have a regulatory framework that is supporting that, and there we have some really some issues with the whole scheme of emission trading. So as much as we support internalization of externalities, but it has to have, we have to have the same rules among the different competing regions, and that's exactly not the case today. As we all know, there is no CO2 price. Or there are in some geographies, but the schemes are very, very different and not comparable to what we have in Europe, which is why we hope also to see the climate club as proposed by Chancellor Scholz to grow, all knowing that maybe the near-term or short-term objective cannot be to have a carbon price agreed among the partners in the club, but what we would like to see is also their collaboration on decarbonization of energy, collaboration on hydrogen, on green hydrogen, and collaboration on the decarbonization of industry, and especially of energy-intense industries such as steel, such as cement, etc. There has been some work done. There is, that the G7 has worked on standards or prepared the ground for common standards to measure what is green cement, what is green steel, how do we define green commodities in certain areas. This work is to build on, and then, there could be steps towards an international CO2 price. Could be to have for certain sectors agree among the members that they have to have a roadmap, companies have to have a roadmap for decarbonization at least. Yeah, so in order also to trigger the thinking, to trigger transformation. And if we think of lead markets, one could think, also only members of the club have access to a European lead market for such green commodities or green products in order to create another incentives to join the club. And I think there is a lot of more thinking we have to do. How can we get, also in this type of settings, how we can build partnership and create, a level playing field. But as long as we don't have that, we from a European perspective would always say we need to keep existing carbon leakage protection measures.
Well, we have two questions, and thank you for popping in so late because we're literally running out of time. So you're going to eat into your own cocktail hour. But I'm going to take the lady in the dress and then the gentleman in the white shirt behind her. Let's take both questions together, and then please make sure you tell us who you're addressing it to.
Sure, thank you very much. And I'll keep it very short. My name is Felicity von Peter, and the question is for you, Erica. And maybe also for you, Nicholas. It sounds very reassuring, and we all know that business is a lot further ahead than is commonly known. But what I would like to know, especially of you, Erica, what are you doing if you say it all depends on the regulatory framework? What are you doing to lobby for a better regulatory framework on behalf of business? And is that something where you might also have reached out to competitors to lobby together? Because this upswing has come about fairly recently, and we know how important it is. But can you give us some concrete examples, especially because we have you here on the government regulatory affairs? What concretely are you doing to lobby for a better regulatory framework?
And can I also get the second question? So.
Thank you. Yeah, thank you. Tilman Fahle from Systemic. My question to Mr. Peter on the role of hydrogen in automotive. I mean, I think we fully agree, decarbonizing aviation, shipping, that's a fairly clear pathway. In automotive, I keep remaining surprised by statements like these, that it's going to be a strong role in automotive, because I see the risk of another single source for battery electric cars, lithium dependencies, cobalt, and so on. Yet hydrogen cars, there aren't any profitable models on the market, or rather a very, very small amount, and more or less all the projections that I'm aware of show really a pretty strong dominance of battery electric across the main markets, US, Europe, China. And so my question to you would be, how do you put that into perspective for investable innovation decisions? And secondly, also, how you would recommend investing into expanding that raw material expansion, lithium, cobalt, to have the supplies that are necessary to electrify and decarbonize. Thank you.
So I'd like to start with the last question first, if that's okay. So if you want to take that, Nicholas.
Yeah, first of all, we have to acknowledge, if you look at the global car market, global car market peaked 4 or 5 years ago at 90 million cars. We are now back after COVID and semiconductor shortage to around 70 million cars, and the average age of a car in the market is around 10-11 years, and the share of electric-powered cars in the global market is significantly below 10%. Year after year, and if you make a very, very simple rough calculation, it means it will, if we do not accelerate in the one or the other way, it will take very long to change the fleet. And if you go one step further and look where is it happening, those 10%, it's just a few markets. It's just a few markets. It's California, it's China, it's now moving much faster in countries like Germany, like the Netherlands, like Belgium. England is moving pretty fast, but it's not yet a global phenomenon. And now you're addressing a very, very relevant topic, which is raw material. Because what is happening you've probably seen that lithium, for example, increased by 500% in the last 12 months. So this would mean, if it would stay at today's level, that and cobalt is plus 120%, I believe, in the last 12 months. Electric-powered cars will become extremely expensive. And am I nervous for BMW or Porsche or Mercedes customers? No, I'm not. They will be willing to pay 7,000, 8,000, 9,000 euros on top. It's not an issue. But this is not the task. The task is to decarbonize the whole industry. And this is why it's a little bit more complex. And one thing is absolutely key. That's recycling. Recycling, and we are investing a lot of money into identify ways to recycle battery cells, to reuse the chemistry out of battery cells, because otherwise it will be a very, very expensive journey. Have we found yet the technical solutions? No, we haven't. We haven't. Have we made progress? Definitely yes. We are launching now our 6th generation of cell technology. We have invested in a US company which is developing this so-called all-solid-state technology. LFP technology is a very interesting technology which is starting. We are starting to use it. Tesla is starting to use it because you need less raw materials, and this is why it's so important to. The industry is investing more money than ever in those technologies, but we have to stay open. And this is why, to be honest, I don't like so much the word lobbying. For me, this is a communication with the regulator, with authorities, to also explain to the regulator what are possible technical solutions. Because I'm absolutely convinced our engineers and the engineers of our competitors, they understand the task, but they know better than myself or most of politicians what are possible technical solutions. And this is why I fully support what Anne said earlier. This communication between politics and science and industry is absolutely key on this journey.
So, Erica, that brings me to the question that was asked. What are you doing? And are you getting together as an industry, or are you just doing it as an individual company? How are you dealing with the regulatory framework?
Yeah, I mean, obviously we work together with our partners in industry, but I think what you just said is so important. I think it's more to get into a very structured dialogue and or concerted action and say, okay, this is the problem, this is the issue, we know where we want to go, the targets are clear, so let's see concretely what do we have to do, where do we prioritize, do we need to discuss right now chemicals regulation just for the sake of an example, or should we focus on, and this is a choice, yeah, should we focus on the areas, prioritize the areas where we absolutely make the difference when it comes to the climate crisis, and then really get together and say, you know, who does what, and how do we measure progress to do this in a dialogue. I think that is probably the way forward, rather than one party proposing something, the other party commenting, and then we fight and discuss. Yeah, but really at the outset, get together and develop the solutions together.
Do you have an example of where that's worked in the past couple of years, where you've actually managed to get through to the policymakers?
You know, I think there are individual examples, like, you know, there are platforms which are multi-stakeholder platforms, like Klimawirtschaft, like. I think it's not yet done in the bigger context. So there was, in the context of Fit for 55, for example, or the Green Deal, it has not happened. You know, it happens partially on specific issues, but it doesn't really happen in a systemic way. And I think that's where we need to get at.
I have a very concrete example. Yesterday there was a trilogue discussion in Brussels regarding ESG reporting in stock-listed companies, and it was managed, I believe, in an extremely professional way, on one hand side by Commissioner McGuinness, talking to all different stakeholders, and really coming up, from my perspective, with a solution which is extremely balanced, different from maybe what was originally proposed, but maybe not exactly in line what we would have recommended, but I believe an understandable and good solution where we would immediately say, well, tick in the box, let's move ahead. So this is a very concrete example, happened yesterday.
Well, that brings us to wrap this up, because we are over time. So I want to ask, since we can put it out there and try to get it to the G7 and the G20 through the F20, 2 wishes that you would like for them to consider on Sunday. The permutation and combination may change down the line, but if you had 2 asks, 2 wishes granted that would be discussed over there, what would it be specifically when it comes to this? If I can kick it off with you, Tharmawan, because I think your perspective is quite critical as we come back into Europe, to give us an idea. What are the 2 wishes you'd have for the G7 to consider?
Unified effort. That is my wish. We're going to face this challenge together, and I'm sure we will overcome. Thank you.
And two things for the G7 to consider from your perspective.
Number one, on the Carbon Club, this is a way to lead a race to the top. I think Erica was right. It's really only through having sort of unified higher standards that are applied and are incentivized across the world that we will really lead this race to the top. The second one is it's the responsibility of policymakers to know and to be familiar with the technology frontier. A lot of the technologies that could really help decarbonize industry are already, they exist, but they now need to scale, they need to commercialize, new markets need to be created. For that, policymakers need to understand what is the technology frontier and how can I help these technologies really get off the ground.
Erica?
Just building on what Anne said, maybe to use that technology frontier and focus it, zoom it in, for example, on energy, hydrogen, and steel or cement, the hard-to-abate sectors, and start there.
Nicholas.
One geopolitical, and that's related to the relationship to China. Build bridges and not walls between Europe and China. I believe it's extremely important and relevant. And the second one is don't try to find technical solutions. Leave technical solutions to engineers. Leave technical solutions to engineers. That's the best way to achieve the target.
And make their path easier with clear guidelines and regulations. I think 4 of you have been quite clear in your needs. Klaus, this is going to be on you to try and get it into the right hands. And of course, all 4 of you have the ability to reach the G7 on your own. So we wish you luck and we wish the G7 luck. Please give them a round of applause for being so categorically clear. As you step off, thank you. Well, we're almost wrapped up for the day. It's been quite interesting, quite insightful. So I am going to invite Klaus and Frank both back up on the stage. Please wrap this up for us. Tell us what we can expect from you, and as we close up the session, what you've also taken away.
Yeah, it was a long day. It was a warm day. And full of insights and full of inspiring aspects, I would say. I don't want to wrap up everything on this, just to show up where we are and where we have to go, also in track of the G7 and on track of the G20. I think that is important to have this in mind. Dharmavan was with us just now. We had our Indian colleagues, Neera, and her colleagues with us, and Ilham. He's just on his way to Berlin for a circular economy conference tomorrow in Berlin with the environmental minister. And so there is movement and there is readiness, I would say. Also the last round showed up very much. There is not more obstacles, but there is readiness. But there is also the question mark how to move forward quick enough, because time is running fast and we have only a short window of opportunity to act in time. That is important, and so I think what we did here in the last hours, what was really important to give a positive message to Elmau, to the G7. They are not alone meeting now at the castle of Elmau on the weekend, but there's also the Prime Minister of India and his delegation. There's the Prime Minister, the State President of Indonesia, South Africa is a guest country, Senegal and Argentina. So it's more than the G7. And I think that is important in the sense what Dharmavan mentioned, unified efforts. That is what we need, really. And the instruments somehow are there. Nicholas, you told about this. The engineers are very busy and they have many, many, many good ideas. And we could follow on this, but in Elmau we need really the level playing field. How to move forward in the right way, but also that was a positive point, and Stiftung Klimawirtschaft is doing a lot on this, how not to lobby, but to bring up the right orchestra, the right dialogues to find out the solutions, to be solutions oriented. And I think we Northerners have to learn, we have to deal with the Global South perspective. We have now Indonesia, then India, then Brazil, and then South Africa taking over the G20 presidency. That is a complete new situation for us, the Northerners, the industrialized world. But the industrialized countries, they meet every year in their smaller club, but they are a subgroup of the G20. So they have to deliver, they should deliver in an encouraging way. And I think Mr. Kukis understood. We had a good dialogue around the video recording you have seen today. You can see everything what we did today in a recorded version in the future on YouTube. I think via your homepage and also F20. And I think it's so important to see the process which is ahead of us with this year's activities in the multi-crisis situation. We spoke about this. Next year, Japan will take over the G7 presidency. So that's also important to speak early enough with the colleagues and friends in Japan, from civil society, from philanthropy, from foundations, but also business in Japan. What could be solution-oriented, be the continuity of what Germany did this year with the G7 presidency, and then to see one pillar, as I mentioned this morning, one pillar of the G20 presidency of Indonesia is really just energy transition. One main issue of the presidency, and that is an opportunity for all of us. But it must be a just transition, and we have to learn how to make it concrete. So I would like to thank you all to be with us in this very specific climate situation in this room. And I think we keep on track. We follow the discussions we had today. It was very inspiring. Tomorrow we speak with our Indian friends and some colleagues here in the room about the Indian presidency next year. That is also very important to do this in time. And I thank very much BMW Foundation, Frank, and your colleagues and your wonderful team, and Nicholas also to you, because you're the head of the chair of the board of the foundation, that we could do this together. It was a challenge because so many conferences in these days, we couldn't get all the people we were willing to have here in this room or on the screen, but I think it worked out very well. And also huge thank you to the House, to the Bayerischer Hof, and we have one specific present to Mathray, our wonderful moderator. Where is she? Yeah.
Please don't give me a screwdriver. Remscheid Meyer gave me a screwdriver, so I'm hoping that that's not going to be repeated, because I already have a screwdriver now.
No, but we have a specific present. Perhaps you can hand over
that's very
to
sweet.
me. These are the wonderful stones with the SDGs as a takeaway for you.
Oh, thank you.
For all conferences where you are, the moderation tables and so on. Just do it on the table, and the people will think about.
It is core to my business, it's core to your business, so I thank you very much for it. I will grab it as soon as I walk out of here from your team. In the meantime, Frank, can we get a couple of words from you before we all break for a couple of drinks? But yeah. I appreciate it, Klaus. I will carry it to every conference possible.
It was really great. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I was long this morning. I will be short now. Having a day like this for such a complex topic, it's clear that it's not possible to bring things further as other institution process would be doing. But for us, it was to take the attention of the G7 summit, which is around. And I think we have to use those moments really to put attention to it and to engage on those discussions. Looking at what I was expecting this morning, partnerships, innovation, trust, I was really happy about the partnership side. So we have seen a lot of different perspectives today. And that was really what's building in our activity for many years, and having the F20 as a platform for foundations, but also connecting to other sectors. There's another partnership outside. So partnership works. Innovation, I was really amazed about the knowledge here on stage today, but also the knowledge sitting in front of me. I really appreciated that we were managing to have an overview discussion, but also deep dives, which shows to me that the transition is ongoing. So it's not about talking and convening, but really people working on things. And the trust side, it was an interesting thing for me. I had the impression we had a trustful discussion. I was wondering, I was missing some more controversial ones. So that's for me the interesting part. Why was that? I had seen a lot of very interesting, inspiring, trustful conversations during the breaks, and that's why I'm building on now, moving over to the more casual part of today, having drinks, having talks, having some food, and continuing on building on this trust. So thank you, having been with us. Thank you, you're the strongest one staying the whole day with us. And now let's move on. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
And very last words, normally you should do that. I don't have a present, I don't have a screwdriver for you, but big thanks again. We had the last conversation 4 months ago on the MSc. You're back again, and it was really again an amazing day. Thank you, Matri.
Thank you.